G20 delegates, guests from government, industry and academia, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and our other Honorable Union Ministers will be arriving shortly. May I please request you to switch off your mobile phones or at least put it on silent mode. Thank you. We are gathered here today in the beautiful city of Lucknow to witness the first Digital Economy Working Group meeting of the G20. It's incredible to see how the whole city has come alive for this momentous occasion. For those in the audience who may not be familiar, the G20 is an intergovernmental forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. The group works on addressing major issues related to the global economy, such as international financial stability, climate change, and sustainable development. The Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, is conducting the first side event of the Digital Economy Working Group here in Lucknow today, under the theme of India's G20 presidency, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, One Earth, One Family, One World. This theme draws from the ancient Sanskrit text of the Maha Upanishad, which affirms the value of all life and their interconnectedness on planet Earth and the wider universe. Today's side events mark the first in-person gathering of the Digital Economy Working Group, and we have 5 thematic workshops today on digital identity, cybersecurity, digital public infrastructure and the sustainable development goals, digital initiatives of the state of Uttar Pradesh, and geospatial technologies. Each workshop today features eminent speakers from their respective fields, delegates from various countries and multilateral institutions, all of whom will be coming together to share their experiences and insights on India's agenda for the working group. I would also like to take this opportunity to invite you all to visit the Digital Experience Center at the white enclosure by the pool, which showcases over 40 AR, VR, and AI-based digital initiatives of Government of India. Today's event will be followed by closed-door discussions tomorrow and day after, where delegates from the G20 will deliberate over key priority areas of the Digital Economy Working Group. After this first meeting, subsequent in-person meetings will be hosted at Hyderabad in April, Pune, Maharashtra in June, and Bengaluru in August, wherein the Digital Economy Ministerial Meeting will also be held. Ladies and gentlemen, today we will be graced by the presence of eminent dignitaries for the inaugural session. The Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Shri Adityanath, Honorable Minister of Heavy Industries, Government of India, Shri Mahendranath Pandey, Honorable Minister of Electronics, IT, Railways and Communications, Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister of State for Electronics, IT, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Chief Secretary of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Durga Shankar Mishra, and Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India, Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma. After the inaugural session, our honorable ministers will leave, and after that, we will commence the side events for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I request everyone to please be seated. Our dignitaries will be arriving shortly. After the honorable ministers arrive, there will be a photo session at the back of the hall. Our dignitaries will be arriving shortly. Request everyone to please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final call. Please be seated before our dignitaries arrive. Our dignitaries will be arriving shortly. Can everyone please be seated? It'll just be a matter of a few minutes. Can everyone please be seated? Our dignitaries will be arriving. Ladies and gentlemen, another gentle reminder to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode or please switch it off for the inaugural session. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our dignitaries are arriving. There is a photo op happening at the back of the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, our honorable ministers and dignitaries have arrived. Let us welcome them with a round of applause. I would like to request all the dignitaries to proceed to the front of the stage for the lighting of the lamp. Can other delegates please join our honorable ministers in the lighting of the lamp? fire acts as a dispeller of darkness. Tamasoma Jyotirgame, which means lead us from darkness unto light. I request our dignitaries to please be seated on the stage. Our endeavor for this G20 Digital Economy Working Group meeting is to light the path for all by making the agenda and its priorities inclusive, ambitious, action-oriented, and decisive. First, by building resilience in the cyberspace. Second, by developing digital public infrastructure for creating socially transformative solutions. And finally, by facilitating digital skilling for creating a future-ready workforce. Through the working group, we will explore ways in which digital technologies can help achieve the objective of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one world. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to begin the very first meeting of the working group, I am honored to introduce Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, who has been steering the agenda of the Digital Economy Working Group and the working of METI. May I request, sir, to kindly deliver his welcome remarks and present the agenda for the day.
उत्तर प्रदेश के यशस्वी माननीय मुख्यमंत्री योगी श्री आदित्यनाथ जी, ऑनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ यूपी योगी श्री आदित्यनाथ जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड आईटी श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन मिनिस्टर ऑफ हैवी इंडस्ट्रीज श्री महेंद्रनाथ पांडे जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एंड आईटी श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी, रेस्पेक्टेड चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ यूपी Dr. D.S. Mishra sir, distinguished dignitaries, delegates from G20 countries, invited nations, multilateral, bilateral agencies, academia, industry, startups, session speakers, media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a matter of great privilege and honor for me to be here this morning at the first Digital Working Group DEWG meeting in this beautiful city, capital city of Lucknow. I am sure you would have enjoyed and had a first taste of this beautiful city which has immense history and culture. And over the next 3 days, I am sure you would get to see much more in terms of culture, heritage, cuisine, art and artifacts, and the great thing has been done under the leadership of Honorable Chief Minister. I would like to extend a warm welcome to the honored guests, esteemed dignitaries, and all the delegates from G20 members, guest countries, international organizations, and all the participants in this meeting. In recent years, there has been a consistent shift in the contours of global economy into the digital space, which has opened new frontiers of development. The digitalization of different sectors has become a pioneer in aiding the post-pandemic economic recovery phase. The digital economy allows nations to generate new employment possibilities and encourage entrepreneurship in emerging economic sectors like fintech, e-commerce, etc. The creation of digital infrastructure and providing people with the means to participate in the digital economy will be essential component to these solutions. In light of these developments, the DEWG is a vitally important working group that can aid nations in navigating the ongoing financial or downturns by promoting cybersecurity in the digital economy, facilitating the development of digital public infrastructure, and encouraging digital skilling and upskilling to produce a workforce that is prepared for the future. As an example, India's digital economy grew 2.4 times faster than the Indian economy, with strong forward linkages to non-digital sectors. Official figures also highlight that around 62.4 million, that is 11.6% of the national workforce, are employed in the overall digitally dependent economy. The Digital India campaign, which was launched in 2015, served as an enabler for the digital economy's growth, ensuring that the citizens are connected through high-speed networks and can access a robust nationwide digital ecosystem. The role of DEWG in G20. The role of the digital economy is also becoming increasingly important for the G20 as it offers a range of opportunities for economic growth, job creation, and innovation. The G20 Digital Economy Working Group aims to facilitate collaboration between G20 countries in promoting global digital transformation. The DEWG has previously discussed building interconnected, protected, and safe digital technologies to develop an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable digital economy. As chair of the DEWG, India intends to build on the achievements and commitments of the past presidencies while introducing new areas for potential collaboration among G20 nations. India's agenda. With the G20 presidency in 2023, India seeks to initiate focused deliberation on three priority areas, and I start. Number one, digital public infrastructure for digital inclusion and innovation. Two, cybersecurity for a safe, trusted, and resilient cyberspace. And three, digital skills, building a global future-ready workforce. Digital public infrastructure, the first point. DPI plays a crucial role in enhancing government-citizen engagement by empowering citizens and ensuring ease of governance, business, and living. The development of DPI in India has demonstrated that countries and developing economies can leapfrog to create large-scale social transformation. Under India's presidency, the G20 will look forward to elucidating the benefits of DPI and offer a cohesive framework to build similar DPIs across G20 members. The DPI agenda under the DEWG will also focus on low and middle income economies and devise funding mechanisms for developing DPI ecosystem in these countries. India's own DPI system, I would like to quote a few. Aadhaar has been one of our world's largest digital identity program, which has provided digital identities to 1.3 billion people and facilitated over 80 billion e-authentications in last decade. It was kick-started with the objective of building an ID for everyone for strengthening service delivery and promoting innovation. Unified Payment Interface, UPI. India's leading digital payment platform, UPI, is an open and interoperable digital payment platform that integrates multiple bank accounts into a single mobile application. It has so far facilitated financial volumes over 147 billion with a value of 3.1 trillion US dollar. So that's a massive achievement in case of UPI. The CoWIN is our third leading population scale vaccination platform, which is a transparent system that allows tracking of each dose of vaccine supplied to vaccination facilities and to the people. Till now, the platform has facilitated 2.2 billion doses of vaccination, which have been given to the people, and 1.1 billion registration for the users. DigiLocker is another population scale government-sponsored platform for issuance of and verification of all official documents and certificates digitally. Set up to provide consent-based and secure access to critical lifelong documents, the platform has onboarded 130 million users and issued over 5.61 billion official documents till now. As the DEWG chair, India will try to showcase its experience, best practices, and the roadblocks in the domain to help build DPIs by proposing a common framework that suits an individual country's needs. Second is cybersecurity in digital economy. The borderless nature of cyberspace makes it critical for the G20 members to adopt a shared responsibility towards making the digital economic financial environment more secure. To further digital transformation and effectively harness the global digital economy opportunities, ensuring its security remains vital for G20 members. The DEWG agenda under India's presidency will focus on deliberating on a robust cybersecurity framework for better awareness about cybersecurity in the digital economy. The DEWG at the G20 offers a fitting opportunities for G20 member states to discuss the security challenges in the digital economy, along with developing curated response to possible future threats. Third is digital skilling. The G20 DEWG in the past has acknowledged the challenge of digital skilling and has come up with a consensus on the need for comprehensive solutions for digital skilling. This includes the Digital Literacy Toolkit launched by the Indonesian presidency last year. India's G20 presidency seeks to carry forward the previous initiatives and introduce a strategy to develop digital upskilling and reskilling programs across G20 countries. The G20 Digital Skilling Agenda for 2023 also includes the introduction of a common reference framework for facilitating the mutual recognition of digital skills across different countries and the establishment of a center of excellence to operationalize the proposed framework. Summing it up, India's digital economy has seen tremendous growth in the past decade. Under its presidency, the country is poised to lead the G20 conversation on technology innovation and digital solutions for the economy. I have no doubt that both emerging and developed nations may benefit from business opportunities in the digital economy and raise their countries and their world's GDP. Thank you, and we eagerly anticipate additional discussions, agreements with like-minded nations, and collaboration with reliable partners for social empowerment and digital economy. As India takes up the presidency of the G20, India's success in creating a citizen-centric digital economy will be displayed as a model of creative use of technology to be replicated in other parts of the world. Once again, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, all the delegates. We have got delegates from all the countries, and I'm happy that they have had a good experience yesterday. So we extend a warm welcome to once again all the delegates, all the participants, and each and every one of you present here. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir, for laying out the agenda of the Digital Economy Working Group. Under the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and IT, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, several Digital India initiatives have been launched for improving the ease of living and ease of doing business. I would like to request Honorable Minister of State, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, to kindly deliver his address.
Start on this. It's a little too big.
Okay. The Honorable Chief Minister of the great state of Uttar Pradesh and our host in this historic city of Lucknow, Yogi Adityanath ji, my colleagues in the Government of India, Ashwini Vaishnav ji, Mahendranath Pandey ji, Secretary in the Government of India, Alkesh Sharma ji, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for being here. A warm welcome on behalf of all of us in the Government of India to all of you attending this first Digital Economy Working Group in the historic city of Lucknow. I think we can all agree without any hesitation of any contradiction that we are living in extremely interesting and challenging times. I say both interesting and challenging. It is an opportunity-rich landscape that we look forward to, but at the same time, we have seen over the last 3 years how an opportunity-rich landscape, how an optimistic scenario of the future can be turned on its head by unprecedented events like a pandemic, a war in Europe, and all of the consequences of that on the global economy and indeed the digital and the innovation ecosystem in particular. Let me just share some views with you, some of my thoughts with you. I obviously speak as a member of a government that has used technology over the last 9 years under the leadership of our Prime Minister with his vision to really create an preeminent example of how technology can not just create innovation and successes and unicorns, but also at a very fundamental level, technology be used to transform the lives of people, citizens, the narrative of governance, the narrative of democracy in general. And I will point to you that I will make this point that for several decades, this conversation about governance, the digital economy, and innovation were indeed treated as three separate buckets, held together by some tenuous threads that conferences and seminars threw up. But effectively, the discourse around governance, the discourse around the digital economy, or the economy in particular, and innovation were really treated by three really different audiences and very disparate audiences. It was considered that digitalization was an expensive proposition, that the digital economy was always conflated with the big tech companies and the big tech giants, whether they were in the West or whether they were elsewhere. And so it was that before COVID, that was really the prism through which we looked at the digital economy. But some years before this, in 2015, as Alkesh referred to, our Prime Minister laid out a very different type of a vision for digital technologies, and he called that Digital India. He launched it in 2015. And he laid out three broad goals for that program, which I would like to share with you and for all of those who are increasingly looking at digitalization and the digital economy as an opportunity going forward. That learning, that journey that India has traveled is very relevant. In 2015, the goals around technology that our Prime Minister laid out was A, technology must empower people, transform their lives. B, that technology must create more opportunities within the digital economy. And C, that this whole narrative that technology is expensive, it is dominated by a few companies or a few countries, needs to be turned on its head, and technology should be a lot more available to countries that are not historically technology originators. And if you look at 2022, you look at our experience during the pandemic, a lot of the investments, a lot of the capabilities that were built leading up to 2019 helped us significantly. And I use this example always to tell my friends around the world. I have in this position, in this responsibility, the occasion to meet many ministers from around the world, digital ministers, technology ministers. And I say the best determinant or the best descriptor of the power of technology is how for several decades India's democracy was seen as dysfunctional, difficult to deal with, and for people to benefit from. And famously in the late 80s and the early 90s, there was a Prime Minister of India who said, for every 100 rupees that leaves Delhi, only 15 rupees reaches the beneficiary, the Indian citizen. And in between, the 85 rupees mysteriously vanishes, a process of evaporation that has never been explained by any law of chemistry or physics. But in 2022, because of the efforts from 2014 onwards, you see today a total rejig, a redesign of the democracy of India, where the technology allows benefits, subsidies, government programs to reach Indian citizens without any leakage, without any intermediation, without any delay, with absolute clarity, and reaching the intended beneficiary without any other impediment in between. Creating in turn significant amounts of increase in the trust between a citizen and his or her government. I use that as an example to just demonstrate the power of technology that we have harnessed, and the prism of technology that prism through which we see technology and its benefits for our people. A couple of other points. I know we are going to discuss, you're all going to discuss the digital economy. We are going to discuss the power of the digital public platforms, what we have built into digital government in India and other parts of the world. And the fact that the internet today in India is, we have 800 million Indians online, with 1.2 billion Indians coming online very shortly, making the whole issue of user harm, safety and trust on the internet, and therefore cybersecurity an important element of what we plan for the future as well. And I think countries around the world, we need to collaborate, we need to discuss. As the internet, as we know, is open and ubiquitous and has no boundaries and no geographical lines that distinguish your internet from our internet or their internet from somebody else's internet, that we also speak about how do we deal with making the internet a safe and trusted and accountable place for all our citizens. I will just end by, this is obviously, I've spent 3.5 decades in technology, and this is an audience that I would like to spend hours and hours having discussions and engagement with, but I'm limited to 5 minutes to speak, and I will sign off by saying this, that I think we are living in absolutely exciting, unprecedented times for all those who are engaged with technology, public policy making and policy making. What we have seen in the last 5 years is, I believe, a tip of the iceberg. The next decade, as we see it, is a decade of technology opportunities. And I think for the youth and the young people of all our countries, technology represents an ability to grow, innovate, prosper in a manner that they haven't seen and had opportunities for any time in the past many, many years. And as our Honorable Prime Minister says, this is not the time for war, this is not a time for conflict, this is really a time for our policymakers to work together and create a better future for the youth of the world and youth in particular in all our countries. So thank you very much for being here. Thank you for participating in this DEWG, the first DEWG. Thank you for your attention. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now I am privileged to introduce Shri Mahendra Nath Pandey, our Honorable Minister for Heavy Industries, Government of India, under whose able leadership, heavy industries and allied sectors of our economy are flourishing. May I request our Honorable Minister to please share his thoughts with the audience.
आज भारत के सुप्रसिद्ध शहर लखनऊ में फर्स्ट डिजिटल इकोनॉमी वर्किंग ग्रुप की मीटिंग के शुभारंभ के मौके पर यहाँ डायस पर उपस्थित आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री माननीय श्री योगी आदित्यनाथ जी, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी और माननीय राज्य मंत्री श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी, श्री दुर्गा शंकर मिश्रा जी, मुख्य सचिव उत्तर प्रदेश, और श्री अलकेश कुमार शर्मा जी, सचिव इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं आईटी भारत सरकार, एंड द ऑनरेबल डेलीगेट्स ऑफ G20 कंट्रीज एंड इनवाइट कंट्रीज तथा अन्य सम्मानित जन, मीडिया के बंधु, आप सबके प्रति सम्मान। आज आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष बाद भारत ने अमृत काल में प्रवेश किया है। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के कुशल नेतृत्व में न केवल भारत विश्व में अलग पहचान बना चुका है, बल्कि आज G20 के माध्यम से पूरी दुनिया का नेतृत्व भी कर रहा है। आज चाहे दुनिया भर में कोरोना जैसी महामारी का विषय हो या तुर्की और सीरिया में हाल में आए भूकंप जैसी प्राकृतिक आपदा का विषय हो, भारत ने वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के प्रति अपनी प्रतिबद्धता दिखाते हुए अपने वैश्विक कर्तव्य का निर्वहन किया। प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी आज ग्लोबल लीडर के प्रथम पायदान पर खड़े होकर पूरे विश्व को एक महत्वपूर्ण आत्मनिर्भरता का संदेश दे रहे हैं। पिछले 9 वर्षों में पूरे भारत को जिस प्रकार विश्व में सम्मान की दृष्टि से देखा जा रहा है, वह पहले कभी नहीं हुआ। डिजिटल तकनीक G20 सदस्य देशों के आर्थिक रूपांतरण की आधारशिला रही है। शासन से लेकर कारोबार तक के मामले में सेवाओं और उत्पादों की प्रभावशीलता तथा दक्षता बढ़ाने के लिए इन तकनीकों को अपनाया गया है। बात स्वास्थ्य की हो, कृषि की हो, विनिर्माण की हो, खुदरा कारोबार, मोटर वाहन, बैंकिंग और वित्तीय सेवा या शिक्षा की डिजिटल तकनीक की पहुंच आज हर उद्योग में है। आज अर्थव्यवस्था के तमाम क्षेत्रों में सूचना प्रौद्योगिकियों को मजबूत उपस्थिति और नई तकनीकें भी लगातार सामने आ रही हैं, जो कारोबार और सरकार के लिए महत्वपूर्ण हो गई हैं। चाहे उन्नत रोबोटिक्स, वस्तुओं के इंटरनेट, बिग डेटा एनालिटिक्स, यांत्रिक बुद्धिमत्ता, ब्लॉकचेन तथा क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग आदि इसके उदाहरण हैं। ये तकनीकी विनिर्माण और भारी उद्योग क्षेत्र के लिए भी बेहद अहम है। इनके उपयोग से उत्पादन प्रक्रिया बेहतर हुई है, उत्पाद परिष्कृत हुए हैं और आपूर्ति श्रृंखला को भी बहुत मजबूती मिली है। इसके कारण ही ये चौथी औद्योगिक क्रांति आई, जो भविष्य की डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था और मनुष्य को मशीन के बेहतर संबंधों के लिए अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण है। पिछले एक दशक में इंडस्ट्री 4.0 में निवेश लगभग 10 गुना बढ़ा है, जो वर्ष 2025 तक बढ़कर 200 अरब डॉलर हो जाने की संभावना है और उसका पूर्ण अनुमान है। इस निवेश का एक बड़ा हिस्सा G20 के सदस्य देशों द्वारा ही किया जाना है, ताकि औद्योगिक कामकाज और कारोबार बेहतर हो और उद्योगों और डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था के कायाकल्प में तकनीक की उपयोगिता को देखते हुए डिजिटल भविष्य को बेहतर करने के लिए G20 डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था कार्य समूह, जो यहाँ पर इस पर चर्चा होने का एक वहाँ महत्वपूर्ण अवसर है। इसके लिए आवश्यक है कि उद्योगों में डिजिटल नवाचार को बढ़ावा दिया जाए, परिणामी नवाचार और डिजिटल परिसंपत्तियों को सुरक्षित रखा जाए। उद्योगों और अर्थव्यवस्था में आमूल-चूल परिवर्तन के लिए तीसरी महत्वपूर्ण आवश्यकता यह है कि सभी डिजिटल तकनीकों और डिजिटल रूप से सक्षम भविष्य के लिए तैयार एक कार्यबल तैयार किया जाए। ये सभी पहलू मिलकर उद्योगों को आर्थिक वृद्धि में बेहतर योगदान कर सकने में सक्षम बनाएंगे और इनसे हम एक गतिशील, सशक्त, लचीले तथा समावेशी डिजिटल भविष्य की ओर तेजी से बढ़ सकेंगे। जहाँ तक भारत की बात है, हमारी उभरती अर्थव्यवस्था में डिजिटल तकनीक के विकास की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका रही है। भारत सरकार पूंजीगत वस्तु स्कीम के तहत हमारे भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय द्वारा नवाचार के माध्यम से इंडस्ट्री 4.0 को अपनाए जाने को बढ़ावा दे रहा है। इसके लिए रोबोटिक्स, ड्रोन और एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के साथ साथ बुद्धिमत्तापूर्ण मोटर वाहन तकनीकों, सेंसरों, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक और कंट्रोल्स तथा सुरक्षा कंपोनेंट और प्रणालियों से जुड़ी कई परियोजनाओं को मंजूरी दी गई है। इस नवीनतम तकनीकों के आने से उद्योग जगत के कार्यबल और युवा इंजीनियरों को नई तकनीक में कुशल बनाना आवश्यक हो गया, जैसे डिजाइन, मॉडलिंग, उद्योग प्रोटोटाइप और स्मार्ट मैन्युफैक्चरिंग। इस कमी को पूरा करने के लिए ही भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय सेक्टर स्किल काउंसिलों के माध्यम से 100% उन्हें सहायता दे रहा है, ताकि उद्योग के लिए नेतृत्व में लेवल 6 और इससे ऊपर के लिए नया राष्ट्रीय कौशल क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क तथा क्वालिफिकेशन पैक को विकसित किया जा सके। भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय द्वारा 3 वर्षों में आगामी 70,000 दिनों में 70,000 से अधिक लोगों को कुशल बनाने के लिए उद्योग संघों और एसएससी के बीच तालमेल कायम करेगा। शॉप फ्लोर प्रक्रियाओं के स्वचालन और विनिर्माण में रोबोट के उपयोग के क्षेत्र में विकास इस बात के उदाहरण है कि किस प्रकार तकनीक ने गति और मानकीकरण के मामले में असेंबली लाइन को बदल दिया। रोबोटिक्स के क्षेत्र में वृद्धि को मुख्य रूप से इलेक्ट्रॉनिक उद्योग और मोटर वाहन उद्योग, धातु और मशीनरी, प्लास्टिक तथा रासायनिक उत्पाद से बल मिला है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था पर अपने हालिया भाषण में इस बात पर विशेष प्रकाश डाला कि डिजिटल इंडिया देश को गौरवान्वित कर रहा है और बाली में G20 शिखर सम्मेलन के दौरान इसकी विशेष रूप से सराहना भी हुई है। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस बात पर प्रकाश डाला कि यूपीआई के माध्यम से डिजिटल मनी ट्रांजैक्शन पूरी दुनिया को दिखाया है कि कैसे एक पल में पैसा ट्रांसफर किया जा सकता है और कोविड के समय में विशेषकर भारत ने कोविनैक के माध्यम से डिजिटल इंडिया में इन दोनों क्षेत्रों में अपनी श्रेष्ठता दिखाई है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी से प्रेरणा लेते हुए भारी उद्योग मंत्रालय ने भी देश के निर्माण में क्षेत्र में इंडस्ट्री 4.0 को अपनाने के लिए अनुकूल माहौल बनाने के प्रयोजन से एक समर्थ उद्योग नामक पहल की है। इन राष्ट्रीय केंद्रों को समर्थ उद्योग नाम बड़ा ही उचित दिया गया है, जिसमें समर्थ यानी स्मार्ट एंड एडवांस मैन्युफैक्चरिंग एंड रैपिड ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हब, ये राष्ट्रीय केंद्र ऐसा माहौल बनाने में मदद कर रहे हैं जहां विनिर्माण को, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्री को, खासकर छोटे और मझोले उद्यम डिजिटल उद्योग प्रौद्योगिकियों को अपनाने के लिए साथ साथ आगे बढ़ सकें और उनमें कौशल विकास भी हो सके। इन प्रदर्शन केंद्रों के माध्यम से उद्योग को पारंपरिक मशीनों को अपग्रेड कर और बेहतर प्रशिक्षण के माध्यम से अधिक स्मार्ट विनिर्माण को अपनाने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया जा रहा है। विनिर्माण के क्षेत्र की तकनीकों के रूपांतरण के लिए डिजिटल रूप से कुशल प्रतिभा का होना अत्यंत आवश्यक है। उद्योग में डिजिटल तकनीक के उपयोग के लिए कार्यबल को डिजिटल रूप से सक्षम बनाना यह सुनिश्चित करने का एक अच्छा तरीका है कि समावेशिता और आजीविका में व्यवधान न आए। आज अर्थव्यवस्था के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में इन एकीकृत प्रयासों से डिजिटल रूप से समावेशी समाज का मार्ग निश्चित रूप से प्रशस्त होगा और सस्टेनेबल डिजिटल अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए इसका प्रभाव G20 सदस्य देशों के साथ साथ अन्य देशों में और संपूर्ण विश्व में भी दिखाई पड़ेगा। इन शब्दों के साथ आप सबके प्रति सम्मान, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir. Our next speaker is someone who wears many hats, leading a number of key portfolios for the Government of India. With his stewardship of railways, telecom, and digital public infrastructure, he brings a new level of energy to the Indian economy. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics, Information Technology, Railways and Communication.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Shri Yogi Adityanath ji, Honorable Union Ministers, Shri Mahendranath Pandey ji, Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar ji, Chief Secretary, Shri D.S. Mishra ji, Secretary, Shri L.K. Sharma ji, distinguished delegates, wish you all a very warm welcome to the first Digital Economy Working Group. 2023 is going to be a landmark year in many ways. We have collectively overcome a huge pandemic that threatened the very fundamental modern way of life. Digital technologies have got accelerated and have become an integral part of our lives today. AI, 5G, quantum technologies, they have come of age. There is a serious inflection point. It is in these exciting times that India has assumed the leadership of G20. Under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India has created a unique framework for digital economy. This framework is inclusive. It focuses on making a significant difference in every citizen's life. It places premium on openness and trusted technologies. It emphasizes scalability to a population scale. And most important element is that the India stack can be deployed in any country that you choose. The uniqueness of India stack lies in the way we approached digital economy, digital technologies. Unlike many geographies where digital technologies were concentrated in the hands of few big, large, powerful companies, India created a public-private partnership model. What is this public-private partnership model? Public-private partnership model basically has a huge role for every stakeholder. Take the example of the payment system, the UPI, which many speakers will explain in good detail. The Government of India invested public funds in creating a robust platform, and then it invited every stakeholder to join. Who are these stakeholders? More than 300 banks joined, insurance companies joined, e-commerce companies joined. Every possible stakeholder who uses payment and who doesn't use payment, everybody uses payment, right? Everybody joined. 1.2 billion people joined this platform. Imagine the power of this platform. No single company, no single person has complete control of this. Every person is, in a sense, it democratizes complete technological solution. And the results are in front of everybody. 2016 is when UPI was launched. By now, it has reached a scale where on an annual basis, 1.5 trillion US dollar worth transactions are done, and the average settlement time is 2 seconds. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Trillions of transactions flawlessly done. No single person, no single company can have control of it. Open, transparent, algorithm driven, absolutely no issues of privacy, privacy protection. All things combined is what the platform is. Similar platforms, same approach, creating a public platform, then let everybody join. When the COVID pandemic hit us, how do we manage vaccination of a population of this scale with the challenges that we have in logistics? Once again, the government of India created a public platform called CoWIN. Everybody else joined. The pharmaceutical companies, the vaccine companies, the airlines who have to manage the transportation, the hospitals, the clinics, the state governments, everybody joined this, and 1.2 billion people joined this platform. Believe you me, each and every vaccine, scheduling, transportation, what is the stock available in a clinic, everything was managed digitally, and within a short time frame of 2 years, 2.2 billion vaccine doses have been administered flawlessly, and the vaccination certificate doesn't have to be printed on paper. The moment your vaccination happens, the certificate is there in your mobile phone in a digital form with a proper QR code, proper certification, proper authentication in it. If a person has taken a vaccine on a date X, what is the second dose date pops up in your CoWIN platform. If the first vaccine was taken on the left hand, second vaccine has to be taken on the right hand. So the CoWIN tells you, oh, your first vaccine was on the left hand, this time take it on your right hand. That's the power of digital technology on population scale with public-private partnership. Friends, you will discuss in good detail all these, how this technology became possible, how the vision of our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's vision was translated into this great technology. I'll share one more thing and then end it. Telecom is the backbone of digital economy, friends. Therefore, it must come from trusted sources. We all face this challenge today. Our Prime Minister decided to develop 4G and 5G telecom technology stack, and within a very short time frame of about 20 months, the team India has developed a very robust, totally virtualized, absolutely as per global standards, a telecom technology stack that was initially tested for 1 million simultaneous calls, then it was tested for 5 million simultaneous connections, and last December, it was tested for 10 million simultaneous connections. This year, the entire technology stack will be rolled out throughout the country. Of course, 5G is being rolled out using global solutions, but in line with the global solutions that we have, There will be a solution from India, designed in India, made in India, and trusted fully as per global standards. Friends, India believes in sharing. Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has authorized us to offer the India stack to the world. This is our contribution to the world. This is because our civilizational ethos teaches us that entire humanity is one family. And that's why the theme of this G20 is One Earth, One Family, One Future. We all share the same future. I wish all the delegates very good stay in India, enjoy the delightful cuisines, buy beautiful handicrafts, and join the confluence of ancient society with modern world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. Uttar Pradesh, one of India's largest states in the country, is also amongst North India's leading IT hubs. Over the past few years, there has been a dedicated focus on developing the state's physical infrastructure, digital infrastructure, and human capital. The dynamic leadership of the Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh has helped strengthen its IT and electronic sector and also its startup system, both of which are playing a key role in driving the country's growth. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to invite Yogi Shri Adityanath, the Honorable Chief Minister of the state of Uttar Pradesh, to address the gathering.
G20 डिजिटल इकोनॉमी वर्किंग ग्रुप के आज के इस उद्घाटन सत्र में मंच पर उपस्थित भारत सरकार के माननीय रेल, संचार, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रालय के माननीय मंत्री श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी, भारत सरकार के भारी उद्योग के माननीय मंत्री श्री महेंद्र नाथ पांडे जी, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी तथा कौशल विकास और उद्यमिता मंत्रालय भारत सरकार के माननीय राज्य मंत्री श्री राजीव चंद्रशेखर जी, प्रदेश के मुख्य सचिव श्री दुर्गा शंकर मिश्र जी, सचिव इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स एवं सूचना प्रौद्योगिकी मंत्रालय भारत सरकार श्री एलकेएस कुमार शर्मा जी, G20 समूह से जुड़े हुए सभी देशों के सम्मानित प्रतिनिधिगण, आमंत्रित देशों और संगठनों के सभी उपस्थित प्रतिनिधिगण, उपस्थित मीडिया के मित्रों, भारत के हृदय स्थल उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में मैं आप सबका हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। उत्तर प्रदेश की सरकार की ओर से भी और उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता की ओर से भी आप सबका स्वागत करते हुए मुझे अत्यंत प्रसन्नता की अनुभूति हो रही है। भारत की आबादी की दृष्टि से उत्तर प्रदेश सबसे बड़ा राज्य है। 25 करोड़ की आबादी इस राज्य में निवास करती है। यह भारत की आध्यात्मिक और सांस्कृतिक विरासत का प्रतिनिधित्व भी करता है। भारत की सबसे उर्वरा भूमि भी उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर है। भारत की कुल कृषि योग्य भूमि में से 11% भूमि उत्तर प्रदेश के पास है, लेकिन इसमें 20% खाद्यान्न उत्तर प्रदेश करता है। भारत का सबसे अच्छा जल संसाधन भी उत्तर प्रदेश के पास है। भारत के पास कुल आबादी का सबसे बड़ा राज्य होने के नाते सबसे युवा शक्ति भी उत्तर प्रदेश के पास मौजूद है और आधुनिक अर्थव्यवस्था की दृष्टि से जो एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार एमएसएमई का बेस चाहिए, ऐसे 96 लाख एमएसएमई की यूनिट भी उत्तर प्रदेश के पास मौजूद है। भारत के एक ऐसे राज्य की राजधानी लखनऊ में, जो अपनी पौराणिक और ऐतिहासिक पृष्ठभूमि के रूप में जाना जाता है, G20 समूह से जुड़े हुए विभिन्न देशों से आए हुए आप सभी सम्मानित अतिथियों का, सहयोगी मित्र देशों के सभी सम्मानित प्रतिनिधियों का, संगठनों से जुड़े हुए प्रतिनिधियों का मुझे उत्तर प्रदेश शासन की ओर से यहाँ पर स्वागत करते हुए प्रसन्नता की अनुभूति हो रही है। मैं इस अवसर पर आप सबका हृदय से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करता हूँ। ये हमारे देश के लिए एक सौभाग्य का क्षण है कि जब हमारे देश भारत ने अपनी आज़ादी के अमृत काल के प्रथम वर्ष में प्रवेश किया है, तब दुनिया के इन सभी प्रतिष्ठित 20 देशों के समूहों की अध्यक्षता एक वर्ष तक भारत के नेतृत्व में भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ये सभी कार्यक्रम का एक अवसर भारत को प्राप्त हुआ है। हम सब जानते हैं पिछले 9 वर्ष के अंदर वैश्विक मंच पर भारत की प्रतिष्ठा को आगे बढ़ाने और दुनिया के हर एक उस अवसर पर जब भी दुनिया को एक नई दिशा देने की बात रही हो, वह प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने दुनिया के देशों के सभी नेतृत्व के साथ मिलकर के समाधान की ओर से बढ़ाने में अपनी बड़ी भूमिका का निर्वहन किया है। आज आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में उत्तर प्रदेश सरकार गवर्नेंस के विभिन्न आयामों में अत्याधुनिक तकनीक और डिजिटाइजेशन को अपनाकर प्रदेश की एक बड़ी आबादी को अपनी सुविधा उपलब्ध करवाने का कार्य कर रही है। हम सब जानते हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश भारत की आबादी की जितनी बड़ी आबादी का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा है, वह भारत की कुल आबादी का लगभग हर छठा व्यक्ति उत्तर प्रदेश में निवास करता है। तकनीक का उपयोग करते हुए हम लोग इतनी बड़ी आबादी के साथ में पूरी पारदर्शी तरीके से कार्य कर रहे हैं और तकनीक का लाभ किस रूप में प्रदेश के वासियों को प्राप्त हो रहा है, यह देश की सबसे बड़ी खाद्यान्न योजना पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के माध्यम से उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर देखी जा सकती है। उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर 80,000 फेयर प्राइस शॉप्स हैं। अक्सर एक बात की शिकायत होती थी आज से 6 वर्ष पहले कि इसमें खाद्यान्न गरीबों को नहीं मिल पाता है, लेकिन हम लोगों ने जब उसमें ई-पॉस मशीन लगाई, ई-पॉस मशीन के माध्यम से प्रदेश के अंदर से हमने उनकी मॉनिटरिंग करनी प्रारंभ की। आज परिणाम है कि 15 करोड़ लोगों को हम लोग पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम से खाद्यान्न उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं और तकनीक का उपयोग कराने के बाद 1200 करोड़ रुपए की सालाना बचत भी प्रदेश को इसके माध्यम से हुई है। इसी प्रकार से जीवन के अन्य अनेक क्षेत्रों में भी हम लोगों ने इन कार्यक्रमों को आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया है। खासतौर पर प्रदेश के विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में जो कुछ भी आज परिवर्तन हम सबको देखने को मिलते हैं, वह तकनीक के बेहतर उपयोग के माध्यम से हम सब देख सकते हैं। खासतौर पर इस सदी की सबसे बड़ी महामारी के दौरान, कोविड-19 के दौरान प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने अब तक 40 करोड़ वैक्सीन की डोजेस प्रदेश के नागरिकों को उपलब्ध करवाने में सफलता प्राप्त की। प्रदेश के अंदर 6.25 करोड़ कोविड टेस्ट कराने में भी हमने सफलता प्राप्त की। प्रदेश के अंदर इस प्लेटफॉर्म का उपयोग करते हुए आज व्यापक परिवर्तन करने के कार्य हो रहे हैं और आज उसका परिणाम है कि देश की 25 करोड़ की आबादी के सबसे बड़े प्रदेश में हर ओर वह परिवर्तन हम सबको देखने को प्राप्त हो रहा है। मित्रों, डिजिटल तकनीक आज की आवश्यकता है। इसके माध्यम से हम एक पारदर्शी व्यवस्था के साथ ही प्रत्येक नागरिक के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन लाने का काम भी कर सकते हैं। और भारत ने पिछले 9 वर्ष के दौरान जिस तेजी से इस क्षेत्र में न केवल परिवर्तन लाया है बल्कि 140 करोड़ की आबादी के जीवन में व्यापक परिवर्तन करने का कार्य किया है, वह दुनिया के उन तमाम देशों के लिए एक उदाहरण हो सकता है। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर ही हम देखें तो 2 करोड़ 60 लाख किसानों को प्रधानमंत्री किसान सम्मान निधि का लाभ, 1 करोड़ उन लोगों को जो निराश्रित महिलाएं थी, वृद्धावस्था में निराश्रित वृद्धजन थे या दिव्यांगजन थे, उनको पेंशन की सुविधा का लाभ हम लोग इस तकनीक के माध्यम डीबीटी के माध्यम से उन्हें उपलब्ध करवाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं। इसी प्रकार से प्रदेश के अंदर 1 करोड़ छात्रों को स्कॉलरशिप की सुविधा हम डीबीटी के माध्यम से उनके खातों में करते हैं। बेसिक शिक्षा परिषद के स्कूलों में अध्ययन कर रहे 1 करोड़ 91 लाख बच्चों को, जो काफी वीकर सेक्शन के हैं, उन्हें यूनिफॉर्म, बैग, बुक्स, शूज, स्वेटर, ये सभी हम डीबीटी के माध्यम से धनराशि उनके अकाउंट में भेजते हैं और वे स्वयं अपने उसके माध्यम से अपनी राशि को खरीदते हैं। अपने लिए जो भी उनके लिए उपयोगी हो, यूनिफॉर्म बनाने का काम करते हैं या बैग और बुक्स का क्रय उस धनराशि से स्वयं करते हैं। किसानों को मिलने वाली किसी भी प्रकार की सुविधा डीबीटी के माध्यम से हम उपलब्ध करवाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं। प्रोक्योरमेंट की पूरी पॉलिसी को हमने उसके साथ जोड़ा हुआ है और प्रदेश के अंदर अपने युवाओं को तकनीकी रूप से सक्षम बनाने के लिए उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर हम 2 करोड़ युवाओं को वर्तमान में टैबलेट और स्मार्टफोन भी उपलब्ध करवाने का कार्य कर रहे हैं। एक बड़े अभियान के साथ इन कार्यक्रमों को आज उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर पूरी प्रतिबद्धता के साथ आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य किया जा रहा है। आज प्रदेश के अंदर ई ऑफिस की प्रणाली लागू होने का परिणाम है कि उत्तर प्रदेश की कार्य प्रणाली में पूरी पारदर्शिता आई है। प्रदेश न केवल अब कृषि और अपने जल संसाधन के लिए और युवा शक्ति के लिए, बल्कि एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में वैश्विक जगत में भी हम सबके सामने देखने को मिल रही है। आपने देखा होगा अभी 10 फरवरी से 12 फरवरी के बीच उत्तर प्रदेश ने अपना ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट का आयोजन किया था। इन्वेस्टर समिट से वैश्विक व्यापारिक समुदाय से 40 देशों के प्रतिनिधियों ने उसमें प्रतिभाग किया था और उस पूरे आयोजन के दौरान उत्तर प्रदेश को 33,50,000 करोड़ रुपए से अधिक के निवेश के प्रस्ताव भी प्रदेश के अंदर प्राप्त हुए। इसके लिए हमें तकनीक को अपनाना पड़ा था, जिसमें प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों को किसी भी एमओयू की मॉनिटरिंग के लिए प्रदेश के अंदर हम लोगों ने निवेश सारथी के रूप में यहां पर अपना एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म तैयार किया। सिंगल विंडो की सुविधा उपलब्ध कराने के लिए निवेश मित्र के रूप में हमने ये सुविधा हर एक निवेशक को उपलब्ध करवाई और जो भी निवेशक प्रदेश के अंदर निवेश करे और निवेश की सफलता के बाद शासन से मिलने वाली, शासन की किसी भी पॉलिसी के अंतर्गत मिलने वाली इंसेंटिव को इंसेंटिव मॉनिटरिंग सिस्टम के माध्यम से हमने उन्हें एक प्लेटफॉर्म उपलब्ध कराया। आज परिणाम है, उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर व्यापक पैमाने पे निवेश हो रहा है और उत्तर प्रदेश आज अपने इस डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम से एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में दुनिया के सामने अपने नागरिकों के और उत्तर प्रदेश को एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में स्थापित करने की ओर तेजी के साथ अग्रसर हो रहा है। आज भारत ने जो प्रगति की है इस दिशा में, वो वास्तव में एक नई अर्थव्यवस्था के रूप में दुनिया के लिए एक नया मार्गदर्शन हो सकता है। खासतौर पर G20 के लिए जो थीम निर्धारित किया गया है, वह भारत की प्राचीन थीम है, जो वास्तव में वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के साथ हम सबको जोड़ता है। वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर। ये वास्तव में भारत का वह प्राचीन श्लोक है जो भारत की दुनिया के बारे में उस सोच को प्रदर्शित करता है, जिसमें हमने जो कुछ भी हमारे पास था या भारत के पास है, उसको हम लोगों ने कहीं भी किसी राग द्वेष के या किसी भी अन्य अहंकार के कभी ये नहीं कहा कि ये मेरा है तो इस पे मेरा ही एकाधिकार है। हमने कभी इस बात को नहीं सोचा। भारतीय मनीषा ने तो एक ही बात कही थी, अयम निज परोवेति गणना लघु चेतसाम उदार चरितानाम तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम। और वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के इस भाव को, जिसमें वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली, वन फ्यूचर की भावना निहित है, जो आज जो G20 के इस थीम के साथ आज डिजिटल इकोनॉमी वर्किंग ग्रुप की इस बैठक के साथ हम उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी में यहाँ पर एकत्र बैठे हुए हैं। निश्चित ही डिजिटल इकोनॉमी वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के इस भाव के साथ पूरी दुनिया को एक परिवार के रूप में आगे बढ़ाने में मदद कर सकती है, उनके जीवन में और मानवता के जीवन में व्यापक कल्याण का भाव लेकर के आगे बढ़ सकती है। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि G20 वर्किंग ग्रुप की यह बैठक उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी लखनऊ में आप सभी आए हैं, कुछ नए मुद्दों को लेकर के आगे बढ़ेगी और मानवता के कल्याण के मार्ग को प्रशस्त करते हुए आप सभी एक नई दिशा देने का कार्य करेंगे। आज के इस अवसर पर आप सब ने उत्तर प्रदेश की राजधानी में डिजिटल इकोनॉमिक ग्रुप की इस प्रथम बैठक में उपस्थित होकर के उत्तर प्रदेश के कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाने में अपनी मदद की, क्योंकि ये लगातार 5 दिनों के 2 इवेंट 5 दिनों के अंदर उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर संपन्न हो रहे हैं। मैं इसके लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, केंद्रीय मंत्री माननीय श्री अश्विनी वैष्णव जी का और उनकी पूरी टीम का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आप सबका मैं हृदय से यहाँ पर स्वागत करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि G20 डिजिटल इकोनॉमिक ग्रुप की यह बैठक निश्चित ही देश को और दुनिया को एक नई दिशा देने का कार्य करेगा। इस पूरे अभियान की प्रति मेरी शुभकामनाएं हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for sharing your valuable time and your thoughts with us. May I request Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, to kindly present a memento to our dignitaries. Yogi Shri Adityanath, Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister, Electronics, IT, Railways and Communication. Shri Mahendranath Pandey, Honorable Minister for Heavy Industries. Shri Rajiv Chandrasekhar, Honorable Minister of State for Electronics and IT, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Shri Durga Shankar Mishra, Chief Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Now, I would like to request Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, METI, to present a memento to Secretary Shri Alkesh Kumar Sharma. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please be seated for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please be seated for the next session. We have an exciting lineup of 5 sessions for today on digital identity, cybersecurity, digital public infrastructure and the SDG agenda, digital initiatives of the state of Uttar Pradesh, and digital technologies. May I request the audience to please be seated? We will start the next session shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to invite you to please visit the exhibition hosted by the government of Uttar Pradesh at the enclosure by the pool when you get the chance. May I please request everyone to be seated? We will be starting the next session shortly. May I request the audience to please be seated? We will be beginning shortly. Delegates in the foyer area, may I please request you all to be seated? May I request the audience to please be seated? I would also like to take this opportunity to inform you that the Digital India van has just reached Lucknow. The van offers 5 unique immersive experiences on various aspects of the Digital India campaign. And as of today, the van has traveled to over 75 locations in Lucknow and over 1 lakh people have already visited it. Our first workshop for today's side events is titled Digital Public Infrastructure, Sharing Implementation Experiences of Digital Identity in Various Countries. We are ready to start the session now. May I please request everyone to be seated. Our first workshop for today's side event is titled Digital Public Infrastructure, Sharing Implementation Experiences of Digital Identity in Various Countries. Digital identification, or ID systems, are fast becoming critical determinants for a host of citizen services. From enrolling in a school to opening a bank account, to accessing healthcare and receiving other welfare benefits. As a result, such ID systems are seen to have a tremendous potential to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals laid out in the 2030 Agenda. With countries opting for different architectures and approaches to guide the design and development of their ID systems, in today's workshop, participants will discuss their respective journeys, including the challenges they face and opportunities that lie ahead. In this segment, panelists will deliver their opening remarks in the form of a presentation if they wish to do so, followed by a discussion. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Jonathan Marskell, who is the Senior Program Officer for the World Bank Group's Identification for Development, or ID4D initiative, based in Singapore, and is the global lead for digital data infrastructure in the World Bank's Digital Development Global Practice. Mr. Marskel will lay out the context for today's discussion and will then proceed to moderate the session.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I would ask everyone who's standing in the column in the middle if you can find a seat so we can begin the session. Also, if I could ask the esteemed speakers, please, actually, to make your way up to the podium. Pak Ikwan, Dr. Varma, Dr. Garg, if you mind. Yes, please come up, please come up. Very good. Okay. Good morning, everybody, once again. I hope you're doing well. Before I begin the session, I do want to thank the government of Uttar Pradesh and the government of India for the very warm hospitality. I also want to take this moment to express condolences and to pass strength to our friends in Turkey and Syria for the horrific earthquake. We all see what's happening, and it's terribly heartbreaking. But for our friend from Turkey, it's an immensely strong country and immensely strong people, and you'll get through it. So please accept our condolences. If I can now ask to put my slides on the screen, I'm going to frame the session. Excellent. Okay, so this first session is about digital identity, which is part of the topic of digital public infrastructure. The session today, we're going to try and finish on time because we're standing in between you and the coffee breaks, but we have a fantastic set of speakers. We have Dr. Saurabh Garg, who is the CEO of the Unique ID Authority of India. We have Dr. Pramod Varma, who is a chief architect of the Aadhaar digital ID system here, but also very actively involved in digital ID and DPI projects around the world. And then we have presentations from Indonesia, from Germany and the European Union, Pak Ikwan, Dr. Sufki, and Mr. Delcross. And then hopefully we'll have some time for a panel discussion. But first, to frame the topic, why does digital identity matter? So whether you're using an ID card, an ID number, or increasingly today a mobile app, the ability to prove who you are securely and easily is a prerequisite for accessing services and economic opportunities. At the World Bank, this is a priority for us. We're working in approximately 50 countries to support the development of digital ID systems, including financing of approximately $2 billion. We've seen in India how this has been transformative for financial inclusion. Bank account ownership jumped in just 6 years from 35% to 80%. This is literally hundreds of millions of people, especially women and people in poor households who have access to financial services for the first time. When Thailand wanted to introduce universal health insurance, they used their national ID. So they went from 75% to 98% people having subsidized healthcare in a matter of months. And in terms of social protection, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we have seen how the countries that had ID systems in place and were able to use databases were able to reach 3 times more beneficiaries than those who did not, which was very important when things had to move quickly and efficiently in terms of mitigating the socioeconomic impacts of the pandemic. Then, in terms of digital government services, there's the very famous case of Estonia, where 99% of government services can be accessed end-to-end online. Now, we present this diagram to show the evolution of identity. So in the first third, you can see when we were local economies and societies, we had these paper IDs. Actually, this one is from Indonesia, the first ID card in Indonesia. We use this, and as you can see in the vertical axis, that's the value of transactions, and the horizontal axis is the number of transactions. So we just had a piece of paper that said, I'm Jonathan Marskel, maybe with a photo. And then as countries became more integrated within those countries, there was the introduction of more secure ID documents. that had maybe security features like holograms and those kind of things. But now, as you can see, as we evolve into a digital economy in society, we have the opportunity to introduce digital ID systems that allow people to do transactions online. And I want to make the distinction between a digital identity and a digitalized identity that is just based on digital technology. But it's also important to recognize that countries are at different stages. As the World Bank, we work on digital ID from Somalia to Indonesia to Thailand. And so the starting point is to get everybody a legal identity. This is part of the SDG targets, so that's the foundational ID systems. Then it's about the linkage to services, and then it's about using the ID for online transactions. And this is a natural continuum. And increasingly, we're also seeing cross-border uses of digital identity. So in the European Union, they have the eIDAS regulation, which I'm sure we're going to learn about, that allows a European citizen to access services online in another EU country using their national digital identity. And then you'll see there in the Philippines, where we're helping the country develop a digital wallet where they can store all kinds of digital credentials, which is the next frontier of digital identity. However, so I talked about proof of legal identity. We've just published last week a new data set that shows 850 million people in the world do not have any form of identity, a birth certificate, any form of official ID. Most of them are in sub-Saharan Africa and in South Asia. You can scan the QR code to find more insights from this information. As you can see, for low-income countries in the second row, 35% of people do not have proof of legal identity, which is a very high number. How can we have development if more than a third of people cannot prove who they are? Now, digital identity is certainly a core part of this new concept of digital public infrastructure, along with digital payments and data exchange. How we frame this is that once you have identity, payments, and data sharing designed well and functioning well, then you can deliver all the other kinds of use cases, whether it's digital health, digital social protection, digital economy, etc. But identity is important because it's also an enabler for the other parts of digital public infrastructure. Myself, as a resident of Singapore, I can actually, and a former resident of Thailand, I can send money immediately from my IC number in Singapore to my ID number in Thailand, and the money is received in a matter of seconds. Likewise, when it comes to sharing data, a digital ID allows someone to show consent for sharing their data. During the pandemic, I was filing my taxes from Singapore in Australia using my MyGov ID. When I went to Australia, I was able to consent to sharing my vaccine records with the Australian Department of Health so that I could get an Australian vaccine certificate. So this was all done securely, enabled by my digital identity. There's two more resources I'd encourage you to access. We recently published a case study with the GovTech Agency of Singapore about their digital ID system known as SingPass. And there are these 10 principles for good ID, which kind of like 10 commandments about how to do an ID system well, also to safeguard privacy, cybersecurity, and make sure that people are not excluded. So that's all for my introduction. I'm now very pleased to introduce Dr. Saurabh Garg, who is the Chief Executive Officer of the Unique ID Authority of India. As we heard earlier, 1.3 billion people are registered in the system known as Aadhaar. Dr. Garg leads efforts around Aadhaar, which is India's homegrown digital ID solution and has an adoption rate of 95%. And importantly, that happened in a very fast span of time. Prior to working at the UIDAI, Dr. Garg was the Principal Secretary for Agriculture and Farmers Empowerment in the state of Odisha, where he worked on digitalizing agriculture and developing direct income transfer programs for farmers. So I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Garg to give us a presentation about India's Aadhaar system. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, and good morning, my fellow panelists and esteemed delegates and guests from the different G20 countries. We had in the morning, the Honorable Chief Minister and the Minister for IT had mentioned about some of the digital public infrastructure. So I'll just talk of our experience of implementation of our digital identity and what are the kind of challenges we faced. So it gives a better sense of where we are. Aadhaar is the name that has been given to the digital identity of India. Aadhaar in Hindi means foundation, and it's really the foundation for building the other aspects of the digital public infrastructure. I'll talk a bit on where we are and what has been the impact over the past decade or so since we started the Aadhaar system. Just to give an overview of the features of Aadhaar, it's a random 12-digit number with no intelligence. It remains, it's a lifelong identity. It's for all ages and for all residents. So even if a foreigner is resident in India for 6 months, they are eligible for an Aadhaar. We collect minimal data. I'm sure my colleague Pramod Verma might be speaking to you a bit on the use cases as we go ahead. And it's biometrics. We collect the biometrics, which is what lends itself the uniqueness, unique character to it. In our partner ecosystem, the mention was made of a public-private partnership. And I think Aadhaar exemplifies that public-private partnership. We have an enrollment system where there are a number of partners, state governments, private agencies. Similarly, on the authentication side, it's really run by a number of private partners. I'll talk a bit on that. And then, of course, we have the biometric identification system, which actually does the engine which deduplicates and brings out the uniqueness. This is what we collect in the Aadhaar. I mentioned about the minimal data. We collect only 4 demographics: name, address, gender, and the date of birth. Very often the address carries a care of field, so it might have a parent's name also. And the 3 sets of biometrics, which are the 10 fingerprints, the 2 iris, and the face. And the mobile and email, though it's optional, increasingly in order to really utilize the power of Aadhaar, mobile is necessary. And this biometrics are what are used to deduplicate and to check whether the person has already been enrolled. And then based on the 10 fingerprints, 2 iris, and biometric and the face, the deduplication is done. We've reached a stage that we've generated 1.35 billion digital IDs. And if you look at the adult, we are at 100% enrollment. It's really the 0 to 5 years, which is an ongoing target. We have every year around 20 million to 25 million births. And by the time they are 5, most of them are also enrolled. And obviously after 10 years where we have enrolled all people, it's the updates which are really being done. People keep, mobility is there, so addresses change. They want to update their photographs if there are changes in names, etc. That is what is really, and mobile number, of course, people keep changing their mobile numbers. Authentication is where really the usage comes in, and that's the power of the digital ID. And how it works is that you have the Aadhaar number, or you can generate a virtual ID number which you can change. Any individual can change every 24 hours if they want. And either with a fingerprint or the face or the demographic, we confirm whether that person is really the person who they are claiming to be. And I think the empowerment that gives this to people, for people who never had an ID, is something which really drives the economy. We do about 70 million authentications a day. So that's the kind of usage. You can see the Honorable Chief Minister was talking about the rations where people get wheat or rice every month, and it's done through authentication, which ensures that the person who's really supposed to get that ration, they are getting it, and there are no leakages in the system. I talked about the fact that a lot of public and private agencies use it. The banking system obviously uses it extensively for the know your customer norms and to be able to also drive a number of the payments. UPI, of course, can operate on both on this platform and otherwise too. The second thing which is there is the offline verification, that very often in places there may not be connectivity. So a QR code is there on every Aadhaar card, which one can read. It's an encrypted QR code. So there have been complaints that people Photoshop the card. So it's very easy to find out whether someone is using a Photoshopped card. So that's how the offline mechanism is also there, which in remote areas is very useful, as also to be able to, for anyone to just on the fly verify whether that person is really the person whom they claim to be. Just to talk a bit on the impact, about $100 billion worth of benefits have been transferred using the Aadhaar ecosystem, which was mentioned in the inaugural session also. The cost of onboarding customers, both time and cost, has reduced from somewhere around $23 to less than 10 cents. And I think that's really helped to ensure that the economy grows faster, that people can onboard financial system, whether it's people who are insurance industry, pension, investors, or bank customers can be onboarded so fast. And also the fact that one can operate a bank account using a point of sale device means that brick and mortar banks are not really required in the over 650,000 villages that we have. So people are able to operate their bank accounts at the village by the use of the point of sale device. I think Jonathan mentioned a bit on the need of a digital identity. I won't reaffirm that, but the fact is that the value to the economy has been estimated for anywhere between 3 to 13%, depending upon the status of digitalization in a country. And I would really encourage you to look at some of these reports which talk about the benefits. The India stack is what was mentioned in the morning. These are 12 products, I would say, which form a part of the India stack. Aadhaar is the foundational ID layer. We have the UPI, which is the payments. GEM is the government e-marketplace, which all procurements have become so much more transparent and faster because of that. CoWIN app was mentioned. DigiLocker is where different documents can be accessed in an authenticated manner from the DigiLocker. And e-office and others are. So these products are only increasing as time goes on, and all of them follow the same principles of being open source and open tech. I was asked to speak a bit on some of the milestones and what were the challenges that we had over the past 10 years. Just to mention about the journey of Aadhaar, it started really in 2005 when a need was felt to be able to identify people uniquely so that benefits or transfers or welfare subsidies that the government gives reach the people and one can identify. The first Aadhaar got issued in 2010 I'll show the next graph. By 2014 we had over 100, nearly 1 billion Aadhaars issued. And then it was legally challenged on the grounds of invasion of privacy and confidentiality. And the Supreme Court went into the entire issues. And based on that, the framework has really been set out, which governs Aadhaar now. And as of now, we have more than 1,100 programs of the state government and the central government which use Aadhaar. to ensure that deduplication, that means the same beneficiary doesn't occur twice, and second, that there are no ghost beneficiaries, that there is a name but there is no person behind it. So both these are where the real impact comes from. This is as the enrollments now have stabilized to around 25 to 30 million a year, which is what is the birth rate, and it's really the updates which are increasing. Authentications we've done cumulatively about 15 billion transactions, and about on an annual basis we do about 2 billion eKYC transactions. Just to some of the challenges we had while over the past 10 years, I'll just summarize some of them. One is obviously when we started, people had no IDs. A lot of people had no IDs. Many of us had multiple IDs. We had a passport, a driving license, and a host of other IDs. So in order to overcome that, we had to introduce the concept of an introducer, so that a person who has no ID, no existing ID, how are they identified, do physical service for address verification, and of course work with civil society organizations. And I think that is where really a lot of the groundwork happened to be able to enroll people who never had IDs. For the different AVILT, of course we had exception handling in case there were no biometrics for some people, and home enrollments and best finger detection to ensure that authentication can be done. Second one, the challenge of coverage. We have 1.3 billion population, many of them in remote areas, and therefore it was a whole of a government approach with different portions, different agencies being used in different states, depending upon the area where they operate, and what is possible. Some are offline, some are online. There is coverage, there is lack of coverage in others, and then have special enrollment drives where needed, and really follow a kind of a campaign mode for the enrollment. There's always a challenge of people, process, and technology. We follow a very flexible way of operating despite being a statutory organization. So we have a mix of people from the government and the private sector. We set up different committees to standardize the devices, the biometric standards, and the systems. And this is something which I would really think that requires probably a multi-stakeholder effort at the global level going forward. And obviously there's a constant battle with technological obsolescence, and that's why we just moved into an on-premise cloud, for example. And so I suppose that's a running battle that we have to work on. We've just introduced artificial intelligence in our authentication systems also. Individual privacy and balancing the usage. I think that's a very, very important balance. That is what was also challenged in our Supreme Court. We follow a privacy by design, and in terms of, for example, the minimal data that we collect. We remain purpose blind so that there is no fear of any surveillance being done. And consent is central to our entire systems. Security, cyber security, I cannot really emphasize that, and the need for continued vigilance in this. And we use multiple mechanisms, firewalls, governance mechanisms, etc. And we continually working on building our strength in that area. Where we are headed is really expanding the usage of Aadhaar. What we want is that the Aadhaar needs to be the basis for the ease of living of residents. And that's how any government service which is given, the default should be digital, and that identification can be done by the ID system that we have. We have both an online and offline, and that's really the focus. And we have a very strong grievance redressal. Every day we get 200,000 queries a day of people regarding either on the usage or the grievance. So handling customer satisfaction in that sense is extremely important, and we keep on updating our systems. We've started doorstep services through the postal authorities, so the nearly 100,000 postmen are also carry a tablet, so a number of mobile changes addresses can be done by them. My last slide, since this is a session on DPIs and perhaps the identity layer is one of the very basis, I would strongly urge the group to think of how we can develop the kind of standards that I mentioned, whether it's standards of the biometrics, the way it's collected, the devices, and I think some work has already been done, and that is something that would really help and also help ensure interoperability between different ID systems of the world, and we are in discussion with some of them already. And second is obviously going forward, perhaps there might be a need for a multi-stakeholder specific institution for DPIs. So I will leave with this thought, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garg, and also a big thank you for keeping to the time. I'm now pleased to invite Dr. Pramod Varma to give us a presentation on the use cases for digital ID. Here's the clicker, and do you want to use one of those microphones? Or do you need to? I think you can try that. Okay, very good. So Dr. Varma is the Chief Architect of Aadhaar. He's also the Chief Technical Officer of the XStep Foundation, and amongst other roles and hats, and he's one of my favorite speakers. So I'll hand over to you now, Pramod. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think this is meant for short people.
No.
Yeah, maybe I need that, or yeah, maybe. Okay, no problem. I have to see that. Yeah, I don't think they had a collar mic. I would have preferred collar mic. I could have walked around. Okay, so I have 10, 15 minutes or so. Okay. What I wanted to talk about is how did India look at digital public infrastructure not as a set of applications, and the significant misconception in people's mind that digitizing is equivalent to building DPIs. Digitizing is the first step, and he showed that with identity. Just digitizing an identity is not enough. How do you build a building block that allows many layers of innovation to happen later on top of that? So thinking DPIs is thinking very low level, like infrastructure, building blocks that allow layer of innovation. I'll talk about few of that, and I'll end with connecting the dots. It might be a little bit abstract, but stay with me, okay? Very importantly, I think we look at it from two sides. What is in for people? Why should people get excited about it, right? So people's excitement comes from access to healthcare, access to education, access to food, access to business opportunities, access to job opportunities, and so on. But affordability and choice as well. While I have access, it has to be affordable, and definitely you need choice. Choice is a vector a lot of people miss out, especially when government turns into a provider. You also tend to miss out. So it's important that we look at market participation. Minister talked about private, public, private coming together to create choice and affordability. While these are very important factors, from the state perspective, from government perspective, similar cares you will hear, these words you will hear. Sovereignty of your own, in your own control, inclusion as a term, economic development, productivity as a term, and very importantly, innovation. I think somebody talked about in the morning, I think a secretary talked about inclusion and innovation, and not inclusion versus innovation. Because private innovation and inclusion don't come all the time, go together. How do you balance that act is very, very key. While we do this, we actually we are very familiar as countries building public physical infrastructure. But we don't tend to think about digital infrastructure because digital has been such a fast development, you tend to outsource it to private companies. You don't think of highways. How do you build digital highways? GPS, internet, like systems, but beyond, and identity being one of them, right? So it is essential that countries look at DPIs for inclusion and innovation, as we talked about, but essentially to create access, choice, and most importantly, fair market competition. Something that you tend to miss out. When we DPI, we talk about poor people, inclusion, giving free stuff. That's only one aspect of it. It's important that we create innovation, a fair market economy, because at the end of the day, that's how the economic development would happen. And when you look at DPI, I want to take it maybe a little bit loaded, but I'll take a definition, crack at the definition. So look at DPIs not as a set of applications. Think of them as utilities, like identity. By itself doesn't do anything, but it allows many, many innovations to happen by other people. Others have to leverage the utility to develop. It's like highway. No one drives, there's no economic transportation going on. It's as good as useless utility, right? Think of utilities. Think of interoperability as an essence of DPI, like highways connecting the towns and enabling, right? Interoperable via standards, that's very, very key. And operated under a well-defined set of rules. It's very important that a governance of DPI is as well thought out, and most very importantly, open, transparent, and participatory way, because DPI is not mean for few set of people or few set of companies. It meant for the, as a utility for the, it's like electricity grid or highway for the whole country. So you have to important that bring participatory governance and create open access for equitable access onto that idea to build on top of that, and ensuring many countries talk about sovereignty, especially in the times of war and so on. That is important that you have your own control of the overall infrastructure. But very, very importantly, think of them as building blocks. Think of them as Lego blocks and not as a finished product. Every time you think of as a finished product, you are thinking monolithic. You are not thinking like unbundled building blocks. And that's what infrastructure thinking is all about. So that government, societal entities, and market entities can innovate on top of that. They can combine the Lego blocks to put together solutions that we may not have imagined. That is very, very important. And this is the approach. So if government does everything, then you have a problem. You still have a single provider, slow innovation issue. But if you outsource everything to sort of all tech companies like a private entities, you will have a lack of interoperability because that's not their natural interest, and lack of competition because monopolization sets in. So how do you drive this balance being at the center is through the idea of DPI being the highways or electricity grid or the plumbing, digital plumbing for the country. On top of that, many things can happen. And the innovation layer, the white layer, would come from government. Governments can innovate, other parts of the government can innovate. Like identity is a classic example, where one part of the government provided identity as a building block. The direct benefits transfer or social protection departments leveraged that, innovated on top of that to provide direct benefits transfer. That was not identity authority's innovation. That's innovation by other people on top of it. And similarly, private players can innovate as well. That ensures diversity, it ensures choice, very, very important. And very much important is it creates a level playing playground for innovation and thus fair competition. And this is very, very essence of DPI. And India's journey, and now I can go fast because you've been hearing the same thing in one sense from the morning. The size of India is very, very daunting. 1.4 billion, the most populous country in the world, I think last month or something. 22 official languages. In Bangalore, where I come from, speak 109 languages, by the way. So 22 are official languages, but we speak a lot of languages, a lot of culture, and high diversity in everything we see. Diversity calls for non-uniformity. It's very interesting. So you don't want uniform solution. You don't want uniform approach. You want unified approach. And the unified approach comes because you have an underlying fabric called digital public infrastructure. So unifying is the essence of India. And we started this journey in 2008 or 2009 when the identity project was kicked off, we had less than 20% bank account then. And we were giving 50 billion US dollars subsidies. And minister talked about less than 15% going to the right people, because tremendous leaks used to happen. And this is a study from 2020 from Bureau of International Settlements, BIS in Basel, that says India would have taken 46 years to give 80% of the people bank account. If we did not think about digital public infrastructure as a mechanism for exponential development, not a linear development. Linear would have taken 4.5 decades, and India compressed that with literally in 6 years. So we compressed 4 decades of development cycle, not because we ended up solving one by one. We built the building blocks that allow others to solve. So we distributed the ability to solve. We did not solve as government. It's very important. And on the same pipe, identity as a use case, one of the biggest use case of identity was opening bank account. That's where we allowed. And he talked about collapsing the cost and increasing the trust. Identity allowed bank accounts to collapse the cost to cents, few cents to open a bank account. Paperless and presence-less way of bank account opening, collapsing the cost with high trust. So how do you create low-cost, high-trust system that expands the market? And that allowed us to take it to actually move 1,000+ schemes with benefits transfer, $322 billion in the last few years, directly to the bank accounts of the people. And that is essence. That's very, very important for us to be able to do. This was done completely by an ecosystem, large ecosystem coming together to actually solve. And it came in handy during COVID because we used the same pipe during COVID. Essence of DPI, again back to digital public infrastructure is a set of building blocks that creates exponential, combinatorial innovation by anybody. And that is how government should, anybody who is building DPI should not try solving the whole thing. Then you are the provider and you believe you can solve. And a lot of us don't believe we can solve. We don't even know how to solve half the time. But we create the impetus, the catalyzing power to be able to solve that later. It's very important to be humble, not knowing full solutions, right? And other identity started with that. I don't want to belabor on that. We already covered it really well. But importantly, while Aadhaar provided foundational identity to a human being in India, I am who I am, I can make a claim digitally, we are also building functional and other identities like entity ID. How do you digitally authenticate a business? How do you digitally authenticate a doctor? I want to do a telemedicine. How do you know that the other person is even a doctor? So it's very, very important we think identities as an essence of trust when you do transactions. Whether it's a B2B, B2C, G2P, doesn't matter. Trust is essential and hence identity. We build payment because moving money it's as important as moving messages today. So UPI and payment infrastructure we built was not a smartphone solution. It was not an app. It was an underlying protocol, like a GSM on the phone. Protocol that allowed many companies, many companies and many banks to unify the payment movement of money, whether it's G2P, P2P or P2M. And that's why we are able to actually move so much. And very interesting, the last right bottom number is very, very important. December alone, on the same payment infrastructure, we did 384 million payments by people who had no phones. So they are the people with fingerprints. So Aadhaar authenticate using Aadhaar as a mechanism to prove I am the owner of the identity and the owner of the account, and hence I can move my money. So it's not about smart card, it's not about phone apps. It's about the underlying infrastructure that creates that inclusive innovation. Whether it's fingerprint-based payment, smartphone-based payment, or feature-based payment, now voice-based payment, and so on, are coming up on the same rails. So think rails when you think about DPI. And data and credentialing started with DigiLocker, and that's very, very powerful. You hear, this is what Jonathan talked about, identity, payments, and data. When we talk about data, data means both credentials and data. Credentials are like my engineering degree or my school leaving certificate or my trade license or anything of that sort. Today, DigiLocker acts as a mechanism to unify and digitize credentials for the country. Why credential, digital credential, like vaccine certificate? Because that when I can prove that I am an engineer, I am a plumber, I am a skilled person, I have a trade licensed trader, and so on, in a digital fashion, low cost, high trust, it opens up opportunities. It opens up dramatic opportunity. Otherwise, physically, the low trust, high cost system would prohibit you from doing it. So DigiLocker acts as a unifying mechanism, and that works on this data empowerment, as Jonathan talked about, consented data exchange mechanism or architecture we call DEPA. And that is also coming with the law currently that is going to support data and credential ownership by people. That means India, like GDPR, for example, not only legally will support, but a technology infrastructure that allows me and a billion people like me to take ownership of my data and my credential, so that I can convert data and credential into an asset. And when I convert them into an asset like money, I can use that to create business opportunities, economic opportunity, better skilling, better jobs, and so on. And that, in turn, is opening up India's first financial data network, by the way, went live last year, and we have 1 billion accounts attached to it, and 250 plus participants. So this is a huge ecosystem play. Like Dr. Garg was talking, everything we are doing. When you think DPI, we are thinking rails. You can't think everything doing yourself. That means all this done by the ecosystem of private, public, and societal ecosystem, including NGOs, innovating on top of that, right? And this is not, one of the things we talk about DPIs being identity, payment, and data. Actually, we claim, no, it's not enough. We have to constantly democratize the bottom of the technology and democratize the bottom. It's like a Tetris game. If you have played the Tetris game, the bottom layers keep getting collapsed and democratized. And it will happen. When that happens, we are thinking about health. What does it mean to create health infrastructure? What is digital health infrastructure? Not health applications, not health solutions. Health infrastructure. What is health infrastructure? What is education infrastructure? And so on. We are thinking that hard. Some of them are in the journey. And when you bring it together, you see three very, very important patterns. And I leave with those patterns for you. One, everything India was doing is merely to ensure expansion of the pie and formalization of the economy. Otherwise, digital was available, or ability to prove who I am, and ability to reach and get opportunities, ability to do business was left for the top 10% of the society. And everybody else was living in an informal economy, right? How do you formalize the economy? Is essence of digitization should be to put that individual or an SME in the middle and design for formalization of them and giving them opportunity to do business or engage in trade or better skilling and learning opportunities and so on. And this has to do with three pillars, core pillars. One, policy. Countries have to think about DPI policy, not big RFPs trying to do the whole solution by yourself. What is underlying rails look like? What does internet-like design look like for financial internet, health internet, and so on? What is GPS-like system that allows unimaginable possibilities later? Policy to allow that thinking to come, and a set of DPIs, digital public infrastructure, to go with it, because policy alone would remain on paper. Policy plus digital infrastructure creates the possibility of actually pushing the domino. To push the domino, though, you need innovators. And innovators doesn't mean only private players. Government can be a brilliant innovator as well. And we have shown that in the government of India leveraging DBT, identity and payments for DBT. It's an innovation by the government for the citizen because it's a government benefit program. So government, societal actors like NGOs are innovating today in India, and obviously market players. So the policy should support that participatory and participation of innovation. It should not be seen as a non-innovative thing, okay? These three, if you can bring it together, it's very, very powerful. And I'll end with this absolute abstract of entire work we have been doing in DPI into these three things. One, identities, who I am. Not only foundational identity. Am I a doctor? Am I a teacher? Am I a farmer? Am I a bank employee? Everything is about identity. So think digital. Digital is about digitally authenticable. And ensuring non-repudiable trust on that claim. If my counterparty says I'm a doctor or a farmer, I must know, I can verify that. Yes, instantly low-cost verification of identity. But identity alone is not enough. You have to build identity attached or identity owned assets. That means what I have. This is all about what I have. If a farmer walks into a bank today and says, I have 1 acre land, there is no way the bank can even verify that claim. They can't verify a thing because everything is on paper, low cost, high, very, very high cost, low trust environment. How do you digitize and convert into a verifiable asset? And that's the essence of it. And it's important that you consider data, personal data, also as an asset. And ensure that people have access to their bank statements, their tax records, their bill statements, their credentials, their certificate, so that they can make equally trustworthy claims. And then comes the transaction on top of that. Because doing the two layers are only giving you trust, low cost, high trust. But real opportunity opens up when you create transactional environment, commerce environment, education environment, health transaction, participation, so ability to participate. If these are the essence of DPI, and if you can bring that together with a strong identity as the root and assets as an ownership and opportunity through transaction layers, you have actually magic ready to happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pramod. We're now going to shift to more country and regional presentations of a shorter nature. I'm very pleased now to invite Pak Ikwan, who is the head of the Center for International Affairs at the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. The ministry is affectionately known as Kominfo. So Pak, silakan.
Thank you, Pak Jonathan. Thank you for giving me the floor, and good morning to all speakers and participants. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank India that carry forward the topic of digital identity from previous presidency of G20 Indonesia, particularly in the discussion of development of interoperability of digital identity framework to harness the benefits of digital economy. Further, I would also urge participants to take the time to see the report of discussion from previous presidency named Report on Identifying Key Enablers on Digital Identity, which is publicly accessible. As what I observed from the previous presentations, I can see that digital identity is an emerging topic and crucial to achieve legitimate public policy objectives. Let me start this presentation with the fact figures of the increase of internet utilizations that shift Indonesian society to go mobile. Around 210 million people, or around 77% of total Indonesian populations, are active internet users. and 191.4 million of it is active social media users. These numbers are even more increasing significantly during the pandemic, as the growth of 21 million digital service users and 60% of it are shopping every week by the internet. By those various improvements, Indonesia is expected to reach $146 million of digital economy valuation growth by 2025. Indonesia believes that those significant data improvements are set by rigorous policies to support the digitalizations, in particular in the aspect of digital identity. The implementations of digital identity in Indonesia are based on the Law Number 11, year 2008, concerning the electronic informations and transactions, or usually in Indonesia we call it UU ITE, which regulates the Certification Authority, or CA, and Root Certification Authority. Certification Authority can be defined as a third party that issues digital certificates based on the ITUT X5009 standard, and it has function to check validity and tracking certificates that have been revoked or expired, while Road CA is the institution that verifies whether a CA is trustworthy or not. Under this law, or UITE, the private key aspects as a digital signature generator and documents that are affixed with digital signatures can be authenticated by the CA, and their integrity is guaranteed. Further, in accordance with Article 11 of the UU ITE, digital signatures have legal force and legal consequences on electronic documents. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also to inform you several implementing regulations concerning digital identity in Indonesia, as appears on the screen. But I would like to emphasize the government regulation number 71, year 2019, concerning the implementations of electronic systems and transactions, or in Indonesia we call it PSTE, which emphasize the role of Ministry of Communication and Informatics as the root CA, which regulates CA, which further certificates of digital identity or digital ID. As we see on the screen, ladies and gentlemen, the increasing numbers of electronic certificate operators in Indonesia since its inception in 2015. Those operators mainly work in various sectors such as e-identity, eKTP, that's already explained by Jonathan in the previous presentations, digital signature, financial service, e-commerce, transportation, telecommunications, and healthcare. And for additional information, out of the 9 operators in the screen, 3 of them are operated by government institutions such as iAuthentic, Balai Sertifikasi Elektronik, and Peruri. I understand that in spite of the good and fruitful utility of digital identity, it still deals with many challenges. I believe digital identity is deemed beneficial to increase safe and trust in online transactions, promote safe and secure digital environment, increase efficiency, reduce fraud, provide a better data governance, and also create citizen engagement on good government practice. However, we understand that a strong legal framework is needed to ensure data protections, security, privacy and consent, as well as interoperability between systems in concurrence with other various services such as banking, health, social security, health service, and other related services. Particularly in Indonesia, The challenge also include the technology and infrastructure, such as network availability, nationwide policy adoption, digital literacy, and low level of public trust in the importance of data security. Further, Indonesia also identified 4 foundational enablers for digital identity as a service. First is the effective design on digital identity, which needs to begin with the user necessity and its nature to engage with digital services such as lack of financing, skills, or connectivity. Second is collaboration and coordination across the digital identity ecosystem, which is relevant for all those who rely on secure identifications to provide or access critical services, along with the necessity to provide trusted and portable digital identity, which is critical for the digital economy and government to fully function. We also recognize that collaboration and coordination between all relevant actors, including those providing digital identity solutions, attributes, and credentials, is essential. The third is sustainable investment in digital identity. We believe that the benefits of digital identity are both short and long-term and depend on the usability, performance, and adoption of digital identity solution and scheme. This including ongoing funding for domestic digital identity programs and individual solutions. Also, we believe that countries should monitor and evaluate digital identity performance, including but not limited to security, adoption by end user and service providers, and also user satisfaction. And finally, a fit for purpose regulatory framework for digital identity implementation, which includes a comprehensive regulatory framework with regulations, laws, and other instruments. This is my last slide. This is the follow-up of actions that Indonesia needs to take, which comprises of 3 steps. First is to develop a set of regulatory frameworks, which has been initiated by enactment of UU ITE, PP PSTE, and the Ministry of Communication and Informatic Regulations number 11 year 2022 concerning the management of electronic certification. The second step is we also believe that MCI would develop technology infrastructure that focuses on digital trust. And the third step, we also believe that the necessity to strengthen digital talent to recognize the concept and the benefits of digital identity for society. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Terima kasih. I'm now pleased to invite our speaker from Germany, Dr. Irina Alexandra Sufki, hopefully I pronounced that correctly, my apologies if not, who is the Director for National, European and International Digital Policy at the Federal Ministry for Digital and Transport. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks to our Indian host for organizing this highly interesting event, and yeah, to the presentations of all the others have talked already. As we have a colleague from the European Union here as well, I'll try not to steal from him, but to talk more about the German experience, which of course is also a European experience, because what we do now, what we think about developing our national EID obviously is closely aligned with what we do in Europe, because everything else wouldn't make much sense. So to start with, which has been stressed over and over, and this is probably also why this panel takes place, also for the German federal government, the EID, or a digital identity, is of paramount importance. It is one of 3 priorities that we have in our new digital strategy that we came up with last year. And we are really striving to drive this project forward with high energy, because as has been said by others, it's really the basis of so much else in a digital economy. So this is why we give it really a high priority. Germany has a national EID, as I said already, and it's a teenager already, so it's been around for more than 10 years. it's not so widely used as it could be. It is not so well known as it could be. What I can say that it is very secure. It is probably not surprising for a German civil servant to say that, but I think it is also important to work on the other two. Why hasn't it been used so widely? Well, people simply don't know. But then there are not so many use cases available at the moment. This is particularly the case for public services. It's less so for private services. There's more that you can do. For example, register in online stores, tell people how old you are, whether you can use the store, and so on. And it is not so widely available for public services, and the main reason for that is probably federalism. But whether that can really count as a single cause, I'm not so sure, as other states are also federal states, and things seems to work anyway. So this is where we stand. We are working on improving the ID, closely aligned with European things that are happening. We want to come up with a smart EID where you really need only your smartphone and a PIN to identify online. We try to come up with new use cases. We work on more user friendliness, and we do all that in a new format, a GovLab, where people from all ministries come together and try to figure out how we can do it better in the future in a European context. And this is the moment when I hand over to you.
Yes, before Fabian speaks, I'd just like to mention that there is, we'll have some time for some questions after Fabian's remarks. So please think if you have any questions. I'm sure there'll be some microphones roaming, but I'm now pleased to introduce Fabian Delcroix, who's in the Directorate General for Communication Networks, Content and Technology. I believe that's DG Connect. Over to you, Fabian.
Thanks very much, Jonathan, and thanks, Irina, for the introduction as well. Let me first start by thanking very much the government of India for putting this key topic as a priority of our working group for this year. And let me also insist that we found India's country's experience both impressive and really inspiring. First, I would like to insist that, choosing this topic is fundamental, both from a practical, but also, I would dare to say, societal, collective, democratic kind of perspective. And this is from that angle that I want to share the EU's experience by addressing basically two main questions. The first one is, what are the challenges? And Irina just described some of very concrete kind of, Germany's challenges and experience. What are the lessons learned? And what it is that we are doing to fix the issues. So first thing, the lessons learned and where we are. We started this journey in 2014, a bit before the constitution of the Aadhaar here. And the initial idea at the time was for member states, or 28 member states at the time, to actually come together to share their national identities information. And as you are all well aware of, if there is one specificity about Europe, is that this is a combination of independent sovereign member states which have their own identity system. And in Europe, of course, identity is one of the core competence of nationality of member states' decisions. So how to have a well-functioning internal digital market where citizen consumers can share identity, buy online, cross-border, while you have different national identity schemes. So at the time, 2014, we thought we'll put in place a regulation whereby identity information, family name, dates, birth, gender, limited information will be shared with a central repository scheme, and when shared in Brussels, would be recognized in each country. It didn't really work as well as we wanted. So in terms of shortcomings, I would say only 14 member states notified their national schemes. It was only optional. Only 60% of EU citizens would benefit from such cross-country, cross-border electronic identification schemes. We made an independent evaluation of the schemes, and 3 other key lessons or key shortcomings were identified. The first one is, guys, it's interesting to share this basic identity information, but what about this new biometric, for example, tokens, which are as efficient to identify people and which should also be shared, like fingerprints? We had not foresaw that in 2014. Users' expectations have changed. Users want to have access via smartphone, mobility. And users are asking that various identity attributes can be shared online. So as Dr. Varma just explained, it's not only about identity, it's about your diplomas. It's about your driving license. It's about your health records. And finally, the EU legislative landscape changed dramatically with the implementation of the GDPR and the recent digital agenda. So, main conclusion from that is we need to do better. We need to take into account the specificity of the EU, whereby those different member states keeping their competence would be obliged, not only optional, but would be obliged to set up a digital identity system, share it with the EU, and work together to make it fully interoperable. And we also need a better uptake from citizens and business. How? We need more trust in the system. So at the end of the day, after a whole evaluation process, we decided to create a single unit EU system backed by legal obligations and a bottom-up standardization process where private stakeholders would co-create, would contribute. And this is what we are doing, and we are calling it the e-wallet. So now I just want to briefly tell you what this is about before concluding. So what it is that we are putting in place now. We are putting in place a single app system that would allow any citizen in the EU to open a bank account, to fill its tax returns, to rent a car, to benefit from different digital public services. In other words, we are expanding what was initially only traditional ID information into something where ID is linked with your personal credentials. And we want individuals to be able to sign, to be authenticated and identified. So the key principles are we are putting individuals in control, which is something that we have, of course, in common with the previous presentation firm. We want to have a mobile-first solution. We want to have a solution that brings trust. So no tracking, GDPR compliant, and the key GDPR principles, for example, data minimization, you would only share the amount of data that is required for the specific service that you are looking for, would be guaranteed. Purpose limitation, of course. If you share your health data for COVID purpose, it's not to allow government tracking for surveillance purpose. And how to do that, we thought, first and foremost, we need a regulation. It's not because the Brussels bureaucrats are just obsessed about new regulations. It's because this is the basic guarantee for the human-centric and democratic way of functioning of the e-identity. And this is what we are doing. So basically, how to do that? A regulation, legal obligation, backed and in parallel with non-regulatory tools. So the regulation is being put in place. As I touched upon, of course, it is fully compliant with our basic principles that guarantee the human-centric nature and the democratic nature of the app. But of course, having a single regulation also would remedy the problem that we had, the specific EU-type problem, which is cross-border use. Having a single system makes it, of course, easier for citizens to use it across the whole EU. This is the core, the regulation. And this is backed up with a non-regulatory kind of, approach, which is that we are developing standards, prototypes, and we are testing this, all that together in parallel as soon as possible. So standards, I would not enter into the details, but basically we are bringing together companies who have the solution, who can share the best practices, and who can tell us what it is that can work at EU level. This is an iterative process where business is co-creating the technological solutions. We are doing that, and the first standards will be ready this year. In parallel, we have selected some companies by open procurement to develop prototypes. And they are developing those prototypes to be ready by June this year. And in parallel, we are putting in place what we call large-scale cross-border pilots. And we want to test the prototypes, the standards, as soon as they are ready. So this is a bit of a race against the clock. And in May this year, we will be testing our first cross-border solution on mobile driving license, e-prescription, payments, educational, professional qualification, digital travel credential, etc. So basically, as you can see, we are trying to draw the lessons from the low uptake of our previous system. We are trying to do it fast. We are trying to do it not putting speed before substance, because we want the very human-centric and democratic nature of our system to be at the core, because we strongly believe that this is the key condition for trust and citizen uptake, as technology, of course, is not a fix for regulatory compliance. In conclusion, and because we are in the G20, let me first say that we are looking very much forward to the discussion with our partners on the variety of countries' experience. We are really hopeful that through this discussion, we will be able to identify best practices, learn from each other, eventually map countries' experience to possibly identify convergence. And we heard today through Indonesia, Germany, India's experience that we have lots in common. And we are really hopeful that on the basis of those commonalities, we'll be able to find common principles that will help us define common solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And give an extra round of applause for all our speakers, please, for some excellent interventions. We now have about 10 minutes for any questions and comments. I have a few questions for the panel, but I want to open up for the floor. If there's anybody who would like to ask a question or make any additional interventions, I would ask you to be brief, please. Yes, I see one over here. And can you introduce yourself as well, please?
Hello, this is Ankit Pala. I'm coming from industry by the name of NXP Semiconductors, a Netherlands-based organization. Firstly, thank you for the excellent insights. My question is, this is for the first time that the ease of transaction, especially with UPI in India, is way ahead of European Union. It is similar to the Rails concept which was mentioned by Dr. Pramod, created by DPI for enabling market possibilities, use cases of financial transactions, and inclusion of population. What are the use cases which European Union is missing to drive this? What is the challenge for European Union in adopting this India stack for European Union member states, which is equivalent for the democratization aspect as well? Thank you. Thank you.
Fabian, before you answer that, maybe let's see if there's any more questions. We'll take 2 or 3 now. Anyone else has a question or comment? I see there's a gentleman over there with his hand up. Please also introduce yourself.
Hello. So my name is Vinay and I'm the Managing Director for Lucknow IoT Park. Welcome to Lucknow. And my question was, this workshop, is it only for humans or also talking about the objects? Because I'm sure that those things, they will have 100% adoption, no choice. And I think this is very important for the digital economy, that our things are also connected like humans. We have their identity, we have the security, and we have seamless working of cities and infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question. It's not just things, though, and people. It's also legal persons. So entities is also very important. Last opportunity, if anyone else has a comment or intervention. Anyone? Do I see? No? Okay, so, or is there someone at the back? Ah, yes, fantastic. Please, ma'am, introduce yourself. Oh, the microphone is not working.
Oh, it's working now. Hi. Thank you so much for describing how EU plans to go ahead with digital identity. I'm Saudamini. I am a volunteer with iSpirit, which is Product Nation, the organization behind India Stack. My question was particularly on the non-regulatory tools that you described, and perhaps if you could throw some light on how it would be enforced on a technological level beyond the regulations and the legal enforcement that you mentioned. I think that was something that I found missing in your description. So would love to see how there's an algorithmic implementation of those legal standards that will possibly ensure that the digital identity is data minimization and purpose limitation first.
Thank you very much. So Fabian, do you want to answer the first question? And Dr. Irene, if you want to also add, and then the next 2 questions I'll open up for anybody who wants to come in. So Fabian, do you want to go first about the question about the EU?
Sure, and thanks very much for the questions. The first one is around the challenges that the EU is confronted with. I tried to touch upon those challenges in my presentation. I would maybe recall kind of 3 key challenges. The first one is related to the unique nature of the EU. So we need, and we are working together, national identity schemes in making them working cross-border without creating a new federal identity system. So we are not substituting national legislation and nationality, but we are making them working cross-border. And of course, that's a big difference with India, Indonesia, who have single identity system. The second challenge that we are confronted with is trust and uptake. As I was trying to say, we see that very much not only as a technological challenge, but as a trust challenge. How to make sure that citizens are in control, that citizens, when they are asked to share their tracking, their positioning for COVID tracking purpose, are not spied. How to make sure that we have a clear guarantee of this human and democratic nature of what it is that the technologies allow. And this is the reason why we have a regulatory-based approach, because we want our strong constitutional guarantees to be enforced. So this was the reason why I was insisting that tech is, of course, is not a substitute for legal compliance. Then coming to the second question regarding standard setting and the different solution that might come up. Thanks for bringing this question, which allows me to explain that this is not in the EU for the legislator to decide on what is the best technological solution. When I was saying we are putting in place an iterative approach where the standards organization, hence the companies, are co-creating, we mean that. So what does it mean in concrete terms? It means that by this year, by the end of this year, we will have different technological solutions that will allow citizens to switch apps, to switch technological providers. And this will be yet another element for these citizens to be in control. And we will not pick and choose what the best solution is. But one thing that we are insisting upon is that all these technological solutions must be both fully compliant with the regulatory requirements that I was mentioning, and must be, of course, fully interoperable and work at EU cross-border level. So at the end of the day, we want both the markets to function, and the apps that will be most efficient will be the one most chosen by our citizens. But we also want that those apps be fully compliant and interoperable. I hope I contributed to respond to the question. Thank you.
No, excellent. Dr. Sufki, do you have anything briefly to add?
Yeah, it's actually much has been said. I also agree that it's not really a question of coming up with sophisticated use cases. I mean, they are pretty obvious, and everything has been said on the panel today. And so it's really more about trust and building trust. And in Europe, this necessary, or everywhere in the world, but maybe in Germany and in Europe in particular, this involves security and protection of personal data. And this is what we are working on. And I think this will also lead to more uptake than we have seen in the past.
Fantastic, thank you. So we have 2 more minutes left. Does anybody else on the panel want to touch on the other 2 questions about things, identifying things, and non-legal safeguards? Dr. Varma? Yes.
Yeah, I just quickly answer on the UPI question. France has made a public announcement that they would interoperate with UPI, primarily because Indians travel, Indians are spenders, and I think it's important that countries accept. There's an acceptance of UPI. So when a lot of Indians travel to EU, acceptance of UPI, because then currency exchange become very, very easy, and it creates a lot of local merchant opportunities. Second is remittance. So there are 2 areas where I think UPI is being looked at as interesting, and not necessarily for their own use, but for surely to interact with Indians who are coming, and it's a large contingent who are traveling typically for education and everything else. On the IoT question, yeah, I think when I talked about functional identities for entities or legal persons, as Jonathan said, we talk about identities for people, things, and entities, legal person. Things are agents. Things will be a very, very critical agents of humans or entities. But the legal responsibility and accountability have to be taken by a human who is owner of that IoT device or car or anything else that you have, or an entity. One of them have to take legal responsibility. But yeah, identities. In fact, in Aadhaar, Dr. Garg's effort, all fingerprint devices are actually IoT devices, digitally identified, digitally signed, and authenticated before even the human authentication starts. The device authentication takes place in Aadhaar right now, today. Okay, out of the 70 million every day. So it's pretty good. It's a very important question.
Fantastic, thank you. Anyone else for a few seconds? Otherwise, we'll have to wrap up. Okay, well, thank you everyone. Thank you once again to the panel for a wonderful discussion, and hopefully it was interesting for everyone in the audience. I also want to thank the sign interpreters. They've been going back and forth doing a wonderful job, so thank you very much. And it's a wonderful initiative to have that as well, so I'd like to congratulate the organizers. So I'm going to close this session on my side just by saying that it's fantastic that the G20 presidency has included identity and DPI as part of its agenda, and also hopefully through the Digital Economy Working Group, we can look at how to have common frameworks for interoperability and for normative standards around identity systems, because I think there is a wide agreement that this is important. Now the question is how and what for. So without further ado, I'm very pleased to invite Dr. Garg to deliver closing remarks so we can close off the session. Thank you, Dr. Garg.
Thank you. I really don't know whether a closing remark is required, because I think all of us on the panel recognize the importance of having a digital identity as perhaps the basis for a lot of the work that each of our countries are doing in that. I think the digital identity existence of that itself develops the use cases, as was shown both in Indonesia and the EU and Germany. And it's a question of those use cases taking primacy over a lot of other factors, and how those use cases are viewed. And I think that will really grow the adoption of digital identity. I can just add that perhaps we didn't speak enough on the kind of empowerment that digital identity provides at the bottom of the pyramid, which we saw in India, and I'm sure in every country there would be people who are vulnerable and people who are perhaps not as well endowed with different assets. And I think at that level is where a lot of benefits of the digital identity come in. And digital identity is perhaps just one of the pillars on which the digital economy operates, perhaps a very, very foundational pillar. But given the fact that in India we are seeing the growth of the digital economy, which is much higher than the growth of other sectors in the economy, perhaps going forward, the digital economy enablers, of which digital identity is just one, would definitely get more importance and would contribute to the overall growth of economies. So just once again, I'm so happy that this kind of discussion has happened in this, and I'm sure the teams would be discussing in greater detail over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garg. So that concludes this session, so I'll hand back to the MC. Thank you once again for your attention.
Thank you, Jonathan, for that wonderfully moderated discussion, and thank you to all our participants. I would now like to invite you to just present souvenirs as a token of appreciation. Dr. Saurabh Garg. Mr. Ishwan. Mr. Fabian Delcros. Dr. Irina. And Dr. Pramod Verma. I would also like to call Mr. Ritul Gar on stage to present the memento to Mr. Jonathan. The videos from this session, as well as all the presentations, will be made available on indiastack.global. Since we're running a little bit behind schedule, we'll be moving into our next panel discussion. We will be starting in the next 2-3 minutes. Request participants to head towards the stage. If anybody has the translators with them, kindly just deposit them at the stage in the front of the hall. Yeah, I'm just making them change the stage because it's a panel now also. But I don't think we need slightly rounded. I'll call you. request everyone to please be seated. Our next workshop is about to start. Our next workshop is titled Sharing of Cybersecurity Solutions for MSMEs. In this side event, speakers will share their experience and discuss emerging trends in the cyber domain with a specific focus on securing the interests of the MSME sector. In this segment, panelists will deliver their opening remarks in the form of a presentation if they wish to do so, and this will be followed by a discussion. I would now like to invite Mr. Vinayak Godse, CEO, Data Security Council of India, to set the context for the discussion and moderate the session.
Get my presentation up. Good afternoon. Welcome you all for this side event on the cyber security. So we know the G20 has largely 2-3 key priorities, and in this year, digital economy working group, cyber security is one of the important priority area, and MSME is also one of the critical priority area. So bringing these two topics together, so what we will be discussing in this today's session is deriving solutions, cybersecurity solutions for MSME sector. We all know that in developing countries, the MSME plays very important role, and so is the developed country. So to carry these discussions, how we devise this particular session is we have representation from France, we have representation from United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, Government of Australia, some industry delegations from Microsoft and also MasterCard. Initially, with some context which I will be setting in terms of overall how exactly this session will go on, and the areas that we basically look at as a partner discussion pointers here basically. From there, we will also hear the industry experts basically, which we brought it, cybersecurity startups in this. So coming to the subject basically here, digital economy working group and finding cybersecurity solutions for MSME. If you look at as a digital India, and we had heard in today's discussion that how this kind of architectural driven kind of approach we had laid down the kind of revolutions that we see in the country, and most of the discussion that we had in the first session talks about the billions of transactions that we are processing per month, millions of the possibilities that we are seeing, basically the entire IT industry that we look at. So what it basically talks about is the architectural interventions that we could be able to found and kind of framework thinking that we try to apply for this one basically. The kind of scale and complexity and kind of confidence that we gain out of it, kind of policy enablement the government of India thought for it, and the industry and innovation that we had come together with this kind of evaluation and the adoption of this technology by various different sectors, where we see the kind of innovation happening in the country in the transaction process ecosystem. And then when we try to relate this to MSME sector in the country like India, so we have almost 63 million kind of MSME, which contributes to 29% of the GDP, to the GDP of the country basically, as vis-a-vis what we see in developed countries is 50%, and 51% out of that is the rural India, which creates significant amount of job basically. And if you have to see how exactly digitization is now pushing this to going from 29-30% to 50%, what we see in the country is the significant amount of digitization push in terms of the compliances that are going more digital, in terms of the tax regime which is going digital, and now digital payment ecosystem that we talked about basically. Significant push. We are also reforming the procurement so that bigger companies and some of the government organizations, even the defense sector, can work with the MSME. We are increasingly bringing the MSME online, either on a web form or social form. Digitization adoption with respect to the ERP implementation, with respect to marketing sales function, e-commerce is significantly going ahead. We are seeing the cloud offerings which are making it possible for them to consume and gain these kind of services quite easily without much of the initial investment. And Industry 4.0 is also significantly driving the way things are going in terms of digitization. So this push for digitization, going from various different directions, would certainly make the MSME as an important digital player in coming future. So from here, if suppose we look at what exactly is happening on other side from the cybersecurity, because this session is trying to bring MSME discussion and cybersecurity for MSME solution is trying to evolve out of this basically. So as a country, we know that there was an IT Act which was set up for looking at the governing the cyberspace. We know there was a national cybersecurity policy which was devised in 2013. We know the CERTIN has been set up and which has been legally empowered to do kind of work in cybersecurity space. Law enforcement ecosystem is also working to solve the cybersecurity problems, and there is a IT Ministry of Electronics and IT is working as a nodal ministry for this. And then we have the parliamentary oversight for the entire ecosystem happening in cybersecurity space. And if you just look at the kind of effort is being put together for securing the cyberspace in terms of preventing the attack, helping with the incident response, trying to guide the organizations and different sectors for this, the kind of effort that is being put, and for putting this effort basically, so there is a definitely legal empowerment that body like a CERT India has got out of the Information Technology Act, and also the kind of investment, operations and skills and been made to make sure that you cover significant portion of the cyberspace. And if you have to really look at the kind of coverage here, so we know with the effort which has been put together at a national level, almost 90% for 94% of the subscriber base is covered under this particular effort. And this is covered for the botnet and malware notification identification. Coverage of all key sectors has been also been one of the important virtue of this particular effort. Almost 44.36 million botnet infection has been tracked at a national level, and almost 2 million plus, this is last year's figure, 2 million plus kind of botnet removal software downloads had happened in last 1 year of time basically. And from the other side, if you look at security incident management capability at national level, almost 1 million plus incident has been handled by this national effort basically. So many advices has been issued, almost 369, 90% notes which has been issued, and there's many drills and simulation exercises have been carried at national level basically. And from here basically, so this is an effort which we are putting together for the national cybersecurity governance and managing the national cybersecurity space. What we are discussing here in this discussion, see with this context of what we talked about in the digitization MSME and the kind of effort that we are putting together. So what we are talking here is, if you see MSME as one of the important economic active element, and they are serving a lot of the economic transactions happening in the country because we're increasingly unbundling those transactions to work with MSME, probably they will be becoming one of the important part of the supply chain of transaction processing, and that's why we need to focus attention, our attention for cybersecurity on MSME basically. If not, second part is basically they themselves will be at a risk of losing their IPR or business disruption that could happen because of cyber attacks, or also exposed to financial frauds as well. And if suppose MSME is not able to really put their acts together on cybersecurity, they may become part of some of the illegitimate activity as well, or they may end up breaching the personal information as well. And for that, these particular interactions, what we'll try to do is to find the solutions. And solutions could be various different things. For example, can there be a unified consolidated solution for them to look at, which can be acquired in a more accessible and easy manner, which can be based on the open standard and open source basically, which can be more managed and governed for them, because it's not only the getting solutions, it also we need to have management capability as well. Can there be a kind of innovation and innovative cost-effective solution for that? And that's why we have some startups coming here to talk about us, about the solution. And can this solution can be more shared, virtual and collective in the nature? And how do we exactly structure, organize, and make it more scalable to cater the millions of the MSMEs working this field? So this is the initial context, and I would now request individual speaker to make their comment, and we'll start with Mr. Frederick, who is working with International Organization and Digital Economy Division, Digital Economy Department of France. So we all know that there is a time limit, so please limit your presentation to 5 minutes. Please come over and you can do it from their side, or you can be here and walk us through your ideas about this one. Thank you. get the presentation uploaded?
Okay, and then I press. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to introduce. Sorry. Yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to introduce the French Cyber Campus Initiative and to share our experience with such a distinguished audience. First, let me congratulate the Indian presidency for the excellent organization of this first Digital Economy Working Group meeting in the beautiful city of Lucknow. It's a great privilege for me to be here. Today, I have the pleasure to present on behalf of the French government the Cyber Campus, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative to support a more resilient cyber ecosystem with a particular focus on MSMEs. Yeah. So first, let me go very quickly on the cybersecurity context. I guess everybody is well aware of this. We see that cyber attacks are increasing every year. They affect both citizens and businesses. But we see that such attacks tend to more and more target less protected and less regulated organizations. And particularly in the last 2 years, 2021 and 2022, we saw that MSMEs accounted for the majority of ransomware attacks, followed by local governments and hospitals. So in this context, the idea was introduced to build a project focused on the specific needs of the cybersecurity ecosystem while bringing together the stakeholders of this ecosystem. And for that, we have to keep in mind that collaboration, information sharing, joint projects between stakeholders, between cybersecurity companies is not something very obvious. So gathering them in one place was considered to be a good start to build trust and foster collaboration. So the Cyber Campus was launched early 2022. The key features of this initiative include a strong public-private collaboration. So Cyber Campus is actually a private company owned at 44% by public institutions, a Ministry of Defense, Ministry of the Interior, the National Cybersecurity Agency, and by a majority of 56% of private shareholders. There is also dedicated space for collaborative work between stakeholders, which include not just companies, but also researchers, schools, all working together in one place. And also, the Cyber Campus relies on a very open governance model where decision-making is split evenly between the members, regardless of the capital owned or regardless of the size of the organization. So the goal is really to be sure that the campus thinks of itself as an ecosystem and not just as one big institution. So the campus has 3 main goals. The first one is education. The ambition is really to provide a place where digital talents and skills of the future can emerge in order to address the shortage of qualified human resources to fill digital jobs. And in addition to promoting training in cyber professions, work is also underway to feminize these professions as there is still a lot of untapped talent. We estimate that approximately 15,000 positions are not filled in France in the cyber field. And we see that despite the growing needs in human resources, the cybersecurity ecosystem doesn't project an attractive image, or not attractive enough to attract enough candidates to fill those jobs. So as a result, the training courses are not sufficiently filled and even forced to close due to a lack of candidates. So as a response, and although this is not, of course, this is not going to solve the problem entirely, the Cyber Campus starting by also hosting EPITA, which is one of the major computer science engineering school in France. So they are actually hosted on the location, and they have dedicated cybersecurity training courses. as well as a training center for information system security, CFSSI. Second major goal of Cyber Campus is innovation. So part of the mission is really to help entrepreneurs create new cybersecurity companies and accelerate their development. The campus was designed as a way to foster exchange of information and expertise between startups, researchers, government, and large corporations. So just to give you a few examples of recent projects, the Cyber Campus created a startup studio dedicated to cybersecurity that will support more than 30 startups over the next 3 years, including by helping them in their project development and also helping them find funding. Lots of banks that are members of the Cyber Campus, major banks, joined forces to work on strengthening their respective information security systems in order to better address the threats. And also several stakeholders from various sectors on the campus developed a cyber threat intelligence database in order to pull together some key open source data on cyber threats and work on better anticipate the threats. The third goal is operations. So one important objective of the campus is to promote data and experience sharing in order to strengthen the ecosystem's capacity to operationalize cybersecurity and handle cyber risks as a team by making cyber defense tools more effective. We believe that with everyone working together on the same location, it will make it easier for them to meet and learn from each other, to enhance their individual and collective ability to face cyber risks. Let me finish just by telling you what the next steps are going to be. So in the EU, there have been some recent legal developments. One important one being the new Network and Information System Security Directive, NIS2 directive, that will require a growing number of actors, and in particular supply chain actors, to strengthen their cybersecurity level. So this kind of initiative is going to be very needed to help the ecosystem to enhance their cybersecurity level. And as essential links in the ecosystem, MSMEs will be, of course, a growing focus of Cyber Campus. However, obviously not everything can be done from one location, and it's important to cover parts of the country that also have an important MSME population. So with that purpose in mind, the Cyber Campus is working on labeling a network of local cyber campuses whose objectives will be to strengthen regional and also inter-regional cooperation. The process is still underway, but the goal is really to replicate similar synergies throughout the country involving regional authorities. So to conclude, as you see, this initiative goes beyond sharing of cyber solutions for MSMEs, but it is clearly part of the overall national strategy of the French government and cyber industry to foster a resilient and growing cyber ecosystem in which MSMEs are encouraged to take a leading role, including by sharing solutions between themselves. We hope this can serve as a useful example to support the second priority area of the G20 Indian presidency on cybersecurity, and to improve security in the digital economy, which we believe can best be achieved through exchange of information and good practices. So looking forward to the discussion that we will have on this topic, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Frederick, for walking us through one good example of public-private partnership in the cybersecurity space. Let me invite Mr. Craig Stanley Amundsen, Multilateral Policy Lead, Department of Digital Culture, Media and Support in United Kingdom.
Thank you very much for that introduction. I'd just like to introduce myself, Craig Sulliamson. I come from the newly formed Department for Digital Innovation and Technology in the UK. It's brought together a multitude of digital and technology interests from across UK government. Hopefully that creates a much more streamlined approach to some of this work. It's great to be here to share some of the UK's reflections on supporting businesses of all sizes to face those challenges through increased digitalisation. Thank you also, India, for organising this session and for bringing together a wide array of the ecosystem behind some of this work. So I'd like to start with the context. The rapid take-up of digital technologies is transforming lives across our countries. For businesses of all sizes, increased digitalisation is improving productivity, efficiency and innovation, and unlocking growth for our economies. But for this growth to be sustainable, a prosperous digital society needs to be resilient to cyber threats and equipped with the knowledge and capabilities required to maximise opportunities and manage risks. In the UK, 39% of businesses suffered a cyber breach in the last year. We need to ensure that the economy and society is resilient to cyber threats and underpinned by strong cyber skills and an industrial base. The UK is taking a 5-pillar approach to solving cybersecurity challenges through the National Cyber Strategy. The 5 pillars include, first one, on strengthening UK cyber ecosystem, 2, on building a cyber-resilient and prosperous digital UK. Pillar 3 is taking the lead in technologies vital to cyber power. Pillar 4 is advancing UK global leadership and influence, working with government and industry partners. And Pillar 5, detecting, disrupting and deterring our adversaries. I'll talk more about the UK domestic approach in a couple of slides. So, in terms of the compromise agenda and working in a multi-stakeholder approach, underpinning the UK National Cyber Strategy is a whole-of-society approach. This means building an enduring and balanced partnership across public, private and third sectors, with each playing an important role in our national effort. For us to tackle this problem, we also need to work together with international partners. Digital technologies and the challenges that they bring are inherently borderless. That's why forums like the G20 are so important. We cannot solve the cyber threats without speaking to, learning from and working with others. It is one of the responsibilities of the G20 as the world's leading economies to ensure that we develop and harness the right ecosystem to ensure security in the digital economy. The G20 DEWG's strengths and expertise lie in our experiences and information sharing and our ability to bring together a truly multi-stakeholder approach towards addressing global challenges and opportunities. Our work in cyber in the UK is underpinned by the 2.6 billion National Cyber Strategy. This sets out how we will ensure the UK continues to be a leading, responsible and democratic cyber power, able to protect and promote our interests in and through cyberspace. A core part of the strategy is supporting businesses of all sizes to navigate a more digitised world. While we are ensuring UK businesses, organisations and critical infrastructure are more resilient to cyber attack by providing guidance, creating a system of corporate incentives and market forces, and mandating action where it is most critical through regulation. The Cyber Aware campaign, run in collaboration with the National Cyber Security Centre of the UK, provides guidance to businesses of all sizes on how to adopt good cybersecurity measures. We are preparing to strengthen cyber resilience legislation to better protect national critical infrastructure and digital supply chains, thus addressing the increase in attacks through these services to their clients. We have a programme of work to improve baseline security in critical and emerging technologies relied upon across the economy and society. This includes consumer-connected smart devices, enterprise IoT devices used by businesses, smart cities technology, and new secure design in chip architecture. Strengthening the UK's cyber ecosystem is key. We are addressing the cyber skills gap to ensure a diverse and sustainable supply of cybersecurity professionals that the whole economy relies upon. We fund schools, youth and adult programs, and work to bring more structure to cyber qualifications and cyber careers. We're also supporting the rapidly growing UK cyber sector with innovation programs, regional support, and a new program accelerating business outside of London, outside of the southeast of the UK. So this is just to say thank you for inviting the UK to participate in this session. I think to summarise my message today is that Sharing our approaches and lessons learned is critical to ensuring we are joined up in how we address borderless challenges and threats, something I hope we can work towards under India's 2023 G20 leadership and also supporting priority 2 on cybersecurity. I look forward to hearing from the rest of the panels, and if anyone does want to get in touch with me on anything I've said today, my details are on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Craig, and thanks for strictly adhering the timeline. And also talking about how the foundations, technology, and resiliency and support of industry and skills is important for this. Let me invite Ms. Misma Al-Jadi, General Manager, Cybersecurity Industry Development, National Cybersecurity Authority, Saudi Arabia.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First, I'd like definitely to thank you for hosting us and being among those distinguished panelists. I'll be giving you a high-level overview about the Saudi journey towards a thriving cybersecurity ecosystem. We'll just wait for the presentation to come up.
Can you please transition the slides? They need to change the slide, right?
Okay.
So we'll wait for a minute for this transition to happen. Yeah. So the little technical glitch, so we'll probably, it has come now, right? So, okay, thank you. Thank you for making it happen. Yeah.
So back to the Saudi journey toward a thriving ecosystem. Saudi globally has a unique position in the cybersecurity arena generally, and that is being represented by the global indices, being it the World Competitiveness Yearbook or the Global Cybersecurity Index that is issued by the ITU. Saudi is ranked second globally among 194 countries, and with that we've leaped the frog jumping 40 positions since the launch of Vision 2030. Saudi put cybersecurity as a critical priority, with that ensuring a vital energy flow for the global markets, contributing to the global resilience and cybersecurity. It is a national and global imperative for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to harness and protect its cyberspace. We have our ambitious vision, Vision 2030, that works toward a vibrant society, a thriving economy, and an ambitious nation. With that, and in parallel, we have our national cybersecurity vision that is working toward a resilient, secure, and trusted cyberspace that enables growth and prosperity, ensuring that we take resilience and growth and prosperity in a parallel situation. Our operating model is a centralized governance when it comes to regulation and cybersecurity operations, and the decentralized operations on an entity and the sectorial level. With that, aiming to reduce risk, enable growth, and foster trust in the Saudi cyberspace. And in alignment with the focus of the session that we have today, one of the key programs that we've launched aiming to foster cybersecurity ecosystem, we've launched CyberC, a globally competitive cyber industry capabilities that aims to develop and upskill cybersecurity capacity, foster cyber innovation and entrepreneurship, and attract national and international investments. The program has two main pillars. The first is a human capital, focusing on building human capabilities through leadership development. The second pillar, which is the industry development, looking forward to accelerate entrepreneurship, investment, and building cyber champions from the private sector. The program has yearly targets to support more than 10,000 beneficiaries from cybersecurity professionals and experts, and to support more than 60 cybersecurity startups in their establishment and growth. A deep dive on the human capital as part of the CyberC program. We've designed a set of comprehensive initiatives that start with supporting our new generation, the fresh graduates in cybersecurity, moving forward to an intensive program, which is Cyber Pro, that focuses on building the human capital and capabilities of our cyber professionals working in national and critical national infrastructure. And with that, we have a specific focus to build the capabilities of our cyber leaders who ensure the cyber resilience of their entities. And alongside of those comprehensive programs, we run cyber drills, which are simulations for potential cybersecurity attacks, upskilling cyber professionals on how to respond to such incidents. And we run cyber drills on a national level, and also we've hosted recently a Gulf cybersecurity cyber drills, which is a cooperation on that level. Women representation in cybersecurity is really distinguished compared to the global average. We have more than 56% of students are female in the cybersecurity related area. When it comes to the workforce, women represent 27%, which is more than the global average of women representation in cybersecurity globally. The second pillar, which is industry and development as part of CyberC program. In Saudi, we have a thriving Saudi entrepreneurship and investment ecosystem. And this is being represented by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor, where Saudi is ranked #1 when it comes to the ease of starting business, and also the availability of good opportunity for startups generally. When it comes to the investments, we have witnessed a phenomenal growth with increase by 270% of the venture funds. And to support the global entrepreneurship, Saudi is hosting the Entrepreneurship World Cup in the upcoming month, where we've welcomed more than 200 countries competing against the Entrepreneurship World Cup. When it comes to cybersecurity, we've launched key initiatives to foster innovation. One of these initiatives is Cybersecurity Challenge. It's a national challenge where we've requested cyber innovators and entrepreneurs to come up with innovative ideas to solve the ever-evolving cyber challenges that we're witnessing. We've received more than 855 participants, and through an intensive program that resulted to establishment of a 20 cybersecurity startup. The program was recognized as a champion project as part of the WIZZ 2022. The second key program is a Cybersecurity Accelerator Program. It's one of its kind, as it is focusing on cybersecurity. The program provides mentorship, workshop, business opportunity, and investment attraction for our startups. With all of that, we've developed and launched a unified cybersecurity national portal, Haseen, which is a centralized platform offering cybersecurity services on a national level, from an incident response to situational awareness, information sharing, and conducting cybersecurity assessments for national entities, along with offering innovation, entrepreneurship, and capacity program that I've just highlighted. Through Haseen, we've provided the platform for more than 400 entities last year, and we're aiming to have more than 1,000 entities as beneficiaries of such a program. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So in India, we have women workforce ratio as a 22%, and happy to see this is a 27% in Saudi Arabia. So let me invite Ms. Camille, General Manager, Technology Growth Government of Australia.
Firstly, I'd like to congratulate India on a successful start to its G20 presidency. We welcome India's ambitious, action-oriented G20 agenda. Thank you also to senior Indian officials and their teams for hosting this workshop today on sharing of cybersecurity solution for MSMEs, and also to my fellow panellists. As we know well, and as we have heard already, cyber resilience and confidence in the online world is crucial to confidence for MSMEs. In Australia, we have found that having sufficient digital skills, appropriate principles on online safety, and being aware of potential harms is of critical importance for MSMEs. We have also found that standards are important by helping to facilitate competitive markets and international trade, and fostering innovation and driving economic growth. Australia, along with other countries, has maintained an industry-led, consensus-driven standards development process. Our approach in Australia has been to highlight the cybersecurity issue. The appointment of our first Cabinet Minister for Cybersecurity will bring greater coherence and focus to Australia's cyber priorities, giving strategic direction to our domestic and international efforts to manage an increasingly complex and dynamic cyber and critical technology landscape. The appointment is also intended to harness, unite and drive cyber initiatives across the whole of the Australian government to deliver a coordinated approach to cyber in Australia. The Minister for Cybersecurity will be leading the development of a new cybersecurity strategy grounded in sovereign capability and developed in close consultation with industry. Focus areas of this new strategy will include growing Australia's future workforce and the thriving cybersecurity sector, building Australia's cyber resilience through engagement and industry partnerships, and the role of international norms and standards. A key focus of the Australian Government is digital skills. We consider it critical for businesses to take into account the skills required to address cyber safety issues. The cyber skills gap is as part of a set of wider issues on improving digital skill across our economy. The aim of the recently developed Digital and Tech Skills Compact is to ensure businesses, including MSMEs, will have access to the digital skills they need to help their businesses grow in the digital economy. This agreement is an important step towards achieving the government's target of an additional 1.2 million tech-related jobs by 2030. Standards will help protect MSMEs and ensure consistency for business processes. Australia supports the established approach to standards development, which is industry-led and driven by the consensus of technical experts, such as the process in use with the International Organisation for Standardisation and the International Electrotechnical Commission. We believe that the open and inclusive nature of these bodies that develop technology standards are essential for maintaining the rule-based order and the values that define international forums. We are increasing our efforts to facilitate global standards for the development, use and uptake of technology to promote interoperability, competition, innovation, diversity of suppliers and security by design. Thank you again for this opportunity to present to you today on some of Australia's work and thinking on how we can best support MSMEs. We look forward to further discussions on this throughout the next few days. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamali. Now, let me invite Sandeep Arora, Director, Government Affairs, Public Policy, Microsoft India. Can you please get the slides up?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay. A very, very warm welcome to all the delegates who have come all the way to this beautiful city of Lucknow in Uttar Pradesh. So we all gather here to discuss this key, theme on cyber security. So I'll spend a little time on what we are seeing in the landscape of cybersecurity and how we are seeing how MSMEs and other organizations are being attacked or being threatened, and what we collectively can do to make sure that our future is cyber secure, and we make sure that cybersecurity is not a side discussion, but a main discussion as businesses grow, as businesses transfer from one country to the country. So if you look at, I'll quickly cover the landscape, the attack trends, and what is the approach to security, and then we'll have anyway discussions. So if you look at the digital estate, things have changing quite a bit over the last few years. The IT systems of any organization, including an MSME, are not isolated. There are multiple applications, there are people working from home offices, IoT devices, there are partner devices, there are SaaS applications, cloud services, so multiple things intersecting. So 10 years ago, that ecosystem was, each organization had a unique IT system which was in the organization, but now things are much more connected, and the digital estate is much, much wider in that sense. So if you look at with this landscape, what happens in terms of breaches? I think the number one reason for most breaches is identity compromise. There are about 1,300 password attacks which happen every second globally. 73% of the passwords globally being used are duplicates. That what password you are using, someone else is also using. And many small organizations don't pay attention to who is managing the network. And as we saw that out of the organizations that got impacted, 98% of them had too many admin accounts. Then the another vector is email, where 90% of the intrusions begin with email. 700 million plus phishing attacks happening per week globally. If you fall victim to a phishing attack, all it needs for an attacker is 72 minutes to access private data. That's all, like about an hour. And obviously, we are seeing trends of impersonation attacks, where people, the attackers or hackers, are impersonating as a senior official in a private organization or a government and sending emails with that name. Also, at the endpoints, devices, endpoints are the new perimeter. And what we are seeing is that vulnerabilities across all the endpoints 99% of those which got exploited were more than a year old. That means people, especially small organizations, had not taken time to patch and get the new updates. And old versions of unsupported applications are in use in millions of devices. And also what is happening is cyber criminals are becoming smarter. So, there's a ransomware as a service, on the dark web, where there are tools available and a first-time hacker can go and access those tools and, launch an attack. Also, attacks linked to networks are on the rise. There are about 2,000 DDoS attacks per day, and we are seeing substantial nation-state attacks. Adversary countries attacking each other's infrastructure, making sure that the networks are down, doing multiple things to damage the economy of of their adversaries. So data protection, obviously, is top of mind for all organizations, large or small. And I think now we are seeing that even MSMEs are becoming more and more aware of the emerging trends, and they want to make sure that the data security thing is paramount for them. Okay, I think it's...
It was probably last
one
slide.
sec, no.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think what we can do also as a G20 group of countries and as policy makers is figure out what can we do together to build some common cyber norms and make sure that cyber security in general is a focus among G20 countries. And I think one more vector is skilling, where we are short of professionals in cyber security, and we need to make sure that cyber security training becomes paramount. And how can we make sure that collectively we train more people on cyber security so that there is a free flow of human capital and free flow of information in that sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sandeep. Let me invite Mr. Derek Pillar, Cyber Security and Physical Security Manager, MasterCard. So there is. Oh, they're just bringing the. Yeah, slide change.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the organisers to invite MasterCard here today to actually speak to you about cybersecurity and its importance. We're focusing on small businesses, and we all know that cybersecurity is very important to everybody. It does affect everyone. We do live in a digital age. Now, as you can see by looking at the slides, this is just to give you some idea and give you some figures and facts that the actual size of digitalization is growing, and it's not going to be going away anytime soon. So when you're looking at the expansion of big data, the expansion of e-commerce, as well as online banking, I can't remember the last time I actually walked into a bank because we're all going online, as well as the Internet of Things, which is expanding at a drastic rate. Now, with the expansion, you're also going to see the threat of further attacks in terms of the actual volume of what we're actually putting out there. So with the attack vector, it is getting larger, and it does make sense because if you're a threat actor, you are going to see more opportunities because look at the size of the issue, or not the issues, the services which are going online, and that the actual threat actors are getting more and more sophisticated in terms of phishing campaigns, malware campaigns, and we need to be prepared for that, and especially small businesses because they're just starting that journey, and we want to make sure that they can constant progress within that journey. And with cyber attacks, they are devastating in terms of financial losses as well as reputational damage. If I can get the clicker to work.
No, it's going.
Oh, lovely.
You have to press this green button softly.
Thank you. MasterCard's committed to encouraging cyber hygiene, and we are a proud sponsor to the Global Cyber Alliance. And you can see with the barcode there, you've got a QR code. If you scan that QR code, that will come up with the suite of different tools they offer. Now, the reason why we're doing that, because we know that smaller businesses are not as well as funded as the larger business. So we're trying to help the community in that respect. Now, if you are a small business, unfortunately, 43% of those businesses will be targeted by a cyber incident. The reason why is because cyber actors go for the low-hanging fruit. So you want to make yourself a more of a hardened target. Now, for doing that, well, there's certain tools which are available, which I will go into now. Now, I won't run over all of these tools. If you scanned that QR code, you would find the list of the suites available. Remember, this is a tool which is free of charge, so it's free to download. It will give you a baseline as a small business to have that level of cyber hygiene. So that's what we're trying to promote. Now, just run over a few of these here is knowing what you have, your inventory. It's almost impossible to protect something which you don't know what you have in your inventory. So this will help you find out if you've got unpatched software, if there's out-of-date legacy software, whatever, if you've got anything attached to your network which shouldn't actually be there. It might be something you've used many years ago, but you need to kind of take that out of there. Passwords is another big one, which is already mentioned from the previous speaker. Now, again, the actors like going for the low-hanging fruit. Now, how many people in this room use the same password for many different applications? Because passwords are difficult, I know. But that is one of the first things the threat actor will be looking for is password reuse. Now, with this, the GCA toolkit, it will take you through two-factor authentication. And to be fair, I would say two-factor authentication is the bare minimum. We want to make it harder for those threat actors to actually penetrate any business, especially small businesses, because they're just starting to get on the journey of that business. So with passwords, 2FA is a must. This will give you the instructions how to do that, and you can just follow the guidelines from the suite. And finally, because I'm aware of the time, backing up and recovery. Now that is really important depending on what your recovery point objective is within your business. If you are attacked by a malicious actor, as I said, they are getting more sophisticated in terms of their phishing campaigns, malware campaigns. They can drop ransomware, which is obviously one of those topics for discussion, as well as wipers, which are very destructive. You need to make sure that you back up your data, and it's quite often backed up. So the main message I'm trying to push today is making sure that you become a hardened target as a small business. They do go for the low-hanging fruit. We do see services offered on the underground forums where they've managed to gather as much data as possible when trying to sell that. Remember, it's in the 40% odd that small businesses will be attacked. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. So it's a matter of having that cyber preparedness. And this toolkit is sponsored by MasterCard. We wouldn't be pushing our brand with this if we didn't believe in. So please try it out, have a look. You got the QR code there, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Derek. So we'll briefly go for the panel discussion. We have heard all of you, right? And most of the countries and from the industry as well. Like Saudi Arabia, we looked at UK, you look at India's example, Australia. So we probably have now learned how to structure the cyber security space and national effort for the cybersecurity, but it has to be specified for the MSME. How do you relate that to MSME is the question basically. So Bisma, I'd like to start with you because there are a lot of things that we looked at, but what exactly specific thing that you have been doing for MSME? If you can briefly talk about it, and I'll come to other players as well.
Hello, that works.
Yeah.
Just to check the question, how are we communicating some of these things to
Yeah,
MSMEs?
is it specific to MSME?
Yeah, there's a variety of ways this is done. We do it through local authorities, working with, so that's our small districts, it might be city councils, it might be regional boroughs or things like that. So we engage with small businesses through that. As mentioned, there's a number of programs that we have that are sponsored by government. Obviously, this is also something that is a multi-stakeholder approach. It's not always just government-led, but the UK government facilitates a number of these programs. So one of which is the Active Cyber Defence Programme, in which it works with local authorities, local organisations as well, such as the NHS, and through that they're able to take down, say, malicious campaigns and things like similar to that. In fact, 2.3 million were taken down in 2021, and that's all just through that sort of general outreach. Obviously, it's one of the most difficult things for small businesses to do is just look to find where that information is.
But this is very important point your document is getting engaged with the local authorities, municipalities, and district is a very important part in this ecosystem. If you have to really work for the MSME. In Indian case, there are almost 51% of the MSMEs are rural area. So engaging with local authorities is a very important point that I'm drawing from here. So let me come to Saudi Arabia. So any specific thing that you have been trying to do in Saudi Arabia to specific engage with MSME and try to improve the security posture?
Yeah. So basically, when it comes to securing the MSMEs and the small enterprises, as part of the National Cybersecurity Authority, I think one of the examples that has been highlighted by MasterCard, we've also issued a cybersecurity toolkit, which is a ready-to-use governance component around templates for policies and standards that would support the SMEs to comply with the national standards. So this is from a governance perspective. When it comes to the operational perspective, as part of our cyber situational awareness and monitoring the cyberspace, we include and we take into consideration the SMEs and the threats that they're facing in the cyberspace, and we share with them information sharing about the threats and incidents and basically how to respond to those. So this is a very critical aspect that we look into and we cooperate with.
Providing them a toolkit for easy to use, right? So that's the important part, and you also talk about decentralized way of operation is this thing. It's also an important point to draw. Let me come to Frederick. What about those SMEs who probably maybe missed out in the effort basically? So what should we be doing to one is the making them aware, other parties to get them into the entire this supply chain, and so that they also provide important role in a digital economy?
Yeah, so I spoke a lot about through my Cyber Campus presentation about the need for the SMEs to be connected to their ecosystem. So that whole initiative was really meant to bring the stakeholders together. But then we also have lots of SMEs that do not see themselves part of an ecosystem and who are not really aware of cybersecurity issues. So I think this is the most important challenge that we have to deal with. So I just wanted, in that regard, to quickly introduce an initiative that we have been put in place in France for many years now. So there is a national platform which provides a wide range of services to all stakeholders, and particularly to SMEs who are victims of cyber attacks. So my colleagues, the other panelists, also have similar initiatives in their countries. We talked about awareness tools, and I think this is one of the most important components, and to make those tools very accessible to MSMEs, to explain in very simple terms the steps that need to be taken to deal with a cyber attack, and how to identify a cyber risk. Also, this platform is collecting a lot of information about those cyber attacks, so they have a very good perspective on the evolving threats. They can really understand the emerging cyber challenges. And just to finish on this, this platform also has a network of professional security, digital security consultants that are available throughout the country, and who can be provide their services to any company in the country. So I think for companies, sometimes they also need to have a human experts by their side to help them get the proper tools to face cybersecurity
Yeah, so
threats.
we say this as a virtual CISO platform where they can get a share resources available. So getting expertise is a very tricky part for the MSME. So getting the resource in a way that they virtually they can access the services of the shared resources basically. It's also an important point I'm driving. Coming to Camille, because you seem to have very specific effort and specific attention to MSME. So what kind of challenges that you see addressing the cybersecurity of MSME sector?
I think, as others have mentioned, a big challenge is ensuring that everyone understands the problem and that there are steps that they can take. And I think we've talked about the toolkits that are available. We also have online toolkits. There are many government agencies that are set up to assist MSMEs and all businesses to methodically understand how they can increase their own protection. But I think awareness is the number one key.
So awareness and toolkit, and Sandeep, coming to you. So one is the toolkit we understand from the national perspective, but they also need the capability, right? Capabilities which can be make that available, which can they access on the cloud or any other mechanism basically. So all of these things that you will do as a Microsoft. So how it takes it to the MSME in terms of helping them with augmenting their capability in cybersecurity space?
So I think, two themes coming out of the discussion. That one is obviously awareness, and second is lack of skilled people to help MSMEs. And I think on both sides, along with the government of India and other governments, we do run a lot of programs for awareness building for MSMEs. And the idea is that they become aware of what kind of risks are out there, because many MSMEs are still in that theme of or era of why will it happen to me?
Yeah, so awareness is definitely one part, but the capability available on a cloud which they can access security.
Yes.
So that's also one of the important thing out of this, right?
Absolutely. And I think there are tools available now which they can access easily. And I think as we see that the cyber criminals are not, a country or geo specific. So I think in that sense, there are common tools available on the cloud where, MSMEs can go access those tools and make sure their environment is secure. And I think one more thing, many country, delegates talked about the toolkits and, the repositories of information they have. I think one more opportunity within the G20 group can be that as well, that we can share common knowledge, best practices, and combined forces to make MSMEs more secure.
So Derek, so the tool that you talk about, right? So tell us how the MSMEs are using it. Are they using it? Are you finding some challenges for them to using it, and are they using it, and how they are using it?
Yeah, with the GCA's toolkit, I've been working with the GCA for some time now. And we do have workshops, and that's normally in the UK region, and that's where businesses will come together and we'll talk about the benefits of the GCA's toolkit. Now, it's pretty easy to install. You do have a guidance within the, if you did scan the QR code, we can always show you that again if that was something you was interested in. But the issue what we are faced with, especially with small businesses, we know that they haven't got the funds as what large businesses have. The landscape is changing drastically. We're moving to a landscape of services now. You don't have to be an ideal cyber criminal. You can just buy phishing kits. You can buy malware or rent the malware. You can, everything is service. You don't have to, for instance, there's certain services out there for $50. They'll do the phishing for you on a Friday.
So what I'm getting, I'm sorry cutting you short, because what we're getting is, apart from this, you need to help them, handhold them, and also provide the cost-effective services as well. So with this initial discussion plus the things that you had looked at, we can take one or two questions, right? So if we can, basically, so any one or two questions so that we can conclude this discussion and we go for the next. There is one hand raised there, please, Kunshik. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah, please.
Good initiative on the cyber threat at the G20 working group. One observation. MSMEs or small enterprises today are becoming victims because they don't have the funds or the budget available to protect themselves in the cyber world.
Yeah, so you are saying ki how do we help them with budget, right?
Yeah. So just one observation is, see, G20 is a big community. Today, cyber is a reel in which the perpetuator is in a different country, the attacker is in a different country, the target or the victim is a different country. Countries have to collaborate. That is the biggest challenge that needs to be solved at this forum. While I understand we need to upskill, we need to continue to do all those things, provide toolkits. But if nations don't collaborate, we will continue to face this problem.
These are two important points you raised. One is the how do we help with budget, and other is the collaboration. And that's what basically these kind of interactions are important to have more collaboration. I take that as an observation rather than a question. Is there any other question? One question we can take and we can conclude the discussion. Anybody? Any question? Yeah. Can you pass the mic there?
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am Shiksha. I am representing Consumer Unity and Trust Society, which is a non-governmental organization working for grassroots consumers in India. My question is that you mentioned that there needs to be some sort of global as well as national norms for cybersecurity. How essential do you think a national data legislation would be for those sort of norms in India today?
Anybody would like to talk about the role of national data legislation? Yeah, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer on the first one, and yeah, I would sort of largely agree, but one thing to recognise is this is it's a really multi-stakeholder issue. It affects, to say, across the board. And yes, whilst it is, the G20 is a great forum for bringing together some of these biggest economies who have a lot of resource, and we can pull a lot of that together and share experience. But at the same time, it is probably the companies, particularly those who are sitting around me, who are some of the most innovative. And it's really about creating how as a G20, we can continue to create, develop, and harness that environment, working with businesses then who can do things at a sort of at a more micro level, and help obviously governments at a more state level as well. So it's very much across the board. But yes, this is a great opportunity for the G20 to come and look at how we can continue to build on that ecosystem.
Yeah. Thank you. You would like to add? Just last comment and then we'll close.
Yeah, I'll add also to the same point, basically around expanding the international cooperation. Great initiatives has been mentioned, whether it's from building digital skills to supporting cyber entrepreneurs and other key aspects. I think also international cooperation, including internationals besides nationals in those programs, will support exchange knowledge and support the startups to leapfrog in their capacities in those areas.
Yeah, and just to add, we are also putting together the data legislation in the country. So to answer the specific question, it's for India. But with this, I think in the interest of time, we would like to conclude this interaction. And this is a very important critical discussion in the entire ecosystem of digitization that we talk about. Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Craig, Bisma, Camille, Sandeep, and Derek to be part of the discussion. Thank you. And thank you all for joining and asking those important questions. Yeah, and so with this, we'll conclude this part of the interaction, and then we'll go for the next interaction, one small piece which we'll have. Thank you for joining. So please join me to give a big hand to the panelists here. Yeah. So please, over to organizers.
Now, we would like to invite champions from India's startup community to share their perspectives. Ms. Lakshmi Das, co-founder Prophase.
We sit here, we hear the startups' presentations. And Lakshmi, you have to be mindful of the time. 5 minutes, you have to be mindful of that.
Yeah. So a very good afternoon to all the esteemed guests who are present here. So first of all, I would like to thank DSCI for giving Prophase this opportunity to present its solution in front of all of you guys, and the role that we are playing in securing the MSMEs of India, which is the engine of growth for India. So we all know that MSMEs are the backbone of the Indian economy and that they contribute for more than 1/3 of the Indian GDP. And now there are 63 million MSMEs in our country, and they actually provide opportunities to more than 110 people in terms of employment. So that's something great. And unfortunately, they are being targeted by all the cyber criminals of the world. And that is something that they are not aware of now because they have a lot of other priorities, for example, their business growth. So this is something that we have to create as an awareness among the MSMEs. And one major thing that's happening with the MSMEs are the data breaches, which is the most common and the obvious form of attack that's happening with these kind of organizations. So let me just take you all to why is there a need for a web application firewall in the industry to support these MSMEs. So as we all know that the post-pandemic era, everybody has shifted businesses online and the consumer demands are growing, and as consumers, we all want our data to be secure, and we don't want any of our data to be leaked and floating around on the dark web. I'm sure all of you agree with me on that case. And according to study by Verizon, it's been stated that more than 39% of the data breaches are the ones that are actually, concentrating on web attacks. And web-based attacks, trust me, is one of the most costliest form of attacks. And countries even spend an average of 2.4 million in securing them against these kind of attacks. So let me just tell you what we're doing at Prophase to counteract this. So we are the world's first web application firewall, which is architectured completely on Kubernetes. And we are also backward compatible, and we also provide cloud-based web application firewalls as well. And we are not just a standalone web application firewall, but we are a bundle of web application firewall, an AI firewall, a bot mitigation, and a DDoS mitigation solution combined and bundled together to secure your all kinds of web assets and reducing the cost of cybersecurity through AI automation. And the few features that we provide are business-based behavior-based detection, API security, layer 7 DDoS protection, virtual patching, and also free SSL certificate. And nowadays, what is most needed in the industry is the support for support for all these MSMEs in terms of providing them support in the terms of cyber attacks. And that is something we work closely with all the organizations so that they have a personalized experience in terms of dealing with all these kind of attacks. And now, let me talk about how Prophase can secure MSMEs. Because generally, deployment of a web application firewall is a very cumbersome process, and it involves a lot of configurations, and the biggest headache is the issue of false positives and false negatives. So this is something that we have taken on account, and Prophase can help MSMEs secure their web assets with its next generation firewall, which is based on AI and ML-based threat detection model. And also, we provide one of the most fastest and frictionless onboarding process that has been stated so far. So we all follow the industry leaders, and we only go for solutions that are listed on the international quadrants, and Prophase is not anywhere behind. So Prophase has been listed as one of the innovation leaders on the KuppingerCole analyst report, along with the industry giants like Cloudflare, Radware, F5, and Imperva. And luckily, we've also been awarded as the most innovative product of the year of 2022 by Data Security Council of India. And with that, let me take this opportunity to thank all the customers who have entrusted the security of web application on us. Few of them featured ones are GMR, TCI Express, Renew Power, and O2 Power, and also the Kerala State Government. And let me conclude by remembering one of our greatest leader, which is Swami Vivekananda, who has envisioned India as being a higher, greater, and also something that's, will drive the growth of India, and by 2025, be a Vishwa Guru, not just in terms of politics, but also in terms of economic growth also. And this would only be possible by empowering the growth of MSMEs of our country. So thank you all for your patient listening. So thank you all.
Thank you, Lakshmi, precisely completing in 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Let me invite Asim Zakar, founder Payatu.
Thank you, G20 and the state of Lucknow, for giving us the opportunity to come and showcase our skills. Well, I'll start with technology. So businesses, MSMEs, enterprises, everything today is powered by technology, and it is there for everyday life. Technologies like cloud, AI, VR, all of them are powered by technology. And as it happens, with good things come bad things too. So every technology has its dark side, or shall I say challenges and risks, from data breaches, malware infection, to denial of service attacks, to financial fraud, and so on. And so we've been focused on securing this technology for a very long time, since we understood that if there is technology, there will be attacks. And somewhere along the line, till the last decade, the bad actors figured out something which we all missed, was attacking the core of technology. Now, all of us would say, when we talk about core of technology, it's the code, right? It's the code that runs, the software that runs the technology. That's not quite true. It is the hardware that powers the software that provides you all the technology that you need. So, and as we are seeing things changing, I see a lot of talk about IoT and connected devices, which was not happening in the last decade, but anyways, everything is going to be connected. It is already connected, and it's connected to such an extent that even humans are not spared now. So what does this mean for us? It means that security and attacks and threats are not limited to just software or data breaches. They can cause damage to life and property. So you have examples like, aeroplanes being hacked, medical devices being hacked, and whatnot. Welcome everyone. I'm Asim Jakar. I'm co-founder of a company called Payatu, where we are trying to solve the comprehensive cybersecurity challenge through 3 main pillars. One is effective learning and knowledge sharing through our conferences around the world. The other is providing consulting services to protect this technology, the complete technology stack, ground up, from hardware to firmware to software and to RF as well. And then we are trying to automate the process of security assessments for this technology stack through our products. So quick overview on challenges for this next generation technology. We have 0 days, or commonly in simple terms, unknown vulnerabilities which the vendors themselves do not know about. We have upcoming regulation and compliance on connected devices and critical infrastructure. We have a huge attack surface because these devices now present radio protocol interfaces, hardware interfaces, software interfaces. Then we have the supply chain. How do we trust the third-party components? What we are trying to do is bundle them into the same platform to allow highly scalable security testing to identify unknown vulnerabilities in the systems, as well as map these compliance to our test cases, and use the test target systems as a black box systems and still do analysis on those target devices. So it's a single unified dashboard that provides you the power to security test a hardware component, to security test a firmware component, to security test the radio communication that the device might be having, and to also security test the cloud component or the application that is hosted on the cloud. On the services side, we do pretty much the same thing. We serve a lot of different verticals, from critical infrastructure to transportation, automotive, e-commerce. We help them secure their hardware, firmware, and cloud-based applications. We have state-of-the-art ISO 17025 certified hardware security lab, where we mostly hack these devices that come to our office. In the interest of time, I'll just mention one of the case studies. We were given a smartphone and asked to, basically this was a secured locked smartphone, and we were asked to find cheap and efficient way so that the users can unlock it. So we found a lot of ways through the software and hardware as well, and one of the interesting ways was that we used electromagnetic interference on the chip itself to basically flip the bits and make the business logic of the device unlock and bypass the bootloader of the device itself. And we did that test using an electric lighter that is roughly around 100 and 150 rupees and is present in most of the Indian homes to light their gas. So yeah, so we've been awarded by DSCI, by IoT Security Foundation UK as one of the most promising IoT security and embedded security companies. We have open source for people who can't afford expensive tools. You can use our open source to streamline your security testing process. We also contribute to ISO as well as BIS standards for security. Yeah. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Asim. Yeah. So let me invite Karmesh Gupta, CEO of Y-Jungle. The green one, yeah. It's already there.
So, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us the opportunity to present over here.
You have to print here, this side. Karmesh, yeah.
Oh, sure. So to start with, MSME's contribution to GDP across the nations varies nearly between 30 to 60%. And since they hold such a significant place in the economy of any nation, it becomes our responsibility to safeguard them from any of the prevailing odds. With rapid digitization happening across all over the globe, security from cyber threats has emerged among the top concerns of micro, small, and medium enterprises. During the pandemic itself, roughly about 50% of the cyber attacks were targeted on small and medium businesses. Now, the problem is that unlike large enterprises, MSMEs lack money, manpower, and awareness to procure and deploy multiple cybersecurity products and manage them on day-to-day basis. As a result of the same, 60% of the small businesses go out of the business within 6 months of falling victim to a data breach. Now it raises a question to each one of us that what should be done to resolve this particular issue? What fundamental change within the security architecture should be brought in to fix it up? So before going to the same, let's first understand the current architecture which is being utilized by large enterprises to safeguard them. So as you can see, to protect assets across network, remote, and cloud, multiple products are being deployed by large enterprises, and major of them are CapEx based. They have different dashboards and point of contacts to reach out, and you require a large, solid team to take care of it. And lastly, but most importantly, there's a very little possibility of these solutions to get integrated, and sometimes even not. We at Y-Jungle identified this particular issue and found it as a bottleneck in the adoption of cybersecurity at MSc level. We decided to transform this and revolutionize this by building a unified platform that consolidatively delivers multiple security capabilities through a single window and in an OpEx model. It also offers synchronization across multiple capabilities so that it can enhance the protection or strengthen your defense line. We are now in the process to take all these entire capabilities over the cloud and offer it as a service. Now imagine a business owner using security just like they are using internet on monthly subscription basis. Trust, nothing cannot be greater for MSMEs in terms of cybersecurity than this. On a concluding note, around the globe, there are 200 million SMBs who are potentially looking forward for one-stop solution for their security needs. And as an emerging player, we are on the mission to be a global leader and a synonym of cybersecurity for MSMEs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamlesh. Thank you. So succinctly cover the message, all of three of you. So let me now, we as a part of this interaction, we try to cover three different perspectives. One is the different countries' perspective, then we covered perspectives of the big technology company like Microsoft and MasterCard as well, and the startups as well. So now this needs a good conclusion, and for that I would like to request Dr. Sanjay Bahel, Director General CERTIN, to sum up this interaction here with us.
Good afternoon, and I understand I'm standing between you and your lunch, and the session started by even cutting off your coffee. So I don't think I have much time before I start getting stoned out here, right? So first of all, I think great session. Thank you, Vinayak, for having this session, and all the panelists and all the presenters. So from a closing perspective, what I understand is that the MSMEs contribute 29 to 50 or 60% to GDP and creation of millions of jobs. The MSMEs are important to accelerate entrepreneurship and innovation, and they are also becoming important actors in the supply chain and the growing need for trusted supply chains today. 43% of these MSMEs are targeted by malicious actors, hence there's a need for hardening them through multiple initiatives such as customizing a multi-layered capacity building and awareness by making sure that they are aware of online harms, standards, integrity of systems and processes, adopting holistic cyber resilience to avoid disruption to digital economy, improving cybersecurity baseline and hygiene to ensure that threat actors cannot easily penetrate the MSMEs, by using toolkits as those by MasterCard for the MSMEs and products by some of the Indian startups. So the G20 countries can bring to the MSMEs cooperation and consultation with a multi-stakeholder community across all dimensions so as to holistically improve the MSME ecosystem by bringing them above the cyber security poverty line and improve the global digital economy as such. Thank you. With that, I think this is what my takeaways are, and I'm sure you'll have your takeaways. With that, I want to thank everyone here for giving such fantastic presentations and takeaways.
May I request Dr. Bal to give a memento to our panelists? Mr. Sandeep Arora, Miss Camille de Berg, Mr. Frederick Sauvage, Miss Bisma Al-Jadai, Mr. Craig Stanley Adamson, and Mr. Derek Pillow. Now I would like to ask Mr. Vinayak Godse to present the memento to Dr. Sanjay Bal. Vinayak ji, if you can also present it to the startups. Miss Lakshmi Das from Prophase. Mr. Asim Jakar from Payatu. And Mr. Karmesh Gupta from V Jungle. Thank you, everyone. We will now be taking a break for lunch. We request you all to be back by 2:40. Okay. Oh, sorry. Also to Mr. Vinayak Godse, I request Tanya to hand him the memento. Okay, request all G20 delegates and speakers to go to the 3rd floor at the Plum restaurant for lunch, and everybody else to proceed to the poolside lawn. Okay. Our next workshop for today is called Digital Public Infrastructure to Boost the Sustainable Development Goals. India's G20 presidency comes at the halfway mark for delivering on the 2030 Agenda, a holistic framework for measuring development anchored by the United Nations. As countries double down on their efforts to realize the SDGs, attention focuses on how DPI can help accelerate progress on a range of SDGs, such as in poverty reduction, financial inclusion, women's empowerment, and climate resilience. In today's event, participants will identify best practices, share lessons learned, and explore gaps based on their country's DPI with the aim of creating collective knowledge on how the DPI agenda can accelerate the SDGs. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Robert Opp, Chief Digital Officer, United Nations Development Programme, to deliver his opening remarks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is there a slide advancer from up here for the presentation? I don't see one here. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you at this meeting. I hope you all had a good lunch. I hope you stay awake during this session, first one after lunch. And I'm going to just introduce this session with a little bit of discussion on what some work that we've been doing on how digital public infrastructure can actually support achievement of the SDGs. So I think the first thing to say is that we are not on track for the Sustainable Development Goals. With the COVID pandemic in particular, we have been put behind. In fact, in 2020, human development took us the first step back in 30 years. And we're still not back on track following the pandemic. In fact, you can see in only 26 of 169 targets are we actually on track for the SDGs. And if at the current projection, at the current rate, we'll end up in 2030 with a billion people who are affected by lack of sanitation, about 600 million people still living in extreme poverty, and so on. So we need to accelerate now, and the question in front of us is, how do we do that? And I think that we're starting to see, and one of the reasons we're here, is that we believe that digital public infrastructure can be part of the solution here to accelerate our progress on the SDGs. Digital public infrastructure, there's no set definition as such, but essentially the digital roads and bridges that are put down so that we can actually accelerate with the sort of common layers of technology infrastructure that allow us to tie different solutions together. So the example here is when you've got common rails of digital identity, you can actually be able to really make progress on things like government-to-person payments and justice system by linking all of these together. The data is linked, the infrastructure makes sense, it improves efficiency, it can be more cost-effective as well. And so the work that we've done basically is analyzing what we see as the kind of emerging work around digital public infrastructure. And we've really are starting to group them into three areas of maturity. Those that are already mature, the sort of pioneers of DPI, those that are in the progress, and those that are still yet to be developed. The first group probably comes as no surprise to most people here. It's how can you use systems like India's Aadhaar system to really make progress on issues like poverty. We can see that there's direct contribution. But we also have, for example, examples from Sri Lanka, from India's COVIN system that really look toward improving health outcomes. And of course, others that are out there, Togo's Novisi system, which really was scaled up very quickly to target people in particularly new poverty areas. So how can we really leverage DPI for these kinds of purposes? These are the pioneer systems that are showing the way. The second area are the topical areas where we see a lot of interest right now. So in the climate space, how can we really link interoperable systems together of data to really build on that? How do we take in the sector of justice. How do we use case management systems that make justice system more effective, more cost efficient? And in the education space, we are starting to see more and more emerging practice in this place. But we're even more excited about the DPI that is yet to be developed. And so we believe that there are pieces of infrastructure that can still be put into place for things like energy, underpinning gender equality work, the work that we're doing in the area of the life on land, the life on land sustainable development goal. How do we really start to take these different sectors and really invest in them to get infrastructure layers that are even going to build more on those fundamental layers that have already been done? And so this is what we're planning to do over the next while. We've started an action research process whereby we're really looking at where are the emerging sectors here, what are the linkages in the mapping to the SDGs that we can make, and ultimately, how do we actually show that digital public infrastructure is one of those strong investments that can be made to really improve our progress at the SDGs, on the SDGs at a national level, but also a global level. And so, as we turn now into the panel, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Kezam Masali, and we're going to bring up an amazing panel of speakers who are going to speak to these different angles of this issue.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. As we've just heard from Rob's presentation, the Chief Digital Officer at the United Nations Development Program, the digital public infrastructure has huge potential to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals, to really drive national development outcomes and impact. And this morning, a lot of what we've heard about is what are the architectures, what are the frameworks that make digital public infrastructure. So this afternoon we will dive into some of the impact stories, some of the experiences from countries, and to really demonstrate and have a very lively discussion, we have an excellent set of speakers who I am pleased to welcome on this stage with me. Ms. Melissa Tekeli from the government of Turkey. Welcome on stage, please. Oh, I think I need to step on something. Thank you. May we also have Mr. Madhukar, CV Madhukar from Co-Develop. Mr. Joshua Bamford from the British High Commission. Dr. Pauline Basinga from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And Mr. Viraj Tyagi from the EGA Foundation. So we have in front of us a very diverse set of stakeholders from countries, from non-governmental organizations, from philanthropic foundations. And each of these individuals, these experts have brought some really interesting examples and experiences to share with the G20 delegation, as well as all the guests gathered here today as part of this side event program organized by the Indian presidency. My first question is going to be to you, Melissa, and maybe I'll take a seat as we have a lively discussion. Hello? Yes. So Melissa, you know, the government of Turkey has some great work digitizing public services for its citizens. It would be wonderful to hear from you the pathways, the policy choices that the government has taken to really use digital public infrastructure as a way to accelerate the Sustainable Development Goals for the people of Turkey.
Would you like, yes.
Good afternoon. And it is my great pleasure to be here today as a speaker on behalf of Turkey. I would like to thank the Indian G20 presidency for the opportunity. Before the presentation, I would like to say a few words about what my country is going through. We are shocked by the immense tragedy our country is suffering, and our thoughts go out to our people affected by this disaster. May our people affected by the earthquake find the strength and support they need to overcome this difficult time, and may the victims rest in peace. We would also like to express our gratitude to the countries and organizations that have provided support and aid to our country. Your generosity and kindness are greatly appreciated, and they serve as a testament to the power of international cooperation and compassion in the face of adversity. Am I doing it right? Okay. Yes, about the presentation, I will guide you through the policy setting in Turkey and provide an illustration of the e-government gateway. After mentioning its technical interoperability and social inclusion capacities, I will give you a brief overview of an integrated platform within the gateway, the e-Pulse personal health system. As Turkey, we recognize the immense potential that digital technology has for driving progress and improving the quality of life. In our strategies and action plans for various areas, we have prioritized the improvement of digital public infrastructure. These strategies share a common goal of ensuring a secure and accessible digital infrastructure. Our efforts in several areas as cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, smart cities, and industry sectors aim to deliver innovative and sustainable solutions that emphasize accessibility, interoperability, security, and resilience. We believe that these efforts make a special contribution to the understanding and interpretation of the SDGs, and to specify, these efforts directly relate to SDGs 9, 10, 11, and 17. Additionally, it's worth noting that our national efforts in these areas not only support SDGs, but are also influenced by these objectives. The e-government gateway was established in 2008 and has evolved over time into a comprehensive platform that provides thousands of public services and integrates hundreds of government institutions. Our goal is to continually improve the services offered on the platform, broaden its offerings, and make them available 7/24. The platform offers direct access to a wide range of services, including justice, social security and insurance, health, transportation, education, environment, and urban planning. Currently, the e-government gateway has over 62 million users and offers nearly 7,000 services. It is important to note that the platform encompasses services from all levels of government and includes contributions from stakeholders such as the private sector and academia who provide services on this platform. Technical interoperability is a priority for us to ease of success. Access to the e-government gateway can be obtained through authentication options such as the e-government password, mobile signature, e-signature, identity card, and internet banking. The platform integrates various components, allowing users to access information and services related to their work, residency, and vehicles. Users can obtain necessary documents with just a single click, with the digital version being just as valid as a paper version obtained through traditional methods. The platform also offers mobile access through a dedicated application to support its 7/24 operation principle. To promote social inclusion for equitable service delivery, we have several options available and are continually working to expand and improve upon them. For example, our No Barriers feature allows individuals with disabilities to make video calls using sign language or to contact a specialized call center. Also, the e-government gateway is accessible to foreign residents in Turkey who have lived there for at least 6 months and Turkish nationals. Non-citizens can access a comprehensive help page to answer any questions they have about the system, and they can submit inquiries to a designated advisor at the registry office. We also offer a free password delivery service for elderly individuals over 65, which is often the beginning of their digital journey and brings them great joy to be able to access everything from home. The platform also includes a dyslexia extension, which allows users to customize the font size, length, and character spacing. To briefly touch upon the e-government gateway's comprehensive range of services, I would like to mention the ePulse platform for personalized health management. ePulse is an app that grants citizens and healthcare professionals access to health data collected from healthcare facilities through the internet and mobile devices. This personal health record system allows for individuals to manage all their health information and medical background from a single location, regardless of where their medical exams and treatments occur. The system enhances the quality and speed of the diagnostic and treatment process by enabling physicians to assess health records within a designated time frame and authority, and it also strengthens the communication between patients and their healthcare providers. That is all from me for now, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Melissa, for sharing with us Turkey's experience. Indeed, close to 7,000 public services through a single window of access is incredible and is definitely possible through a digital public infrastructure approach that you heard about earlier today. My next question is to you, Joshua, from the British High Commission. As the UK government, with a number of bilateral partnerships across the countries, especially including the low-middle income countries, what are some issues around digital public infrastructure that you're hearing from those countries from the ground up? Could you share with us at this forum with the G20 delegation?
Good afternoon, everyone. I wanted to start by just offering my deepest condolences and that of the UK government to everybody affected in Turkey and Syria, and to say how brave it is for you to have come during this really difficult period, Melissa. So I also just want to say thank you for inviting me to join this panel on digital public infrastructure and how they can continue to help with the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, which, as we've heard already, are now off track, which is very disappointing news. As has already been said, I'm currently head of tech at the British High Commission in New Delhi, but until recently, I was head of the Trade and Development team at the UK mission to the United Nations and the World Trade Organization in Geneva. And as part of that role, I was lucky enough to be the UK delegate to the WTO Committee on Trade and Development, and also to be the lead representative at UNCTAD, including when they had their ministerial conference a couple of years back. And, you know, being at these fora and listening to developing countries, it was clear and was made very clear that the digital divide between countries pervades everything, and that there is an urgent need to close it to allow the meaningful participation of all citizens in the formalized economy. And I heard this firsthand from developing countries and subsequently on field trips to many of these countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. But I just wanted to start by setting out some context about why supporting developing countries to access digital infrastructure is so important. So over the past decade, the world has become increasingly interconnected, with access to digital technologies becoming an integral part of daily life and our default way of communicating, learning, and doing business. And we all saw how this expanded massively during the COVID-19 pandemic and how that was the only way that we could lead our lives during the challenges. However, it's shocking, but more than 40% of the global population, about 3 billion people, according to the ITU in 2021, still do not have access to the internet. And this includes up to 96% of households in some least developed countries. And despite rapid economic growth, emerging markets still display significant digital divides, which is a symptom of the persistent inequalities that remain and which are a major barrier to poverty reduction. And it's sad to say, but true, that vulnerable and excluded groups are especially affected. The gender digital divide is significant, with women 15% less likely than men to access mobile data or own a mobile device in lower and middle income countries. So these persistent and acute gaps in the inclusive and responsible deployment of digital technologies are still preventing underserved communities from accessing vital information and services, which undermines their livelihoods. And digital public infrastructure can act as an important enabler to supporting developing countries to achieve the needed economic and social transformation. And it is important to recognize that digital public infrastructure is not a goal in itself. And we've already heard very clearly this morning and from people who've spoken before me, it's about the outcomes which need to be tangible for this to have that impact. So I will just talk a little bit about how this relates to UK priorities. So the UK is very committed to a digital development policy framework, which has been published, and you can find on gov.uk, part of our digital public infrastructure. That's very widely known and used in the UK. And this framework is based on 4 mutually reinforcing objectives. So the first objective of our digital policy framework is to ensure digital inclusion. So it will ensure that with our development work, no one is left behind in a digital world, and that institutions, businesses, and people in our partner countries can harness digital communication and tools for inclusive economic growth, social development, and open and transparent governance. Secondly, digital transformation. We will support developing and emerging countries to embrace digital technologies, products, services, and processes that positively disrupt and transform their governments, economies, and societies. That almost could be written with digital public infrastructure in mind. Thirdly, digital responsibility, so supporting a safe, secure, and resilient digital environment so that people, institutions, and businesses can mitigate risks and challenges of an increasingly connected digital world and trust the use of digital technologies for social development and economic growth, which fits very well with the themes that we heard this morning about privacy by design and consented approval. And finally, digital responsibility. That's the 4th objective. So we want to support partner countries to embrace digital technologies in a way that reduces their environmental costs and supports digital solutions that enable climate change, resilience, and adaptation, something which we, of course, did push through the COP27 process in Glasgow and features in the final Glasgow Pact. And how does this relate to DPIs? Well, we're seeing that countries are increasingly turning to digital public infrastructure projects to improve efficiency, speed, flexibility, inclusion, and transparency of public and private sector functions and services. And the UK's view is, if well designed and implemented, DPI is well aligned to our digital development policy framework and our main objectives in this area. It's an important part of inclusive, responsible, and sustainable digital transformation and will create a foundation for more effective delivery of public and private sector services. And this includes supporting the UK's international development strategy priorities such as health, humanitarian, and women and girls. But it's also a fundamental part of our objective to use the power, the transformative power of science and technology to improve lives around the world. And as part of the UK's international development strategy, we have announced that we will be setting up a technology centre of expertise to provide advice from experts in the UK, sometimes from places like the Government Digital Service or the Cabinet Office, to those countries that express a need or would like to work with us to help set up something like a digital public infrastructure service. And importantly for us, DPI can also encapsulate UK tech values and standards. So we've already talked about it: privacy, transparency, and security. And it can provide an alternative approach for digital transformation if complemented with support for the required enabling environments. I think I was asked to name a few countries that we think have done this very well, so developing economies. I think many of them were covered by Robert. So, on my list, I had countries like the Philippines, which we've already discussed, Togo, Sri Lanka, and the UK has been supporting both through bilateral programs, but also multilateral programs, the work that's taking place in Sri Lanka. And actually, we've seen during the recent situation, the recent conflict, and the recent crisis, how important having that digital infrastructure in place has been to the lives of ordinary citizens. And in terms of specific programs, the UK supports the DIAL program, the ID4D, and we support a number of countries to roll out digital payment systems, all of whom have slightly different names depending on the country. And of course, we could speak further about the India Stack and the transformative effect that has had on such a large emerging economy. That's perfect. Thanks, that's all I had to say. So I'm being shooed off just as I finished. Thank you.
Someone is helping me moderate from the sidelines. Thank you. But really, the two key points that we heard today were that in order for the transformative potential of DPI, we need to ensure its people-centeredness in its design and implementation. And also the very important role of the local digital ecosystems in our respective countries' geographies. And with this, I turn to a very important player in the Indian local ecosystem, EGA Foundation. Viraj, what has been your journey for the last 15 years on digital public infrastructure, working with India, and now increasingly working on globalizing some of those good practices, those lessons, but also discovering new lessons in emerging contexts? Please.
Thank you. Very nice to be here. And given what happened over the last 2 years, it's an appropriate topic. How do we get to SDGs and get humanity in a good place, and what role DPIs can play there? So really great to be here. I think quickly about EGA, we've been around for 2 decades, and actually we have done the journey in reverse. We started as a e-governments actor, working on service delivery, governance, in the trenches in the cities of India, and actually build solutions for multiple cities for a long time in our life. And of course, there were 70, 80 cities we worked with, and there were good results there. But about 5, 6 years ago, we started thinking, how do we scale it? And that's when the whole thinking around how do you build common rails for governance and service delivery, by which I mean things like getting a connection for a water tap, doing a complaint, paying your municipal taxes from a citizen point of view, or getting licenses. From a administrator point of view, getting data about your cities which are reliable, trustworthy. From the front-end employees point of view, having job aids and tools to do their jobs better. So we kind of almost unwounded what we did and built, bottoms-up digital infra. So basically, invoice is an invoice is an invoice, whether you're paying your property tax bill, or you're paying water tax bill, or you're paying your license fee. Or workflow is a workflow, whether you're resolving a complaint, or you're getting a new application for a water connection. So that's how we've rebuilt the infra. So just very quickly, I'll show you at a high level what we do. Just click this. Yeah. So yeah, I think as we see, we build digital infra, but the last part of the sentence is important, that we also work with governments and the markets to drive population scale digital transformation. I'll talk a bit more about it. And there are 3 pillars of our work. One is, of course, building digital infra, but more importantly, catalyzing markets to participate, because that's the only way you can scale. You can build, Pramod was earlier talking about scarce resources. You can bring scarce resources in, but there's implementation capacity in the markets that should be utilized using that. And finally, there's a lot of discussion on capacity of the government, and not the traditional sense of capacity, training and stuff like that, but how do you have an alternative approach to solving societal problems at scale and speed?
in a sustainable manner. So how do you bring that capacity? So results have been very, very interesting. We are right now in 5 countries, 16 subnational government. Last year, the national government of India adopted the platform for local governance platform for the nation. It's called UPYOG. We are in 4 sectors, governance, sanitation, public health, and public finance management. There are 260 million plus citizens who benefit from the services in India. During COVID, 5 countries adopted the DEWG platform, more than 2.3 billion certificates were issued, and we have 150 plus partners. And what I think we have, I'd like to touch upon is there's a lot of order of magnitude difference in both the public money you spend in these platforms when we run programs and the time. I mean, we have seen a typical statewide implementation in a state like Punjab, which is as big as Ghana. The traditional approach, the estimate was $20 million, but when you use a DPI-based approach, that's like $1.5 million. So that's the level of difference in public money that you spend. And I think the key learning for us for the last 6 years have been, building DPIs which are open, interoperable, reusable is important. But I'll borrow Madhukar's term, resource stack. You also need a resource stack to capacitize the system to leverage it. So if you look at it, on the top are the DPIs, digital building blocks, some end user solutions. Everything is open source, it's on GitHub, open APIs and specs. But then work with the markets, catalyze ecosystems. So we have an academy called Digit Academy. Last year we delivered 15,000 hours of trainings. We have documentation, playbooks, of course, a lot of technical libraries and technology tools that people can use. So not just the technology tools, but also programmatic tools for ecosystem to use it, how to run a program leveraging it. And we provide support, L3 support for all our partners. On the government side, one of the biggest challenges is reimagination. How do you reimagine using these kind of infra? And that starts with, doing workshops, but also what we do is, one of the tests of a DPI is whether it works in a multiple context seamlessly. So we work with governments to do exemplars. When we say exemplars, they're not pilot, because you can do a pilot in 1 city. But when you do exemplar in 166 cities in Punjab, all the various contextual problems kind of surface up, and then you really test whether the DPI can address all the use cases and all the contextual problems that you have. In terms of, we do policy and strategy advisory with the government, and also as a part of governance, when governments work with markets, we actually help them govern the program from a technology design, program design perspective, as part of the governance. So major point is that this is what really made the difference from a scale perspective. Once you had the resource stack, that's when the magic starts happening. And these are some of the numbers. Again, you see initially when we made the switch to the DPI-based strategy, initially it was slow, but once the ecosystem starts acting, and that's the real power. I think somebody used the term, it's not what you have on the platform, but what happens on the top of the platform. So when people start interacting, people start using, that's when, number of programs went up, number of partners went up, citizens, so it's like a hockey stick. And what we're seeing very encouragingly is like, e-justice. There are actors in the ecosystem, non-profits, for-profits are coming together, and they're saying, how can we use Digit to solve some of those problems? So I think the critical thing is if you have a resource stack, then people will have a way of engaging with the platform and the DPI. Sorry, I'm using the term interchangeably. It's like we've used platform for such a long time, but DPI is a right term. And of course, the DPIs have to be designed right. But if you have resources that you make available to the ecosystem, and actually there are attractive markets, then I think the participation happens. And then really it's not limited by what eGov Foundation thinks or what a particular ministry thinks. It's basically how people reimagine how they can use this DPI and the resources to solve new problems. We never thought when we started 6 years ago that we'll be in sanitation, water, and PFM. We thought we'll be only solving urban. But now there's justice, water security, various people are working on that, and that's the real power of DPIs, that you're solving problems that you can't imagine will happen 6 years later, because you're creating those common railroads. So I think that's the main point I wanted to land in terms of, that having the, enabling the capacity of the system to solve is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Viraj. The transformative potential was really demonstrated when you talked about a 20 million resource envelope that can be transformed into a 1.5 million only resource envelope with the DPI approach. Similarly, as we have heard, in India, financial inclusion would have taken 50 years if the DPI approach was not adopted, which then really changed the landscape, and within 5 years, much was achieved. With this, I turn my next question to you, Pauline. Mr. Bill Gates has famously said that there's not an SDG, a Sustainable Development Goal, that is not impacted by the digital public infrastructure approach. We would love to hear from you what the G20 can collectively do, what we as stakeholders, as partners within this process can collectively do as a next step to really accelerate the potential of digital public infrastructure for the SDGs.
Thank you very much, Kezom, for having myself and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation join this platform. Just because before I start, I also wanted to send our condolences to our colleague from Turkey, and with the devastating news from last week, it's our heart goes to you and your country and everyone. And also to really thank the government of India for inviting us to join this working group, and also the government of UP. We've been working with the UP state for many, many years, and it was just, we were thrilled to today listen to the presentation since the morning. So I think I'm not going to go back to the case of DPI, why it's so critical to build infrastructure. We heard the news from the last decade of development that DPI has been able to enable here in India. There are also some other examples in Ghana or in Brazil, where in the past 10 years they've been able to close the digital inclusion gap in a very, very significant way. There is a growing body of evidence in terms of how, when a country has put in place digital public infrastructure, those public goods in place, and when government has put in place good regulations and they are able to bring the private sector, banking system, etc., the magic that can really do to make sure that government is able to reach people who have been not seen for many, many years. There are many governments that continue to provide services to people that does not need it, or missing people that really actually need the services, or even losing a lot of money through inefficiency that exists because of that lack of digital public infrastructure. Some of those inefficiencies are maybe wanted by some people in the system because those leakages benefit some, but it doesn't benefit the millions of poor people that really need those services. We've seen some studies just before COVID, for example, in Andhra Pradesh. They've done a randomized control trials just looking how the government send money directly to people. You get 40% less leakages than when you use your traditional paper-based systems. Now, the question to all the G20 members here is, how can we collectively document all the best practices that you've learned through the implementation of the systems, etc., and try to apply that into the development program that you are doing in many countries in Southeast Asia, but especially in Africa, where many countries are really looking forward to applying those DPI programs. At the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, we've adopted digital public infrastructure as one top breakthrough goal that we're going to advance this year. And we're taking advantage of the Indian leadership in the G20, and very pleased that DPI has been selected as one of the top priorities. And collectively, we really need to pool funding together so that the DPI community will have a funding. So it'll be really good to hear from co-develop and other partners in terms of thinking about having a pool of resources that government can access, not necessarily to pay for the digital public infrastructure, because most of it is free or open, etc. But there are costs associated with that, mainly for capacity building, not only at the country level, but also capacity building of key people within government that are going to move that agenda forward. But also there is a need to do some very concrete advocacy at the country level. In those countries, when you have champion leaders within the government that are able to really take the DPI agenda and stay with it for the long term, because if you don't take that long-term view, but at the same time having very concrete short-term wins along the way, for all that you really need a critical number of people, including the UN agencies like UNDP and others who are really helping the government to move the agenda forward. So we will be open to partner with the G20 member states to also continue to create a much bigger critical mass of people who understand the need for DPI, and also to build the future of experts that will really help countries to move this agenda forward.
Thank you so much, Pauline. You spoke about the importance of collectively coming together to share good practices, to make them much more accessible to the rest of the world. And with this, I turn our final question to CV Madhukar. Madhukar, you are heading a really important organization that's fulfilling an important need in digital public infrastructure's implementation, particularly its accessibility for low middle income countries. Over the last 1.5 years of engaging with a number of countries, including governments, what are some critical challenges that we must step up as a collective global community to solve? Would love to hear from you these insights so that we may indeed ensure that digital public infrastructure can continue to accelerate the SDGs for the remaining years.
Thank you, Kezom. I think today we've heard a range of perspectives, certainly from India, but also from around the world. And I think one number that stood out for me from all of the presentations was, I think, 384 million, that slide that Pramod put up this morning, where people who didn't have a smartphone, people who didn't have a feature phone could access funds directly by using their biometrics. I think the challenge for us collectively is, how do we innovate for those who have nothing at their disposal, no records, no phones, no connection, but can still benefit from all of the thinking, collective thinking and wisdom that we can all bring to bear. And that number, therefore, said a lot. This was just in 1 month, in the month of December, right? So as we look at the landscape of countries that are trying to build out digital infrastructure, our assessment pointed us to something very interesting. Many countries during the pandemic struggled to make emergency payments to people, right? That has come out as a major important use case for many countries. In fact, I would say the tragedies that we were seeing right now in Turkey, for instance, or for another climate disaster that might happen somewhere, the test of digital infrastructure is really about, when something like that happens, how resilient is the system that we built to be able to meet the challenges that obviously come up when such things happen, right? So the challenge for us is, how do we use our collective efforts? And so G2P payments have emerged as an important use case that have come from many, many countries. The quick lessons that we're drawing, and we're beginning to engage with more and more countries right now, quick lessons we're drawing are the following, right? Number one, countries want to start with a use case. We might start off with ID, payments, and data exchange, which is important, we all know. But the starting point for a country is always the use case, right? In this particular case, it seems to be G2P payments, it may be something else, and so on and so forth. So I think we've got to meet the country where the country wants to begin the journey. That's the first. The second is that when a country says, I'm ready, ready means different things in different contexts. Where do we meet them? How do we handhold them? How do we engage with them? and how do we make them go from one step to another, while seeing successes on an ongoing basis, right? I think that's the second. We need quick successes, but we need to have a long-term vision. So that's the second sort of big takeaway. The third is that the ecosystem that's surrounding the adoption of digital public infrastructure, despite all of the conversation we're having right now, hasn't still quite matured. The biggest barrier for adoption for countries, there are many. One of the biggest barriers is the lack of standardization of RFP documents, and how do you procure stuff, and who do I reach out to? And these are very basic solvable problems, and collectively I'm sure we have a way to find out how to address these very, very basic sort of coordination challenges. And I think at the end of the day, the big takeaway for us as co-developers, but I'm sure is something that is on all of our minds, is the proof of the pudding for all of us is country adoption. If that doesn't happen, almost anything we do, including resolutions we pass at the G20 or G7 or some other, developing code bases, knowledge exchange visits, all of that is very useful, but really not making a difference on the ground where it really matters. So I think for us as co-developers, our single most important metric of success is country adoption. If we fail at that in the next 5 years, we've done ourselves collectively an injustice about how we are actually approaching this problem. I think that's the acid test we want to hold ourselves by, and I'm hoping collectively we'll all step up to sort of finding a way to make that happen. I'll just maybe rest my case here with one last point, which is the point of this: how does DPGs impact SDGs? It's almost like it's so obvious it's hard to explain, but I do think that we haven't quite built up the evidence base for that to make a coherent argument as to really how this transforms. And so when Robert said that you're beginning to a process to actually work on this question of how do SDGs get impacted with all of the work we're doing, I think it's a welcome addition to the ecosystem. We look forward to that report and more. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhukar. With this, we're going to open the floor to questions. We have just enough time to take about 4 questions from the audience. Well, this session is right after lunch. I see we have a question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brian Heitz from the Netherlands. I would like to ask a question to Mr. Madhukar, if I'm seeing this correctly. You said something about reaching the best target. Those who have nothing can benefit from these digital platforms. But you can also imagine that in countries where people do have more access to mobile devices, people do not want to be part of a digital platform because they say, I want to safeguard my privacy. How can we combine those 2 things and safeguarding their privacy?
Yeah, this question of is an interesting one because there's no one size fits all, and that's an obvious one. The paradox is this: I think the nature of technology, or the nature of what really scales, what enables that is a standardization, right? If you don't standardize, nothing will ever scale. But at the same time, when you look at countries, there's no one size fits all. And so how do we resolve that paradox of standardizing many things, whereas letting individual choice in the country actually be an important, where countries don't need, have smartphone penetration, don't need biometrics. In fact, there is any number of models of how to develop unique ID without biometrics in resource-rich countries. And so it's not our sort of hope or even suggestion that biometrics are a must for every country for IDs. There are any number of ways we can do it. In resource-starved countries, in fact, I've been asking several researchers and technologists and others, can you point to good ways of including those who don't have any paperwork into the system without using biometrics? And I haven't got a good answer yet. All of the blockchain and everything else is too fancy for most people who don't have any idea at all. And so I think there's some discovery we'll have to do collectively really over the next few years on what is the right balance between privacy and using biometrics for very, very basic and essential services.
Thank you, Madhukar. We'll take a next question. Yes, Luciano.
No, thank you. I think that's a very interesting conversation just about this last point. I think when we're talking about identification, somehow people provide their data. The different thing now is that this is digital, and then access to the data and the risks associated with the provision of the data are much larger, much more significant. But traditionally, for getting a paper document, you are providing data. Traditionally, you would go to an office and then put your fingerprints and so on. The government has this data. Being digitalized means there are more risks, there are more problems associated with that. But I think providing personal information to government is something that has happened since governments are able to provide services, and that's inherent to their activities. I think a point that's worth mentioning sometimes, and you said about striking the right balance, is that not people in different countries don't have necessarily the same feeling about their privacy. And that changes from country to country, from different needs that people have, and even across generations. People nowadays use like social media and social platforms and expose their lives in such a way that you think, well, they're really concerned about their privacy. Not really. And so in some developing countries, we are thinking about, well, what's more important, to get a cash transfer quickly, or really giving my fingerprints to government, then probably they would have it anyway. So, as you said, I think striking the right balance is key. Having the data secure is key. But I think different countries will have different levels of sensibilities about how data is managed and how the different objectives are. I think certain countries will have the basics are provided. So, okay, they can afford being more concerned about privacy. In other countries, that's less so. So I think it's more a comment that I wanted to make. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I just have a quick reaction. I don't mean to hog the stage here. You're absolutely right that this notion of privacy is very different in very different contexts. Imposing one sort of view on what privacy should be is a bit of a challenge. As we all know, I think between the tech companies and governments, they already know all of the information they need to know about us. They don't need any new system to collect any more information. They have all and more of it. And so even as we pontificate and negotiate here amongst ourselves, oh my God, what do we do about this and what do we do about that? There are solutions that are coming up that are actually could potentially harm public welfare in the medium to longer run, right? So I think the choice for us is, on the one hand, get to the perfect and wait for as long as it takes to get to the perfect, or start off with the good and say, what progress can we make with the good? I think, and that's, in my mind at least, not a choice at all. We start with the good.
That was a really important question from our delegate from Brazil. Certainly country contexts are going to drive some of these choices, but at a principle level, we can say that, through a people-centered approach, the approach to privacy is very much going to be driven not only just by how countries perceive and determine it, but that will be determined by people and people's sort of ownership of their data, of their choices vis-a-vis privacy and so on. And this is something that we firmly believe in, especially at the United Nations. This is something that we are also seeing emerging as an important point of leadership from the Government of India as part of this G20 presidency for debate and dialogue with the member states here. Any more questions? We have one from the floor. our colleague from the UN Better Than Cash Alliance.
Thank you. And my congratulations to the team from UNDP for arranging such a good discussion. I represent Better Than Cash Alliance, which works on promoting digital payments. And all our initiatives work towards prioritizing women in the digital economy. I wanted to ask the panelists, particularly Mr. Viraj and Mr. Madhukar Shetty, as to how do you think public policy making can further enhance DPIs being leveraged by women? We're seeing that gradually we're realizing how women are using DPI more and more, just not for their economic empowerment, but also for their overall health, livelihood enhancement. But we still see that the divide is not yet bridged. We still see a lot of women not being able to make the best potential of it. So from your experience of advising governments, of knowing the policy environment, where do you think more could be done? And that will be helpful for us also to inform our initiatives. Thank you.
So your question is on the gender equality in term, on technology?
Yes, yes.
Okay, yeah.
We see women still not being very comfortable with the digital platforms because of gaps in vernacular language usages, because of their environment where they are not able to use the platforms very well, skilling issues. And while a lot of work is happening both by the government and the private sector, still we are yet to bridge the gap. So any suggestions, any advice from your side?
So definitely there are design things you can do around language, around medium. For example, we're discussing over lunch, voice activated. A lot of people are comfortable using voice thanks to WhatsApp. Can you give channels which are easier, less intrusive and less kind of difficult to, less frictional? I think the two things from our perspective, I can definitely say over last 5 years in our product management function, we've gone from, no women to 50% women. But I think you need to have representation to design right. I think that's very important for us. We really look at diversity within our organization to see whether we can design or not. From a policy perspective, I think measuring the gender-based data is very important. So I think everything you do, for example, sanitation platform Odisha, it's a standard report which comes out, how many women self-help groups are using it, how much sewage has been disposed, and all those kind of things. Because a lot of times the gender disaggregated data is not really available, and that really impedes the policy work. So we are working with CPR, for example, in Odisha to look at the data and see what else can be done from a design. So whenever you're designing the M&E frameworks, measuring gender dimension is very important. So that's the second thing. Thirdly, I think I would say just from a participation perspective, when you do on-ground events and everything, we need to get more women in the, one of the things to start measuring it, how many trainers are women, right? Because usually you have a large hall and somebody stands up and delivers a training. So I think a combination of those, I'm not an expert in policy, but I think combination of those things from a practically what we see on ground, I think will move the needle. We still have quite a long distance to go.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to add to this important question, because we know that even today many women are shut out of the economy because the government is not reaching them, and also some of them, the men in their life don't want them to earn or to spend their own money, right? So I think as we discuss the issue of privacy, etc., we need to keep that in mind. We need to really build systems that protect privacy, but at the same time, we need the government and everyone to take the responsibility of seeing those women, counting them, knowing where they are. I think it's a fundamental right for them, because if you don't have that foundation to know how many of them are there, where they live, etc., that would be one. Then you'll be able, after having that data, and DPI can play a critical role in that. And then when you have that, then Crowd, you did an amazing description this morning. After knowing who they are, then you can actually know what they have. Some of them own land, and some of those lands are not in their name as well, and they cannot use it to actually, use it as a collateral to get a credit, etc. But you see a disproportionate difference between men access to bank account, to credit, etc., compared to women. So I think DPI can be really a gender gender equality game changer if we do it right and we do it with that aspect in mind. Thank you. And great to continue supporting the work that you do as the Gate Foundation.
Thanks. I just wanted to come in with a very general point. I mean, we know that most physical infrastructure was designed by men, for men, in mind. And, the UK recently sponsored a project, for example, with the Mumbai Metro, looking at how it had been designed and whether women were in mind. And it found that it didn't work. So if you had children, if you had buggies, if you had shopping bags, if you looked at the height of where you put the handles, it didn't work for women. And with some small changes, you could make that much more effective. And I think from a UK perspective, and it's a massive priority for us to ensure the empowerment of women and girls, is as we design these new digital infrastructure projects, as we put the stacks together, we've got to have more women involved in the design process. We've got to have more women involved as stakeholders. And we've got to make sure that as we create these new technologies, everybody is included in the design process, because we've already seen that with our physical infrastructure, it doesn't always work, and it's much, much harder to change something when it's already in place than to build it in to the process at the start. So that's just a general point.
Another call to G20. We were in Agra 2 days before there was the G20 Empower. This was also debated. I think a clear link between the work of G20 Empower and this working group.
Thank you so much, panelists, for a very lively discussion. A round of applause for them. Indeed, many countries are building their digital public infrastructure. It is a global agenda that requires collective action, and without collective action, we know that the dangers of, data insecurity, the dangers of it not really achieving the potential, as we've heard today, it has the potential of in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, our national development goals. So with this, again, a round of applause to the panelists, and I have the delight to welcome our colleague and partner from the Government of India, Mr. Nagaraj Naidu, to make the closing remarks for this session. Mr. Naidu, over to you.
Thank you, Kezum. A very fascinating panel this afternoon. A subject that is very, very close to our hearts and I have spent the last 5 years at the UN. In 2015, the world came together to forge the SDGs. Unfortunately, the triple planetary crisis, the pandemic, and the ongoing food, fertilizer, and fuel crisis, coupled with the ongoing global political uncertainty, has ensured that the world is woefully behind as it approaches the halfway mark to 2030. What was supposed to be the decade of action has virtually turned into a decade of recovery. Robert Opp, in his presentation, has kind of showed us graphically that we are on track on only 26 out of the 169 SDG targets. Millions of lives are at risk, as are hundreds of millions of livelihoods, if progress does not accelerate dramatically. While the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has been disproportionate across countries, the one key differentiator, regardless of income levels, was that countries that were more digitally prepared were perhaps able to adapt better. It is increasingly apparent that the ability to respond swiftly and effectively to global crisis, whether that may be health related, it could be climate change or economic recession, we require strong digital public infrastructure. Digital technology today permeates our society, and as nations strive towards the attainment of their SDGs, attention is increasingly coalescing towards an open source, open API, interoperable digital solutions that can effectively be leveraged to build the much needed digital public infrastructure to ensure society-wide benefits, and India is a very good example for this. For instance, digital payments, data transfer protocols, or digital health services can be incorporated to improve public service delivery in a very safe, trusted, and inclusive manner. We have this very well brought out in the presentation made by Melissa, who talked about Turkey's e-government gateway, which delivers 7,000 and odd services, touching the lives of close to 60 million people, as well as the e-Pulse personal health system. Correctly assembled, as Madhukar of Co-Develop has mentioned, these DPGs can build a digital public infrastructure that is powerful and resilient enough to deliver society-wide impact for both current and future generations. We've also heard Viraj Tyagi, CEO of eGov Foundation, mention that DPIs could potentially solve problems that we are not able to imagine today. The inherent openness of DPGs mean that they are socially oriented. They can be customized to meet a country's specific needs and context while respecting the agency of the implementing country. By their very design, the digital public goods can decrease implementation costs, effort, and time. And crucially, by building solutions collaboratively, they preclude the emergence of any future tech monopolies. Openness of digital public goods can confer them another very priceless quality that is of scalability. And today's global challenges precisely call for swiftly implementable and scalable solutions that we've seen, as in the case of the CoWIN app that we developed in India. Digital public goods can also facilitate knowledge exchange between countries by sharing the blueprints of their development as well as experiential learnings from other countries. This in turn allows for replication of solutions and successes within each country's own context. As we also heard from Robert Opp, that whether it is addressing the pandemic or education, climate change, women's empowerment, fighting poverty and hunger, justice, or even ensuring a just transition, digital transformation can play a crucial role as a catalyst in all these areas. Ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Basinga of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation had also alluded to, the answer to unlocking digital transformation lies in coming together and sharing insights to customize and improve the DPGs toward building an inclusive digital public infrastructure for tomorrow. But none of these benefits of DPI can accrue if we do not address the issue of the growing digital divide, as referred to by Joshua of the British High Commission. At the same time, digital public infrastructure is not deployed in a vacuum. Political context does matter, and DPIs must be designed and governed with safeguards required to ensure that platforms maintain trust and empower all people. We've also kind of heard one of the audiences talk about the ongoing discourse that DPI and other digital systems, while unlocking value by breaking down data silos and creating shared technology infrastructure, can also expose citizens to risks such as privacy violations, identity theft and fraud, and perhaps even exclusion from digital services for those who are not connected or do not have the opportunity to go digital. In this regard, the G20 as a grouping, it can steward inclusive approaches to digital transformation, directing international development cooperation and strengthening multilateralism towards a new future. And it can do so by breaking down barriers to building sustainable digital infrastructure and help governments create human-centered digital services that can empower individuals and improving our overall well-being. This is precisely the task of India's G20 presidency, and we are very hopeful that we are able to deliver on some of our outcomes that we have set for ourselves, both within the Sherpa track in the digital economy working group as well as the development working group and within the finance track. So hopefully we will see the Indian presidency really throw its spotlight on digital transformation. This is something that we have inherited from Indonesia, and we are very, very hopeful that the Troika, that is even Brazil in future, will carry on this baton up to South Africa. And we are very, very hopeful that the so-called crescent of developing countries' presidencies will see a lot of focus on digitization and the benefits that it could accrue to the global good. Thank you so much.
We need to do the memento bit.
There's some special gifts for you all. Please do come back. Thank you.
Kizom, I request you to just hand over a small token of appreciation to our guests.
May I call Robert up?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, he's busy. Okay. Miss Melissa Tekeli.
May we call Robert up on the stage, please?
I can do it together.
Oh, okay. Right. Like this, or the whole thing? Okay.
Mr. Joshua Bamford. Dr. Pauline Basinga. Okay, just hold on. Pauline Basinga, the third one. Mr. Viraj Tyagi. Yeah. Are you? Okay. Mr. C.V. Madhukar. And Mr. Nagraj Naidu ji. Thank you. Kizo, shall we do yours or no? Okay, we do one. We do one.
Thank you so much.
We will now be taking a 10-minute break for coffee, after which we will move on to the fourth workshop for the day. May I request everybody to please take a seat? Our next workshop on digital initiatives of the state of Uttar Pradesh will be starting soon. May I request everyone to please be seated? Guests in the foyer, can you please take a seat? Our next workshop on the digital initiatives of the state of Uttar Pradesh is about to begin. May I request Mr. Kumar Vineet, Special Secretary, IT and Electronics, Government of UP, to please come on stage.
Okay, thank you.
Very good afternoon and a very warm welcome to you all in Lucknow. So, I hope the coffee has done good and it has unnerved us again, and we are all ready for another 45 minutes of session. The journey of information technology in the last 25 years has been phenomenal. From the Y2K syndrome to blockchain, AI, ML, stupendous rise in social media, and of late, ChatGPT. If we combine it together, it has all changed the form of governance. Uttar Pradesh also marches ahead in this area. In this scenario, trying to keep apace with the IT initiatives of the Government of India and the world over. We aim to be front runners in various fields, be it as obvious as data center to as niche as cultural and spiritual tourism and their cascading impact on the governance of our country, our nation, our society. In the next 45 minutes, I shall take you to a journey of IT initiatives of UP in the field of, say, governance at the doorstep of citizens, establishing IT infrastructure and other initiatives where IT has worked wonders. We will showcase our achievements, share our success stories, and discuss our future plans, our visions, through a combination of video and panel discussions. May I invite Dr. Subhi Chaturvedi. She is a PhD from IT Delhi, a distinguished technology policy professional and global vice president of Chief Corporate Affairs of InMobi. Incidentally, InMobi is the first unicorn of India. She will be moderating our first panel discussion. I request Dr. Devesh Chaturvedi, in his capacity as Additional Chief Secretary Agriculture and Agri-Marketing, to kindly take seat. Thank you, sir. Madam Anupam Kulshresht, a distinguished IPS officer who will deliberate on visionary innovations in traffic. Mr. Saurabh Babu, Commissioner Food and Civil Supplies, request you to kindly please join the stage. With focus on niche areas and the success therein, I request Dr. Roshan Jacob, in her capacity as Secretary, Geology and Mining, to please be on stage. Before I hand over the session to you, Dr. Subhi, let us rush into a journey of IT in UP through a film. May I have the video, please?
With the rise of IT, our world stepped into a new era. Soon, India started adapting to this new ecosystem under the exemplary leadership of Honorable PM Narendra Modi, expanding the digital wave to the last mile and changing the everyday lives of billions of people. And Uttar Pradesh is the front runner in the race for digital disruption. With the ambitious vision of digital enablement, under the leadership of Honorable CM Yogi Adityanath ji, the UP government developed and deployed an array of citizen-centric services and access to such mechanisms through Government to Citizen Services. E-District is the flagship scheme under the Digital India program that included onboarding more than 275 services of 42 departments and disbursement of about 32 crore certificates, while creating 1.5 lakh common service centers. Also launched the UP Bhulekh portal to help citizens like farmers in fetching the accurate ownership details of digital land records of Khasra and Khatoni, in turn helping government in crucial data analytics for better policy making. Introducing cloud-based applications like DigiLocker and Umang apps for onboarding of citizen-centric services and providing digital documents. DigiLocker gives ease of access in availing 119 types of documents like birth and caste certificates, leading to more than 18 crore documents registered. On Umang app, with more than 20 services like EFIR, age certificate integrated. The CM Helpline 1076 is the initiative with a one-stop grievances platform, curated by one of the advanced call center facilities with 500 seats and a capacity of 80,000 inbound and 55,000 outbound calls per day. Also establishing services like COVID Command Center, which helped in entire COVID management, and Hello Doctor to provide urgent medical help from specialized professionals. The IT sector ventured into the benefits to citizen initiatives to change the mechanism of transferring subsidies, pensions, and cash benefits directly for the people like farmers, primary and upper primary students through their Aadhaar-seeded bank accounts, putting an end to any instance of leakage, delay or fraud. The government of Uttar Pradesh also executed a series of initiatives to modernize the process of distribution of food grains to the beneficiaries based on Aadhaar-based authentication using electronic point of sale, that is EPOS devices, through about 80,000 fair price shops in the state. This has ensured the induction of transparency, prevention of diversion, and impacted 14.7 crore beneficiaries of 3.6 crore families covered under the National Food Security Act. Government of Uttar Pradesh has also automated the process of procurement of food grains from registered farmers by deploying electronic point of purchase, that is EPOP devices, at about 6,000 purchase centers. In terms of enabling infrastructure, the government promotes the creation of new digital infra by expanding the digital network and smart devices in the deepest corner of the state and started the fintech revolution. Uttar Pradesh also received support in creating the startup ecosystem with the Inspiring IT and Startup Policy 2020, implemented to facilitate all stages of the ITES industry, making up the Mobile Manufacturing Hub and Electronic Manufacturing Cluster under UP Electronic Manufacturing Policy 2020, with 196 ESTMs operating in the state, leading to about 60% of overall mobile manufactured in the nation. Building up as the data centers hub by creating data centers with more than 600 megawatt of DC capacity in Noida and Greater Noida under UP Data Center Policy 2021. Implementing niche initiatives, UP mastered the use of AI and ML on an unprecedented scale in the Kumbh Mela to get an accurate headcount in the biggest human gathering on earth. Developed Nivesh Mitra, a single window clearance system for obtaining information, NOCs, licenses, approvals and tracking application status online. providing all facilitations and hand-holding support to the investors intending to start a business or operate a business in the state for about 350 services. With more than 6 lakh NOCs issued, introducing the Uttam FDR portal for technical quality testing and augmentation management of the rural road development projects under the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. In the geology and mining sector, the state launched Mine Mitra, an integrated portal for end-to-end mineral management, bringing all citizen-centric services, e-commerce platforms, and mining surveillance systems onto one common gateway for ease of doing business, better e-governance, and sustainable economic growth. Welcome to the home of innovation, the state of unlimited possibilities. Uttar Pradesh, New India's growth engine.
Thank you. So, ensuring transparency with accountability, swift delivery of services, reaching out to citizens and enabling them with IT initiatives. That has been the vision of Uttar Pradesh. On this note, I now hand it over to Dr. Subhi for a discussion on what has been our journey so far and the vision again.
Hi, good evening, Lucknow, and thank you everybody for gracing us with your presence in the middle of a Monday afternoon. I'm very, very happy and delighted to be with you today and greatly proud and honored to be moderating this most important and critical session. I grew up in this city, so welcome to my city and my state. We believe that when you learn to win in Uttar Pradesh, you can almost win everywhere. This is a very, very crucial time for all of us. We are living in a post-COVID world, a scenario which is full of uncertainty. And these are the people on the dais today that you'll be hearing from who've made a difference to every single aspect of life as we know it, in terms of equity, in terms of agriculture, in terms of agrarian economies, the differences in food security, mining, sustainability, mobility, and traffic management. I don't want to keep a lot of time just setting the context here. What we're looking at is an India where landlines were a challenge and now you have one of the highest consumptions of data. We won this on the back of a unique program started in 2014 called Digital India with 3 pillars around empowerment, infrastructure development, more e-services which came online, and also the ability to bridge gaps between digital literacy so that not even a single voice was getting left behind. InMobi was India's first unicorn, and that's why we've lived to tell the story. We literally were the ones who started the fire. What is it that's working in Uttar Pradesh today? From 500 to 7,000 unicorns, and these are very, very powerful stories. We have 75 districts, over 26 languages, several rivers which make this land fertile, but also, as Indians are argumentative, several viewpoints. I grew up where there was a mix and confluence of cultures. This is a city that's known for its tehzeeb, tamiz, adab, and adab, which basically translates into nuances, culture, creativity, and also the ability to assimilate different knowledge and cultures. It's also the state that's given this country some of the most proficient political readers, thinkers, and writers. And that's really my time. With that, I request Devesh Chaturvedi sir, who's the Additional Secretary, Government of Uttar Pradesh, to talk about the direct benefit scheme, which has been one of the biggest success stories that Uttar Pradesh has seen, and the role that IT has played in transparency and greater accountability. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm audible, I hope. So I just would like to mention that the digital empowerment initiative of Government of UP was close at heels with Government of India's initiative of JAM, Jan Dhan Aadhaar Mobile platform, which was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister. And if you see my sector, the agriculture sector, which I'm handling, so we have the producer, we have 3.8 crores, about 38 million farmers already registered on our database of farmers, which includes the details like the bank account numbers, mobile numbers, and the unique identification number or Aadhaar. Now, the first step of a farming activity is inputs, and all the inputs which are given through subsidized inputs like fertilizers, seeds, agricultural implements, all these are through a portal in which the farmers apply, and the subsidies also transferred directly to the farmers once the procurement of that input is done by the farmer. That is the first step, and that has led to removal for all the mediators, and selection is also based on a very transparent criteria. Then we come to the second aspect, which is once the produce is available during the harvesting, the procurement side. The procurement side is fully digitized, which of course was mentioned in the film, and my friend, the food commissioner, will also tell in details about how it has led to reduction in corruption and also pilferages. And the third aspect is that once the food grains are procured and they are distributed through the PDS system, again that is fully digitized, which has led to very complete reduction in terms of leakages and pilferages, and complaints have also been reduced. Now all these three aspects which has been undertaken has basically helped in improving the governance. And as I mentioned, 3.8 crore farmers or 38 million farmers are in our database, and whichever scheme we want to launch, it is that database which is available, which is readily used to transfer subsidies or give services. And even the extension services which are being implemented are through mobile apps and digital platforms, which has helped in getting the services back to in the villages, and that actually helped a lot during COVID times, because there the physical interactions through various meetings and workshops was minimal. So the digital platform was used not only to transfer help and subsidy, but also to do extension services using these digital platforms. This in a nutshell I would like to mention at this juncture. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That's a perfect segue, which leads me to Saurabh-ji, who's the Commissioner for Food and Civil Supply. If Uttar Pradesh really was a country, we'd probably be the 6th largest country easily in the world. Those are the kind of challenges and problem statements that we're addressing. Saurabh-ji, we've seen the green revolution, we've seen the white revolution, the blue revolution. Now, when India casts its aspirations as a self-reliant India, we've been both producers and consumers. How do you really buy food prices at appropriate prices? How do you look at sourcing? What is it that you're doing? And especially the role that you think IT has been playing to ensure reach and distribution. Thank you.
So good evening, everyone. So as Devesh sir has just mentioned, so my Department of Food and Civil Supplies, Government of Uttar Pradesh. So basically we have two wings. Number one is supply, which is the public distribution system. And the other one is the procurement, marketing side, which procures the food grains from the farmers. So the PDS system of this state roughly covers around 3.6 crores, that is 36 million families, which includes roughly 150 million beneficiaries. So you can very well understand the enormous size of this PDS system, which is largest in the country and which is largest welfare public distribution system in the entire world. So the kind of touch points we have every month, so these many family members, head of the family or the members, visit our fair price shop. So we have a network of 80,000 plus FPS shop dealers. So these people visit our shops once or twice every month, depending upon the distribution cycle, and they receive the food grains. Now coming to the IT initiatives, this entire PDS system has been digitized, and we have a lot of IT initiatives introduced in the system. So first of all, the beneficiary list has been Aadhaar seeded, and we have removed large number of ghost beneficiaries. So to put it into perspective, out of 150 million beneficiaries, around 4 million beneficiaries have been identified as ghost, and they have been removed. Approximately 1,000 crore of government saving annually has been now being received to the state. So when these people, head of the family or the member of the family, when they visit the fair price shop every month, so their authentication is done using the ePOS, which is point of sale device. Point of sale device, Aadhaar authenticates them, and once successful, we give them the free ration card every month, once or twice. So this entire system, as I mentioned, has resulted in a lot of cost saving to the government, and the image of the department has tremendously improved. Another IT initiative in the PDS system is One Nation, One Ration Card. This was introduced during the COVID time in May 2020. So basically what it means is if you have a ration card from any part of the country, you can avail the free PDS services from any part of the country other than your native place. So that means that inter-district, intra-district and interstate portability in the PDS system is now available to all the beneficiaries across the country. In the marketing side, the entire procurement cycle has been digitized, right from the registration of the farmer to the money we send to the account of the farmer. So during the registration, the farmer is not required to submit any details, any documentary proof of his holdings, share of his holdings, or the bank account details. All he is required is to submit the name, the address, and the Aadhaar. Rest, all other verifications are done in the background. Once all the background checks are done, registration is complete. He can also book an appointment at the purchase center. At that time, he visits the purchase center. Purchase center in charge uses the e-POP device, which is point of purchase. This is similar to POS device. And here again, the Aadhaar authentication is done. Once the authentication is complete, the sale is complete, and the money is sent to his bank account within 48 hours. So these are mainly, broadly, the IT initiative which we have undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Saurabhji. I think it's indeed commendable. With that, I turn to both the very, very strong women leaders on the panel today. Ms. Roshan Jacob, who's the Secretary, Geology and Mining, Government of Uttar Pradesh. I'm so delighted to share the stage with you. You've won the President's Award for the Mining Mitra. Mitra loosely translates into friend. So the friend of mining, this is a conversation that we can't have enough and more. We've heard a lot of conversation from this morning's sessions on sustainability. You've been using AI, ML, you've been making a lot of difference. What have been your learnings, ma'am, from the interventions that you've made? And it's just remarkable. I experienced the portal earlier today, from tracking trucks to RFID sensors to even detecting the nature of what is being carried. We'd love to hear more from you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I think I should misuse the stage a bit to welcome all of you to Lucknow as Divisional Commissioner Lucknow. A very warm welcome to all our international delegates, and we are happy to have you here, and we hope you have a very happy stay here. Now, coming to the question, the mandate for the Department of Mining from our Honorable Minister for Mining, who is also the Honorable CM of UP, it was to try and curb illegal practices in mining and transportation, and thereby to try and create a cleaner, greener mining ecosystem, scientific practices, and at the same time to facilitate legal mining so as to provide easy and affordable access to minerals to the common people. So taking that into consideration, we tried to create the system called Mine Mitra, which is kind of an end-to-end mineral management solution, and a one-stop shop kind of a thing. So what we tried was to bring together all aspects of the department onto one common platform. So first one is obviously the citizen interface. So all services from the department, every kind of permits and permissions given out by the department are brought onto one unified platform. And it is also linked to the very strong Common Service Center network in the state, increasing its access to the villages too. Then again, the interface with our concessionaires, our business partners. So the entire life cycle of a lease, right from the time it takes birth in the district survey report up to the execution of lease deed, everything is mapped on the platform so that every interface of the business partner with the department, whether it is paying their monthly installments to online payment modes or taking out their online transit passes, or DSA-enabled system of issuing the deed and letter of intent, which kinds of reduces third-party dependence. So the entire life cycle is mapped, a kind of online mineral management. Third was a surveillance angle, which is a very tricky angle in mining. So right from installing AI and IoT-based unmanned check gates on all major mining routes of the state, so as to have a 24/7 real-time surveillance of mining without any manual intervention. Check gates equipped with cameras in all our mine areas. RFIDs installed in all our mineral-bearing trucks, more than 1 lakh of them. and handheld readers provided to the different districts, and all of them linked to a decision support system, which is hosted in our command center. And so that completes the smart enforcement package. And the last is a mineral mart, where there is a direct buyer-seller interface, where people can directly access the different minerals and the cost at which they are being sold on a daily basis. So as what she asked me, the learnings, I'll just say 2 or 3. One was that we learned that any technology development is we had to adopt a very agile methodology. It was constantly, breaking apart and building anew, because we would think that we have a very good solution and the next day it will fall flat on its face. So it was a constant stakeholder consultation, constant process of building. Now, the second thing was we also realized that technology is not an end in itself, because the department has a mandate to provide access to minerals. So technology has always to be with a human face. And the third one was that mining is a sector which is considered very resistant to technology adoption. So if MindMitra can work, then it shows that any sector can adapt to technology. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The applause can be louder, everyone. Let's see that the coffee's working. Thank you. This is something that is so powerful, and we'll talk more about the impact. And with that, I come to something that is so precious and dear to us, and which is time. We have with us Ms. Anupam Kulsheshtra, who's the Additional Director General of Traffic and Road Safety. Ma'am, this has been one of those roles where you'll rarely hear people saying, thank you, you made this better. Or we look at mobility as moving from point A to B. There are so many initiatives that you've powered in your role as the captain of the ship. We'd love to hear more about how, when multiplicity of vehicles moving with road safety to enabling better governance, and that's giving people back time. How is your role and your journey been? Thank you.
A very good afternoon to one and all. And Dr. Subi, thank you so much for this very important question. Yes, traffic is an increasingly complex phenomena, and it does pose a challenge in maintaining and ensuring compliance in a huge state like Uttar Pradesh. But Uttar Pradesh has been riding the wheels of change and progress all round, and so also in the field of traffic. It has bolstered itself with the use of technology. One of our flagship programs in this field is the latest MOU that was signed by the Uttar Pradesh Police and Map My India to improve traffic and road safety through the Mappls app. So Map My India's Mappls app is a free and 100% Swadeshi software on India's own maps. They have very comprehensive and accurate digital maps and real-time navigation information. Now with this MOU, it also hosts officially scheduled road closures, warnings, and real-time notifications from the UP Traffic Police. In the past 4 months, joint teams of Map My India and the UP Traffic Police have visited nearly 10 zones and 5 commissionerates and trained the police and the civil society on the use of this map, both online and on the ground. And this is still an ongoing process. Now, how does Mappls work? So Mappls, as an app, collects the real-time traffic information from the ground users of road, analyzes that data through technology, and shares real-time traffic. So the UP Traffic Police gets daily and dynamic updates of the jams and road closures, and in turn, the UP Traffic Police also informs and posts on the apps the traffic events that have been scheduled for the day. So in this manner, it is a kind of bartering of information. An online dashboard has also been created for the UP Police, And through this dashboard, they can monitor and more effectively manage the traffic flow and take corrective steps. This also helps us in the optimal deployment of the traffic cops, and therefore we are also conserving our resources. Even the citizens can contribute information on this app, and the ultimate beneficiaries are the users. So in a way, through the use of technology and IT initiatives in traffic management, we are able to provide citizen delivery services. Now, the prime objective of this coming together, or this golden handshake, was to integrate daily traffic advisories as processions, VIP movement, road closures, diversions, also to integrate road safety information like black spots, dangerous turns, speed limits, accident-prone areas, to point out emerging congestion points and alternative routes to the users, report traffic-related issues like parking, waterlogging, failure of traffic lights, potholes, vehicle breakdown, and to provide green corridor for ambulance operators. This confluence of technology in the entire spectrum of traffic management is slowly but steadily becoming a game changer in Uttar Pradesh. This is a milestone that we have covered in streamlining traffic in Uttar Pradesh. There are several other IT initiatives that we have taken. Chief among them would be the integrated traffic management system, which is a part of the smart cities. With the integrated traffic management systems, we are able to challan facelessly, and we have something called the e-challan, which is done through the point of sale machine, as was mentioned by the other speaker in the field of food processing. We also have the integrated road accident database, another software that has been sponsored by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. It is a database of all the accidents, and Morth is in the process of developing heat mapping of all the black spots and emerging black spots that are happening on various expressways or highways, and whatever corrective measures in terms of road engineering and road geometrics that we can take. With this technology impetus that has been given in the field of traffic management by our Honorable Chief Minister and the Director General of Uttar Pradesh, we are now priming up to set up a state-of-the-art traffic control room at the UP Police Traffic Headquarters. It would be a central control room which would take leads from IRAD, from MAPLS, from ITMS, and would be able to monitor the traffic situation and the flow of traffic and ensure ease of traffic in the entire state of Uttar Pradesh. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And as we say, not all heroes wear capes. We have a lot of those present amongst us. With that, I come to you, Ms. Jacob. You took us through the Mining Mitra, and we're seeing impact already. What are the various measures, parameters that you've seen, manifestations of this amazing technology, not just time, and it's been credible. We'd love to hear more from you.
Yeah, the impact, as I think that you are asking. I shall be quick because I think it's the second round of questions. So while we can quantify the impact in terms of numbers, the crores of money earned or the crores of transit pass that has been issued and all that, I think the meaningful impact has been one, obviously, to cut red tape. Because as we do process automation, end-to-end automation kind of thing, then that substantially improves the user experience for people who approach the department. Second, API interlinking. We have linked our project Mind Mitra. This portal is linked to several other portals like the transit pass portals of neighboring states, Vahan of Morth Ministry, Government of India, our own Nivesh Mitra, which is an industry interface, the Chief Minister dashboard, the Revenue Department. So that kind of an interlinking kind of reduces the burden of governance. It makes governance a little more easier on the common man. Then again, I'll think substantial ease of doing business for the industry, because they don't have to approach any manual interface at all for any work. And more than that, I'd say that the kind of direct interface when you give, whether it is between a buyer and a seller, or the miner and the transporter, or the department and the common man, it kind of substantially cuts at the root of those cartels and monopolies which operate in the sector, and it gives a kind of fair play, a possibility of fair play even for upcoming entrepreneurs in the industry. And lastly, I'd say that mining is again a sector which is considered traditionally to be very opaque. So what Mine Mitra, I would claim, has done is to bring in loads of transparency and to try and create a very user-friendly, responsive public interface. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. With that, I come to you, Saurabhji, once again. And food and nutrition security are conversations that we can't discuss enough. But because technology is the bedrock of our conversation today, I'm reminded of a story. When the first tsunami happened, a lot of fisher folk were given GPSs to come back and find their way back. Instead of doing that, they started using them to locate spaces where they would find the maximum amount of catch. And that's why Indians are known for frugal innovation. You talked about one of the most successful direct benefit schemes and systems, and PDS. We've also learned that it's not just being used for food distribution and direct transfer of benefits. It's being used as a point of contact, point of sale for fintech, for a lot of other deliverables. We'd love to hear some more about that.
So actually, there are two aspects to this question. First of all, as I mentioned, there are a large number of people visiting our fair price shops. Each month, roughly 35 million people visit our shops. And the devices which we use are also technically quite capable. So large number of other services also can be offered to the citizens using these devices and the shops. So in addition to the food grain distribution, we are currently, right now, we are also using these devices and the shops in collection of the electricity dues of the Power Corporation of Uttar Pradesh. Power Corporation is a utility company of the state. So the consumer visits the PS shop and deposits the electricity dues there, which are in turn transmitted back to the Power Corporation, which gives a marginal margin to the dealer. In addition to this, we are also developing these shops into a common service center. So common service center, as was depicted in the presentation just before our discussion started, actually there are 1.5 lakhs CSCs in the state. So right now, 80,000 FPS dealers also acting as a CSC actually is a large number. So we have entered a MAU with the CSC authority, and we are developing these FPS shops also into common service center. So by use of these two and the IT interventions which I just mentioned before, so a lot of ease of living of the citizens and G2C services can be offered to the public. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Saurabhji. And I'm very grateful to all my panelists for being so succinct. I come to my namesake, Dr. Chaturvedi. It has been incredible, and you're an inspiration to a lot of young officers, because there's just such an inspiring journey from districts to various sectors, and this vast experience you've channelized into looking at India's best agrarian economy as well as education, from seed distribution to the impact that is being created on the ground. We'd love to hear more from you.
No, I will just add what I left in the first round. So the impact of this digitization is in last 5 years. We have transferred benefits in the rural area up to 4 lakh crore of rupees, which is translated comes to around 50 billion US dollars. Now that transfer has been made seamlessly directly to the, even if it's in cash, it is directly to the accounts of the farmers or the beneficiaries, and if it is in kind, it is basically POS based, as it was mentioned by our colleague. Now, this has been primarily a good governance or anti-corruption strategy, because what has happened is it has removed the unwanted middlemen from the system, which obviously used to create hindrances in seamless movement of services and benefits. Secondly, it removed all the ghost beneficiaries or ineligible beneficiaries. And thirdly, it prevented leakages or diversion of benefits to unscrupulous elements. So that has been one of the biggest impacts, combined impacts. It has also improved the supply chain management system of the state, because the state is very vast, and what used to happen was there would be sufficient amount of fertilizer or food grains available, but there could be shortages locally, and there could be abundance in some other place. So with this end-to-end digitization, what has happened is that the supply chain management system of the state has improved drastically. So whether it's fertilizer, we know exactly where at the present where the withdrawals are highest, so we can supply it fast. Or if the food grains, based on the uptake of the beneficiary, we can supply it immediately. So that sort of system has happened only because of end-to-end digitization of the systems in what we are just talking about in various sectors of the economy. And I would mention that now we are taking it one step ahead after the success of this digitization. And now we are going for using the satellite technology to have georeferencing of the map of the land parcels of the farmers. Once georeferencing happens and it is linked to the farmer's database, then we will have digitized survey of all the maps, which happens presently, and it will be happening in a more authentic way. So we get the exact amount of production which is happening, what the farmer is actually growing, and once it is linked to the revenue records in a dynamic fashion, then even the necessary of one-time authentication by our authorities at the village level will be removed totally. So a farmer applies for a particular benefit. Only thing we require is his identity, his or her identity is identified through the Aadhaar system. Aadhaar leads to linkage with the bank account, so the benefits can be transferred. It is linked to the mobile number, so the messages can be sent to him or her about the service being delivered. And lastly, authentication can be taken directly from the revenue database to ensure that the person is farmer. So actually you don't require any sort of authentication by any government official once this happens. So that will be the next step, which we'll be implementing in next 3 to 4 months. And the last step which I would mention which is very important, that is that we will having a family database, family ID, where we will try to identify which are the families which have not got any benefits, so that we can then include them. It will be an inclusive governance. Good governance means inclusive governance. So we will try to identify those families which have been, due to some reasons, not because lack of awareness or anything, not been able to get the required benefits, and then we'll focus on them to have more space distribution of the benefits to all the sections which are eligible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please join me in giving all my panelists a very loud round of applause. And you've all been, I won't even call you an audience, you've been lovely participants. We've fed off your energy. With that, I really want to thank the organizer, Viniji, for bringing us all together, who always has a smile on his face and leads the Department of IT. It's been an absolute pleasure participating in this conversation. I'm going back much the richer: mining, agrarian, food security, technology, traffic management, mobility, and how is it that technology can be used for the good and benefit of people. Thank you so very much for participating and joining us today.
May I request our moderator, Dr. Subhi Chaturvedi, to now hand over the mementos to our guests. Devesh Chaturvedi. Dr. Roshan Jacob. Mr. Saurabh Babu. And Mr. Anupam Kulshrestha.
Thank you, Subhi, for hosting it so well. And thank you, Kumar, for the nice session and for being our technology partner for Mind Mitra.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, panelists.
May I also request Mr. Kumar Vineet to hand over the memento to our moderator, Dr. Subhi Chaturvedi.
Thank you, panelists, for sharing your thoughts, success story, vision. Well, as said by Dr. Roshan, any sector can adapt at intervention. Thank you once again. Well, enabling the next gen with Digi Shakti. When I say Digi Shakti, it means digital empowerment. Shakti means empowerment. So UP government has launched its very ambitious project of tablet smartphone with some CSR interventions to make it really useful. And I can arguably say that it is one of the biggest deployment of devices probably in the educational sector. So let us assimilate the concept, the idea behind it through a very short film. May I have the film, please?
The digital ecosystem transformed various verticals of culture, commerce, and communication. But its prevalence in education is fundamentally essential. Yet a large segment of our youth remained cut off from entry-level assets like smartphones or tablets, leaving them stranded from the benefits of digitization and modern education. To bridge this gap, the Uttar Pradesh government, under the transforming leadership of CM Yogi Adityanath, launched the crucial Swami Vivekananda Yuva Sashaktikarana Yojana. For students pursuing graduation, post-graduation, diploma, PhD, skill development and other courses from government or private institutions and ITIs under higher, technical, medical and vocational education departments. The Digi Shakti web portal has been developed by UP DESCO for the management of this scheme and to make the complete process paperless. In the process of identifying 2 crore beneficiaries and further distributing smartphones and tablets. Inaugurated on 25th December 2021, currently over 16 lakh devices have been distributed among the 55 lakh identified beneficiaries, opening the gateway into the ecosystem with a mass distribution to students studying in UP from all over the world. The inclusive policy remains the exemplary step in the digital India revolution in the heartland of the nation, Uttar Pradesh.
मैं बेसिकली नॉन टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड से हूँ, तो मेरे इंटरेस्ट को लाना ये बहुत बड़ी बात है किसी को भी सिखाने के लिए.
Reconnecting them with the rest of the world while bringing the entirety of global knowledge at their fingertips and ensuring quality career-related guidance via the Digi Shakti Adhyayan app.
Be it creative confidence or digital thinking, we have learned all of them.
Also providing study material, over 12,000 curated courses free of cost under CSR of Infosys.
मैं सर्टिफिकेट जो मैं यहाँ पे ले रहा हूँ सर, वो काफी हेल्प करेगा मेरे को आगे चल के.
The mission still expanding at an exponential rate, touching millions of lives and powering young minds in their career endeavors. Uttar Pradesh, New India's growth engine.
So, Uttar Pradesh, a place of unlimited possibilities and new growth of India's engine. Well, to moderate the next session, may I invite Mr. Ashik from Your Story to please be on stage. Thank you, Ashik. It gives me immense pleasure to invite Mr. Arvind Kumar, Infrastructure and Industry Development Commissioner and Additional Chief Secretary IT on stage. Sir has been the main anchor of this entire scheme. Along with, I also request Ms. Meenakshi from Infosys to discuss about the scheme, Infosys and entire ecosystem. Thank you, panelists. Along with this, we also have very enthusiastic beneficiary students and academicians over here who have been benefited from the scheme, and we would love to have them in the interactive session. Over to you, Kaushik.
Thank you so much, Vineet sir, for this. First of all, a huge round of applause for Uttar Pradesh.
This is the first time I'm coming to Lucknow, and I flew down to a day before from Bangalore, and Lucknow looks promising and it looks insanely good. And thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am, for being a part of this panel. So before anything, I would like to, get into the specifics of it and try to understand the vision of it. So Arvind, sir, my first question to you is that you have been instrumental in the deployment, the large-scale deployment of tablet smartphones. So if you can talk about the vision which the government has, and from you, if you can share with everyone what has been the idea, impact, and the journey of it.
See, we have all passed through a very difficult COVID times when the classrooms were all locked, and the only transmission possible was through digital means, so digital classes were being held. And it was found that the students were having this constraint that in a family, there were hardly any tablets, or even if there are smartphones available, they would be at best one or two. And so therefore, if simultaneous classes are being held, the siblings were not able to share the telephone or the smartphone, the tablet simultaneously. So this was becoming a big constraint. Most of the people were not able to afford also. So therefore, this scheme was thought about that we should cover at least the higher educational institutions, I mean 12th onwards, the graduation and post-graduation courses, and help them overcome this constraint. And therefore, the scheme was conceived. Now, the next challenge, once the scheme was conceived, we provided for the budget also, was how to procure it, how to distribute it seamlessly, and how to identify the beneficiaries. I mean, who are the people who need it. But then we realized that the more constraints, the more eligibility conditions we put in the students, it will be difficult for them to then get the certificates. That will be difficult. If we put a rider on the income criteria that it is only for the economically weaker sections, then they'll be required to get a certificate, and then getting a certificate itself will be a problem. If we do it on the basis of domicile, that they are residents of UP only who will be getting this benefit, then again they will have to go for a domicile certificate, etc. So the concept of the scheme was that irrespective of his nationality, even if he is a foreign student but studying in colleges located in Uttar Pradesh, we should make these devices available to him also. Irrespective of his income criteria, we should make the device available to him, irrespective of his caste, creed, or any other state to which he belongs, so that the scheme remains simple. The only thing is to see and to identify and verify whether this student is studying in Uttar Pradesh or not. So that data can easily be verified by the concerned universities and colleges. So therefore, the eligibility for the scheme was kept very simple, so that nobody has to run around for any kind of certifications, and tomorrow it should not lead to any kind of complaints that this guy was not eligible and therefore he also got the tablet. So the eligibility conditions were totally relaxed, and anybody who was studying in colleges, be it government colleges or private colleges, everybody was entitled for this kind of a thing. The second thing, as I mentioned, was procurement and distribution of these tablets and smartphones. So identifying that the targeted group is getting the benefit. We had a number of vendors also who were to be facilitated as to how many tablets they are to. UP is a vast state. And if you look at the number of students which we anticipated, there were 6 million students, 6 million students studying in higher educational institutions which were to be given these tablets. So getting as many number of tablets was a huge challenge for us. And we also wanted that the Make in India campaign, which India has, also gets promoted, and the manufacturers who have put up bases in India and they are manufacturing in India these devices, they should get the upper edge and they should get the market also for it, so that their business grows and we are able to promote them also. So that was another objective, and we therefore, while we procured, we made it a mandatory condition that only the devices manufactured in India will be procured and they will only be supplied. So we could get vendors, we could get procurements done, but our requirement was 6 million, but during the short period of time, There were not enough devices available, so we could only procure 1.7 million devices. And now I am happy to share that about 2 million devices have already been disbursed. And now the government has kept a target that in the next 4 to 5 years period, we'll be distributing about 10 million devices. So the DigiShakti portal was developed. This is an end-to-end solution, right from procurement to payment of the vendors, to identification of students, and to redressal of their grievances also. If they have any issues with the devices, they can raise on the platform, and then this platform will be able to, then that will be noted by the vendor, and then the servicing, etc. can be done. So this was the entire concept for the scheme to come about.
Yeah, and talking about the impact, you rightfully mentioned DigiShakti, along with DigiShakti, which I'm told has been impacting close to 55 lakhs students across. There is also DigiShakti Abhiyan app, which uploads content which helps people better the scalability and things like that. So if you can talk about that, sir, what is the vision with the app, Adhyan app, and how are you helping students?
As I mentioned, basically, that this portal and this app, there were two apps which were developed. One was for mapping the devices. A device is being distributed to a student, so you can read the barcode and then it gets mapped to the concerned student, so that it remains identifiable. That is one. And secondly, it was not only a device distribution scheme. We wanted that we should enable the devices to become the vehicles for enabling them for their skill upgradation, for being able to know as to after their graduation from the colleges, what are the employment opportunities available to them, what are the schemes of the government which they can benefit from, what will be the guidelines of the scheme, where to apply, where in the departments the vacancies are being floated so that they can apply for employment also. So this entire information was to be coordinated through the DigiShakti portal, as right from distribution to supply to grievance redressal. And the second thing is the devices were also controlled through the mobile device management system, MDM. So that was also preloaded onto the devices, and through that we were able to push content also onto the devices. So this was the entire concept for which DigiShakti portal was developed.
Thank you so much, sir. While we talk about this from the executive's perspective, Infosys has been a key player in this. So Meenakshi ma'am, if you can talk about what has been Infosys' role and with some of the key takeaways which you have seen from this entire experience.
Okay. I hope I'm audible. Yeah, thank you. So Infosys Springboard is a CSR initiative from Infosys to enable millions of students across the country on the various digital skills. And we are very, very honored to be part of this initiative, where we will be able to reach out to several million students across Uttar Pradesh. So as part of this initiative, number one, we want to ensure that there is universal education that's available free of cost to all, as you saw in the video. So there are 12,000 plus curated courses which are cross-disciplinary, which can be used by all the students in Uttar Pradesh. In several parts of the video, you've seen students who are probably good in their regional language, but they want to learn communication, they want to learn creative thinking. They've used several design thinking ideas. Some of the students are there in the audience to solve some of the problems. So that's a very big takeaway for us in terms of helping really the students to enable for the future of tomorrow. The other part is there is quality content that's available, which is, again, as I said, free of cost, along with certifications, because it becomes very important to look at the new age roles for today and learn in a directed manner rather than just look at an ocean of courses. So in a directed manner, in a sequence basis, we call it the learning pathways. So we've curated those for the students of Uttar Pradesh through this initiative, through the platform, which is the Springboard platform. Apart from that, it is also cross-disciplinary in nature. In terms of a science student wants to make a career into the IT field, they can definitely do so. For example, a BSc Math student can become a data science analyst. So those kind of cross-disciplinary plus cross-skilling, that's also possible. And of course, we have internships, and we also have real-time experience through capstone projects. I think a lot of speakers today morning spoke that digital education is the key today. It has to be blended along with the academic careers and paths. So going forward, we are definitely going to integrate a lot more of this digital learning into the university curriculum under the leadership of Sir. And the takeaways for this initiative, number one is we can definitely take digital literacy to the masses. And Uttar Pradesh being a very large state, I think that's one of the big takeaways for us. The second part, as I said, is using design thinking and technology, like the speakers of the earlier panel, using that to solve common problems. So I think that's another big takeaway for us. And I think lifelong learning, Prime Minister Modi ji always mentions that we should be students for a lifetime. So I guess the platform is open to all, including the higher education, plus anybody who wants to learn any technology that's there. So
Thank you so much. While we talked about this, during the break time, I also managed to catch up with a lot of students who have been impacted and teachers who have been impacted by this entire thing. So we have a student here with us, Akshita Singh. If we can, just hear from you on your, how you have been using the device.
Hello. Hello. In the post-COVID era, where learning is primarily hybrid, I use this device for everything from attending online classes to performing assignments. I'm a computer science and engineering student, so I also use it to run virtual labs, tests, programs, etc. Not just me, my younger brother also utilizes it for his education. So overall, the device has been very enabling in my educational journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we have Prabhakar Mishra? Prabhakar, if you can talk about the benefits which is
I'm
help
with
you.
Hindi sir, so I speak in Hindi sir.
That's
ऐसा
fine.
है कि यह डिवाइस जैसे कि एनसीईआरटी के द्वारा लॉन्च किया गया ऐप दीक्षा ऐप, उससे सभी विद्यार्थियों के हित में जितना भी हो सकता है उस दीक्षा ऐप में बहुत सारी जानकारियां दी गई हैं। पहली बात। दूसरी बात यह है सर कि उच्च शिक्षा से संबंधित गवर्नमेंट द्वारा एक प्लेटफॉर्म विकसित किया गया है जिसका नाम है नेशनल डिजिटल लाइब्रेरी ऑफ इंडिया। इसमें उच्च शिक्षा संबंधित और प्रतियोगी परीक्षा से संबंधित बहुत सारी चीजें दी गई हैं जिससे विद्यार्थियों के हित में बहुत कारगर साबित हो सकता है यह डिवाइस। तीसरी चीज है सर कि स्वयं पोर्टल बनाया गया है, उसमें कई सारी चीजें दी गई हैं जो युवाओं को उच्च शिक्षा से संबंधित या उनके प्रतियोगी शिक्षा से संबंधित कई जो है उसमें प्रतियोगी से लाभदायक सिद्ध हो सकता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है सर कि NEP 2020 के जो मंतव्य हैं उनको पूरा करने के लिए यह डिवाइस काफी कारगर सिद्ध हो सकता है सर। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. A huge round of applause for him, please. Can we have Anushka Sharma? Anushka, if you can talk about Infosys Springboard and how it has helped in bettering your education.
Hello. Hello everyone present here. I'm Anushka Sharma, Meerut Institute of Engineering Technology. Want to state that Infosys Springboard हमारी एजुकेशन में बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल रहा है क्योंकि इसकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत ये है कि इसमें मल्टीपल कोर्सेज फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट अवेलेबल हैं, जिसमें अगर मैं कोर्सेज करती हूँ तो मुझे सर्टिफिकेट्स, अवार्ड्स और बैजेस भी मिलते हैं जिन्हें मैं अपने रिज्यूमे में लगा सकती हूँ और ये बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्पफुल है मेरे करियर के लिए और पर्सनैलिटी डेवलपमेंट के लिए। स्पेसिफिकली मैंने बहुत सारे कोर्सेज किए हैं इस ऐप पे, लेकिन सबसे अच्छा कोर्स जो मुझे लगा वो था बिल्ड इन क्रिएटिव कॉन्फिडेंस, जिसने मुझे ये सिखाया कि मैं पब्लिक सिटिंग में खड़े होकर स्टैंड होकर कैसे खुद को प्रेजेंट कर सकती हूँ। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Can we have Shambhavi? Shambhavi, if you can talk about how Infosys Springboard has helped in your skill enhancement.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shambhavi Singh. I'm from Digvijayanath Postgraduate College, Gorakhpur. Infosys Springboard provides more than 12,000 plus courses, which includes technical courses, professional courses, and training programs On successful completion of these courses, we are awarded as a certificates, which will help us in future for our employment in our specialized fields. I have done few courses on this platform, which includes basics of Python, basic of business communication, and warehouse management system. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. To sum this up, we would love to have an understanding from an academician. So if we can have Sangeeta Gupta ma'am, they talk about the impact of the entire scheme and how you have seen as an academician the entire thing sum up together.
Good afternoon, sir. This Yojana itself is very ambitious and far-sighted. Lakhs of students who have received tablets and smartphones are now tech-empowered, and they are able to access lot of programs from online sources, whereas our Infosys Springboard program is one of the very useful program, and the students are benefited, and these programs are upskilling them their skills, and they are making them industry ready, and that is how we are trying to bridge the this digital divide also. So it is very, very useful in doing all these things, and that is why I see that the whole plan, whole scheme is bringing about a transformation in education at tertiary level. So thank you so much for giving all these to the students. And I have got the students who have already completed the courses, and I see them transforming into somebody industry ready. If there is any other question, please, sir.
No, thank you so much. I think huge round of applause for her and for all the students who have benefited out of this, and huge round of applause for the panelists.
I'll
Thank
just
you so
like
much.
to mention two more things. First is that this is a beautiful example of the partnership between the government, the corporate sector, and the academia. I mean, through the CSR initiative, how it can be used for the benefit of the students in improving as a technology enabler and in increasing their viability. So that is one. The second is that this platform is capable of doing a number of things. Right now, the students, I believe, are making use of it only for accessing courses. But I would, since the faculty is also here and the students are also here, I would urge upon them that this platform is capable of doing much more. You can prepare the micro websites of your colleges. You can deliver lectures online also, and then you can create various enablers in terms of whether it can be an open house discussion or whether it could be a limited discussion. Thirdly, it can also be used for conducting examinations. Both subjective and objective type question papers can also be enabled through this platform. So I would urge upon everyone that while there has been a lot of registration in getting to learn the courses and getting the certifications done. But this is to create an entire ecosystem of delivering content online and of evaluating content online. So this is what the full potential of this platform is, and I think everybody present here from the institutions should be able to use it in the entirety. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists. On this note, I thank you all for being very patient with us on such a heavily noted session on IT initiatives of Uttar Pradesh. Once again, thank you so much. Namaskar.
May I ask Mr. Arvind Kumar to receive a memento from Mr. Vineet Kumar. To Ms. Meenakshi Sahasranaman. and to Mr. Aishik Parket. Okay, I'll give you the memento. Ladies and gentlemen, our final event for the day will be beginning shortly. I request you all to please remain seated. May I request everyone to please remain seated. Our next event will be starting shortly. May I request everyone to please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, today's final event for the day will be a workshop on the use of geospatial technologies for infrastructure and product development in the digital economy. Geospatial technologies hold the unique ability to offer robust digital solutions for population-scale problems and will be playing a key role in realizing India's vision of becoming a $30 trillion economy by 2047. In India, ministries at both the central and state level are increasingly relying on GIS to take data-driven governance and policy decisions. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Sushil Chandra, Head Computer Image Processing Division, Remote Sensing Application Center, Government of Uttar Pradesh. Sir, request you to kindly come on stage to deliver the opening remarks.
नमस्कार, आदाब। लखनऊ में आप सभी का स्वागत। आखिरी इवेंट है, थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट है सभी के लिए। वंस अगेन वेलकम। Yeah. Today, we have discussed lots of policies about the digital enablement, policies about our growth, and now, core of this, what is geospatial for the business? For that mandate, we are here. Geospatial industry is also very stabilized and matured now. We are in the Uttar Pradesh Remote Sensing Application Center who are contributing and working in hand-to-hand with the government, with agencies. This Remote Sensing Application Center was established and mandate was to use spatial technologies, satellite data. So what we have done, slides are there, slides are there. My PPT is there, can you go on? Yeah, point is, till the time the slides comes, because that will be easy to convey how the satellite data and how the things are available and can be converted into a business. So here we have used the satellite data of remote sensing satellites. This was from ISRO or sometimes European Space Agencies, or sometimes we have used microwave data and the optical data. Probably some of you are already aware remote sensing technology is using image processing technology is on the core of is satellite data. So satellite data we have used for no, that's not mine. That's not mine. So satellite data was used for all the natural resources. We have used for agriculture. For agriculture, we have monitored repetitively the crops. What all the crop pattern is, what are the crop yield is. On that basis, we are generating a rich resource of satellite database, the agricultural yield. Similarly, we switched over onto the agriculture, from agriculture to soils. How soil is deteriorating or can be used or converted into for some other purposes, which is a fallow, which is right now is not useful, how can be converted into. So we as a satellite technology, we are using and converting it. So point is, we are using natural resources into a sustainable way so that it can be used for optimal use. That is the mandate of remote sensing as a in a government agency, in a government organization. And it facilitates to states to extract out information out of it. So another area is forest. On forest, we are mapping the forest, how much it is, how it is the yield, I mean, what is the total density of the forest is, how the density of forest is varying. So next plantation can be planned out of it. Or carbon sequestration. How you can use for carbon sequestration means your carbon dioxide can be arrested into so that we get a cleaner environment. How to do it? For this, again, the satellite data helps us to make it out. Forest type. Again, how much the forest yield we are going to get? How much of forest stock we are going to get out of it. That will be converted into a timber. That is also not available. We, as a remote sensing, we as a satellite data extract out and give it that data to the forest department, and we bring it into the business and usefulness. Third, from agriculture to forest, and then again water. How the water, the river system, how river system is changing, how it is useful, how much water volume is there, and how dynamics is there, and what are the catastrophe. So there are technical glitch in the presentations. Similarly, it is used for natural resource, for other natural resources, for wasteland mapping and other things. So similarly, there are plethora of usage of natural resources sustainable management. This technology is very much useful. Here it uses GNSS, means the GPS, and we are very comfortable with. We are using LiDAR, we are using GPR for extracting out the data from the ground, underground features. LiDAR is used for identifying the features on the very precisely locating the data, and for other developments like metro is to be constructed, so how much is the volume is to be cut across, pollution, and for pollution also we are working, and IoTs are also on the demand. So now I'm to start with, I'm calling all the rest of the speakers immediately, as we don't have time. I call Dr. Vinay Thakur, sir. He is from MIT. So welcome him. So, Mr. Rohanji, Mr. Rohan from MAPMA India. I also invite him. He is here. Okay. So, start the conversation. We invite how MAPMA India is in the geospatial domain. They are already in a business, and they have already done a lot, and they are collaborated with many departments of Uttar Pradesh. Probably in the previous slide, previous stages, Home Department has also explained that, okay, they are collaborating with Home Department also, so there are a lot of other activities. Similarly, we have done for Gati Shakti project and UPCOG, that has been a brainchild and great collaboration with MIT and the team of Vizag and other people. So we have welcomed Vinay Thakur sir. So in sequence, I first invite Vinay sir. Please come on the stage and share your thoughts. Thank you.
Very good evening. My topic is use of geospatial technology for infrastructure projects, and we have the project which is called, which Dr. Shilu was just mentioning, of the PM Gati Shakti. We are extensively using geospatial technologies not only for infrastructure projects but also multiple other sectors of education, agriculture, health, skilling, women and child, and almost all the sectors wherever the use of GIS can be put in place. PM Gati Shakti, Gati means to give the speed and Shakti to give power. So this is the transformative program which was envisioned by Honorable Prime Minister about a year and a half back, to have an integrated and holistic planning across infrastructure ministries. It is going to ensure that we have the improved multimodal connectivity, we have a logistic efficiency put in place. Okay. We can address the critical gaps we can minimize the disruptions, ensure timely completion of number of projects in the area of infrastructure as well as in other areas, and ensure that we have a seamless movement of people and goods across the services. When we come to the framework, it is a framework which is, as I was telling, that it is not only for the infrastructure projects, but it is a framework which is being used by the government for multiple other sectors also, where we are using the combination of technologies in order to manage databases, integrate processes, and work out as per the international standard to provide low cost and ease of use systems. Next, we have these are the multiple technologies which we do use, starting from geospatial to mobile to satellite. So these multiple technologies are being used as part of this framework. It ensures that we have integrated development. We are able to integrate allied infrastructure in case some utilities are to be built, so they can also be put in use. We can also ensure that enhanced connectivity or improvement in connectivity in case some route alignment is there, so external connectivities can be built in. We can also have a better planning around ecological impacts. We can have land acquisition process made fast, and then as part of this there are number of NOCs, and thus they are all automated and expediting the entire clearances out as part of this framework. This ensures that we have a comprehensive, since the data is available to everybody, all the departments, so this ensures that we have a comprehensive development. We can prioritize different projects together as the details of different ministries will be available to each other. Optimize, since different ministries work in silos, and then they have their different coordination structures and different planning and implementation approach. So one can optimize and synchronize their activities so that the infrastructure development is made fast. And analysis of data, whether you want to create a heat map or you want to create certain visualization, that can be done very, very fast. And this is a dynamic portal. It is not that we are creating everything. Different ministries are creating their databases. We are integrating them through APIs or map services. So it leads to a dynamic process and dynamic tracking and monitoring of various projects. So this I have already covered, that we use multiple technologies starting from ERP, where we have end-to-end automation of different systems. We are also using AI in certain cases where we analyze the data, work out the trends. We use different algorithms on AI. We are also using global positioning system, GPS, and other data which is coming from different navigational system, and use an open source technologies for this. So it is a multi-sector. We have right now around 1600 layers created. We have a common set of layers like administrative boundaries, police stations, post offices, parliamentary constituencies. So that is a common set which has been created and being used by all the departments. In addition to that, departments are creating their own data sets. So it is a multi-sector. We are using 2D, 3D, and 4D, where we are maintaining the time series data. The entire platform is standardized, authenticated, since data is coming and authenticated by different departments. It is kept updated on a real-time basis, and it provides a seamless availability of data in different formats as per international standards. We are also mapping a lot of regulations, since a lot of data is coming from different ministries, whether it is environment ministry or it is from electricity boards and others. So the regulation criteria are also built into the system, whether it is national park or forest, in case you want to have some alignment. So you can put those criteria and see to it that once you go to the map, it will tell you that this criteria is being fulfilled or not being fulfilled. One small application which is working in the state of Gujarat, where all electric poles have been marked on the system, and in case you want to have additional connection given or some repair work is to be undertaken, you can directly go down that this pole is to be operated upon or is to be worked upon. Another application which had been there before we started working on PM Gati Shakti, where the go down was there and then high tension wire was also laid. But as a consequences of it, The small portion on the building has to be removed, and even the access was also prohibited because of this. And then there are a number of applications in the road and transport. We are working with 16 ministries as well as all the state governments for this. In case you have this water sector alignment, since we have data for 3D data for entire country, land use, soil infrastructure, administrative boundary, which I was talking of, habitation and all. So any type of alignment based on your criteria can be built in on this. There is another example of coastal corridor, which we have made for Gujarat, where we were given certain parameter that tourist places, road, highways, they are to be included. These following areas are to be avoided. And similarly, highways are to be included. Then we started overlaying. We have overlaid district boundaries. We have overlaid district headquarters, sub-districts, state highways, district roads, and other roads. And based on that, railway line, river and water bodies, sanctuaries, national park, since all the data is available with us, forest areas, mining, CRS jet boundaries, and then start to end location was given. And then one alignment was decided by Road and Building Department, which you can see right now. And then we have modified this alignment using PM Gati Shakti portal, and we were able to save around 340 crore Indian rupees. So this is one application which, and then you can also show that what type of clearances are needed, whether you have to take clearance from railway, you have to take clearance from canal bodies, you have to take from irrigation department and others. Similarly, for land acquisition, that can be made very, very fast. It will tell you how many cadastral maps are to be, since we have the cadastral maps also digitized, so they can be plotted on this, and then it will tell you how much area and which are the owners from which we have to acquire the land. And then once that is done, so ownership details are also changed. Another utility shifting where there was a high tension wire, and then one road was to be constructed. And since one pole was coming in between, so the intervention was done and then the pole was shifted. Under railway, for last 6 months to 8 months, we are able to align around 12,000 kilometers of the railway tracks. And 143 tracks were planned for border areas itself. And this was entirely done on PM Gati Shakti, the identification of gaps, identification of the districts where railway connectivity was not there, and the entire alignment was also made around that. We were also able to tell how much trees were to be cut, how much utilities are to be shifted, soil type, NOC requirement, 3D terrain and everything. It has also shown that where to construct a bridge, what will be the length of the bridge, what will be the height of the bridge. It will also tell you that where the tunnel can be made, what will be the length of the tunnel. So all these factors are planned using this framework. This is a cutting, soil cutting. It will also tell that how much soil is to be cut, how much soil is to be filled at what places, and that can be calculated also using this platform. Similarly, another application, there are multiple applications where we are working on, starting from infrastructure ministry to social ministry. So this is an example of Ministry of Skill Development, where all their skill centers have been mapped, heat maps are being generated, and then students can go to the nearest skill center. Similarly, we are working very closely with Department of Telecommunication to see the gaps in the connectivity, where fiber is not there, so the gaps, the length of the lines, length of the fiber to be laid, so that entire calculation can be done. This is another application that wherever we have underground lines available, so one small mobile app has been made that call before you dig. In case you are standing somewhere, you open this mobile app, and you can call the agencies whose utilities are already there under that place. So this is another application. Similarly, we are working with urban bodies also, municipal bodies, where all their applications are mapped, and then various NOCs, various services, certificate services can be taken from this. So all the municipal services, whether fire station or municipal offices, schools, deciding where to make a school based on the calculation of population, and also that is also being done out there. So for all the departments, we have multiple services, we have multiple NOCs, type of modules made, the libraries being made for each and every department. There are certain common libraries which can be used by all the departments, but then department-specific libraries or tools and modules are also being made. So these are the tools available on this portal, starting from visualization to DPR. You can directly make DPR out of this. Entire proposal can be created on this for your area of interest. So these are the various tools which have been created as part of this framework, which is being used by all the ministries. Thank you so much. So this is the brief of PM Gati Shakti system.
Thank you so much, Vinay sir. You have given a good insight about the PM Gati Shakti portal and what all has been done from data conversion to NOC and a final business for industries to do all DPR to be to execute it on this particular portal and final execution, final facilitation to all industries. So this is a kind of an enablement. It's a very good and very interactive and very comprehensive portal. So thank you very, very much for presenting PM Gati Shakti portal to the audience. And now I welcome Mr. Rohan. Rohan is, again, I welcome, you can share his Map My India initiative. Once again, Mr. Rohan.
Thank you, everybody. It's a privilege to be here, I think, at this wonderful event of the G20, and I'd like to thank Meeting for giving us an opportunity. I know I'm between you and a lot of interesting things, so I'll try to make it interesting. I guess if there's three things I'd like you to take back from my presentation. One is that a lot of happening in India when it comes to geospatial and maps. And this is cutting edge, world class, not behind any other country. The second is that the government is doing a lot to leverage the power of geospatial for good governance. And we heard an example of what is happening at the Government of India level with BISAG and the Gati Shakti, and we heard another example of UP road safety and traffic in the session before me. So really the second is, a lot is happening from the government side. And the third is that India is a technology enabler, and we would love to enable every country to become self-reliant when it comes to maps and geospatial, and therefore this idea of a map my nation. And I'll try to take you through that in the last section of my presentation. So geospatial is a massive industry with about $150 billion of opportunity around the world, $4 billion itself in just India. And why it is so is because there are infinite use cases for the power of geospatial to benefit every sector. Somewhere or the other, maps and geospatial play an important role in each of our lives, whether that in our personal life, or work life, or governance, or business, or mobility, etc. So that's why it's really important that one gets into the depth of what this seminal technology is, which is geospatial. And so in India, as we know, this flagship project, the Gati Shakti program, and what BISAG is doing is layering a lot of infrastructure information by connecting with various state departments to create this almost ERP based on location about where infrastructure connectivity can come up and who needs to be asked for it. On the other side, what is happening on the private sector is what I'm kind of here to talk about with MapIndia, which is building basically for the last 25 years geospatial products and platforms that can enable these infinite use cases, and taking forward the work of Gati Shakti on the operating side of logistics, where you have fleets running, where you have goods to be delivered, where goods need to be moved faster, better, cheaper, safer. So that, for example, in India, 14% of the cost of GDP is allocated to logistics. That can come down to 9%. Using technologies such as what MapIndia provides can enable that. And so who are we? We're, since 1995, we're India's pioneering and leading deep tech, digital mapping, geospatial software, and location-based IoT technologies, headquartered in New Delhi with offices across the country and even now the world. And we became India's first geospatial unicorn with a successful IPO listing in India in 2021, thanks in large part to the Government of India's deregulation of this geospatial sector under Honorable Prime Minister in 2021. And so we built India's digital map since 1995. We now build an AI-powered, 4-dimensional, high-definition digital map, a metaverse of the real world, really, with a very unique national digital address system, which we call Mapple's PIN, a 6-character code which can digitally address a mud hut, a villa, a flat on a particular floor. This is not tied to just latitude, longitude, but actually to the postal address, so that all you got to do is tell somebody mapples.com/MMI000, and they'll know that you have to deliver to the 3rd floor of 237 Okhla Industrial Estate Phase 3 in New Delhi. So a long address is passé. Now it's a digital address, 6-character code, which is to come. And we launched India's first mapping portal back in 2004, before Google Maps launched worldwide, and started to do a lot of things on navigation and IoT. And really with this mission to build and bring the benefits of digital maps and location technologies. Like I said, we've spread our wings beyond India. Idea is to enable other countries to map their nation and get the benefits of maps and geospatial technologies. And we service across industry verticals, be it government, enterprises, automotive, mobility, logistics, consumers, and even tech developers, because that's the multiplier effect. When you can be a platform and give APIs for tech developers to build their own applications and use cases, that's when you really spur innovation using the power of geospatial in your country, like we are doing in India here. And we work, we're very grateful that the government of India, all the way from the Central Board of Direct Taxes to the Indian Space Research Organization to METI to the government of UP, all have been working with us for last 20 years, we being the indigenous player in this space. And so, for example, when COVID hit, we got a call that, look, we have to launch CoWIN, the platform, and we want to tell the crores of Indians where the nearest vaccine centers are. So simply take all the addresses of all the vaccine centers, and we were able to, using our technology, instantly geocode that to a building level, so that a user simply, when they went to cowin.gov.in, they could just type in their address or their Mapple's PIN and find the nearest vaccine center, get the directions to that. They could also see the nearby testing centers, treatment centers, isolation centers, and even containment zones. And that information gave a lot of peace of mind and confidence to people in that crisis hit. So something like that, every country could look to adapt. And so I'll not go into the different use cases the government is doing. I think it's very obvious using our technology. They can do change detection for decision support. They can do strategic planning using satellite imagery analytics that we provide. There are a whole host of IoT-based solutions, whether for emergency response in case an accident happens. The person says, I'm here, this is where the accident has happened. We can dispatch the nearest vehicle because we're tracking every PCR vehicle, and tell them the shortest and fastest route to get to the emergency spot. And hopefully within that golden hour, the person can reach the hospital and that life can be saved. Like that for street lighting, solid waste management, intelligent traffic management, etc. There's so many different use cases. And then for businesses, whether it's traditional businesses or tech-enabled companies, they're all able to use MapIndia Mapple's solutions for a whole host of reasons, whether for offering a very Uber-like experience to their consumers, or for business intelligence and location-based analytics for where to set up ATMs in rural areas or urban areas to service the maximum kind of population, or to track their field force using our field force automation tools, or for GIS and analytics, where you can kind of add and geotag your data, meaning you take any address information, get the location context, simply see it on a map, and gets all sorts of visualizations, and then expose APIs to that, so it can go and sit into other enterprise decision-making platforms. Or not just 2D, but also full 360-degree experiences. What we are doing with RealView is really enabling you to image in 360-degree any place, in near real time. And I'd encourage you to visit our stall, because you can see the power of this RealView and metaverse-like experiences, whether for governance or for virtual tourism, or to attract people to physically visit, or for a whole host of other kind of e-commerce delivery kind of solutions. We're also using drones in a big way at MapMyIndia, creating full 3-dimensional maps in high definition. what we call digital map twins of the real world, so that you can really take the next generation of governance, the next generation of business or infrastructure planning using these 3D models using drones. And enabling indoor use cases inside buildings, you know how difficult it is to find a place inside. We are enabling that as well, or 3D, like I said, these AR, VR-like experiences, and then enabling what we're doing on automotive, mobility, and logistics. But for paucity of time, I'll skip through this. But really enabling the future of mobility, what is called CASE, connected, autonomous, shared, and electric. Really in A, which is autonomous, our focus is on road safety, minimizing road accidents. And we do this in a very ingenious, low-cost way. Instead of heavy sensors, what we do is we tell the driver that there's an upcoming pothole, speed breaker, accident-prone zone, or that the speed limit of the current road is 60 kilometers per hour in the voice navigation that we provide through our app. And this basically enables the user to be informed, and that itself can reduce many accidents, besides the accident mitigation ADAS systems which people have to put post-accident. And then we wrap all of these as APIs to enable all sorts of developers to build their own incredible applications. In fact, Cowin was nothing but an API that we gave to the Meeting team, to the Cowin team, who wrote 2-3 lines of code to service crores of citizens to be able to search for nearby vaccine centers, all just using this API. So you can imagine the power and flexibility and versatility of these range of APIs. And for consumers, basically, this is what we give, this Mapples app, which ma'am had talked about in the previous session, which allows all sorts of mapping, navigation, road safety features, and gadgets to accompany that. I'd like to end with this idea around Map My Nation. So really, we want to help you map your nation through the Map My Nation stack. I'm going to use this example of Saudi. We can use the example of any country. But really, Saudi, for example, does not yet have a Map My India equivalent or a Google Maps equivalent, but it can. And that's what this idea of Map My Saudi is. Using the technology that Map My India provides, this ability to take any data, ingest it, process it, create high-definition maps and services and applications on top of it the way I explained, Saudi could potentially have it in a public, private, or PPP model, a leading provider of digital maps, geospatial software, and location-based IoT technologies. And they could take it, they could create a portal for their own consumers, which would be indigenous for their country. They could provide this real view 360-degree imagery in that Map My Saudi portal. They could give a super app for maps, navigation, safety, and more for consumers, for government users, for enterprises, for defense. For consumers, they could enable different types of gadgets, and they could create APIs to do more with location. They could have a digital addressing system. Mappl spin scales to the world by just adding 2 characters at the beginning, which is the international ISO code. So they could also deliver a digital addressing system for their country, or fleet management solutions, or workforce automations using location, or these metaverse-like 4D map experiences. So essentially, that's our value proposition, to enable every country, like India, to map their nation and to be at the cutting edge of geospatial technologies. And finally, I'm at the end of my formal presentation, but while you're in India, we have some incredible metaverse experiences sitting on Mappls. So if you go to our website, mappls.com, or you visit our stall, you'll see what we call the Indiaverse. The beautiful cities, the beautiful places across India, in full 360-degree, in full immersive 3D. This is the power of our technology, but also the power of our tourism, our culture, our heritage. So I'd highly encourage you all to visit our stall, visit our website, and experience the incredible Indiaverse. And last, for the culture of India, we have created a Ramayan map, which shows not technology, but art. The historical Ramayan map from the Treta Yuga, from many millennia ago, in fact, is something that we'd love to kind of give to the delegates. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Rohan. Yeah, so it was a great demonstration and unleashing of two showcases. One is Map Media, another is Gati Shakti. So now, if any questions are there related to any geoinformatics or in these two domains, so can the audience can ask.
Hi, this is Ruchika, and this question is for Map My India. Yeah. I am the editor of the CSR Universe, and we report on the corporate social responsibility. So I was just wondering, how can corporates and other social sector stakeholders that are working on various social projects for marginalized communities, how can Map My India actually can be used by them to, create a great social impact in the lives of these marginalized communities?
Yeah, I'll say two things. One is everybody should really take the work of what UP Police has done around road safety and traffic to the logical conclusion. I mean, what they have done is basically the 20 plus crore citizens, 25 plus crore citizens of UP, really they can benefit from two things: improved traffic flow and improved road safety for themselves when they're driving, as well as being bystanders on the road. And all they've got to do is use this app, which is powered by data that is coming from the UP Police plus our MapIndia's own data. And what they and we have been doing is essentially going and telling doing trainings of thousands of police officers and civil society and schools and colleges and media. And what this is doing is it is improving the traffic flow in the state of UP. We have these dynamic real-time dashboards where you can see the number of congestions in real time and where all they're happening in each city and in each highway. And if this is really used, and what I especially appreciate about the government is that they are looking at this data and they're redeploying the traffic cops, they're changing where the nakabandis happen, and they're proactively telling people about where to where to go, where not to go. If this is done everywhere in India, we itself will be able to improve traffic flow and road safety. The second thing I would say is really in the same Apple's app, citizens can mark what issues they are facing where. It's kind of like a Twitter on a map where you can air out your grievance or put in your request. What that does is it gives a pulse of the citizen, location-based pulse of the citizen to the government. Whether the government is up for election or the government is wanting to respond to citizens, I think those are the things that citizens can voice and the government can respond. So maybe if there are good CSR initiatives where people can educate about this, I think that will really go a long way in improving India as a country.
Thank you. Yeah, one.
Good evening, sir. My question is for Map My India. So my question is that you recently said about the traffic management flow, how your dashboard provides information about the same. So I just want to know the insight of how efficient and how much potential does the Map of India dashboard has in comparison to Google.
Yeah. So MapMindia, first of all, we're an indigenous Indian solution. And the source of data for MapMindia over 27, 28 years has been our own professionally generated, professionally sourced data versus the typical consumer crowdsourcing. And there are lakhs of vehicles which are driving using MapMindia maps and technologies. So we're getting an actual on-ground information about what it is to drive a vehicle, and we segregate it by bike, taxi, truck, etc. Whereas in Google, you get it by mobile phones. So there's a difference in the level of accuracy and reliability of what MapIndia can deliver. It's just that MapIndia is not that well known because Google Maps comes preloaded on your Android phone. And I think Government of India, CCI, etc., are taking steps towards making sure that the ecosystem is more competitive and people are aware of alternatives. And I'll just add one more thing. I think if you look at what organizations like BISAG have done with NMP, with Gati Shakti, these are core to improving the infrastructure planning that is happening. And so those are bets that will turn out in the next 1, 2, 3 years as you see better and better road infrastructure, rail infrastructure come out. And that, along with tools such as MapMindia, will really aid your life as a citizen driving on the road.
Thank you very, very much for the audience and the panelists giving a good interactive sessions. So because we are running out of time, so and good. So we are off board. We can take questions. So but now we are closing. So thank you very, very much. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for that wonderful discussion. May I request Mr. Sushil Chandra to present a memento to Dr. Vinay Thakur. To Mr. Rohan Verma. And may I request Mr. Arjun Gargayas to present a memento to Mr. Sushil Chandra. Now, for our closing remarks, I would like to invite our focal point for the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
Good evening, everyone. It has been absolute pleasure for all of us to host the G20 delegates, the industry stalwarts, and the eminent speakers from different parts of the world. I would like to thank you all for the stimulating conversation. This marks a productive start to our first Digital Economy Working Group meeting. Thank you all for your active participation and the patience. The day kick-started with the inauguration of the Digital Immersive Experience exhibition by Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh and Minister of Electronics and IT, Railways and Communication. The exhibition showcases various virtual reality experience centers where visitors are provided with a first-hand experience of India's journey of India's digital transformation, and also experience emerging technologies like AI Gita and AI Avatar. These are two very interesting ones. I request the delegates to try out these two, and they may pose some few questions to the Gita, and also they can get their avatars of Iron Man and Superman, and they can share with the families. The workshops on digital public infrastructure, sharing implementation experiences of digital ID in various countries, provided valuable insights into the approaches of digital ID systems and how it can be used as a tools of our empowerment in the digital age. Use cases presented at the workshops showed how a whole of society approach built on open technologies as building blocks is essential to creating a successful digital ID system. The workshops on sharing of cybersecurity solutions for MSME addressed how cybersecurity solutions are critical for the private sector, especially for the medium and the small businesses, which are central to the functioning of digital economy and play a critical role in driving economic growth. Different initiatives of the member states, such as French Cyber Campus initiatives, Saudi's Cyber C and UK's Cyber IC and UK's National Cyber Strategy were interesting revelations. The workshop on digital public infrastructure to boost the attainment of sustainable development goals highlighted how we are lagging behind in our target on the attainment of the SDGs. The session highlighted the critical role that the DPI can play and can in fast-tracking the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Having witnessed such a compelling discussions today, we are confident that this DEWG shall steer the conversations around our priority areas under India's G20 presidency and lead it to the logical outcome for the rest of the world as well. The event showcasing the digital initiatives of the state of Uttar Pradesh emphasized on the deployment of the IT infrastructure by the state of Uttar Pradesh for delivery of citizen-centric services in areas such as agriculture and mining. The workshop on the use of geospatial technologies for the infrastructure and the product development in digital economy helped everyone understand the infinite use cases of geospatial technologies and their economic, social, and environmental opportunities. As we sat through the presentation, I think we have another DPI. Map My Nation looks like another possible DPI in the geospatial sector. Finally, I would like to express my deepest appreciation for all the esteemed guests, G20 members, and other participants for joining us today. We have had a productive start for this discussion and have covered a number of topics critical to the growth of the digital economy. These discussions have mapped out a bold, inclusive, and an innovative digital cooperation agenda for the working group meeting. Moving forward, I'm certain that our collective efforts in the working group meeting will help us to make significant progress in achieving our goals for a more productive and secure digital economy. I would like to place on record the phenomenal support provided by the state of Uttar Pradesh in organizing this event, without which this would not have been possible. Thank you all once again for your presence today. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for